Chapter 981. Ji Tianxing's words caused the guard captain to not dare be negligent. He told Ji Tianxing to wait for a moment, then hurriedly entered the divine general's estate and quickly rushed to the main hall to report the news. Ji Tianxing waited outside the main door for 100 breaths of time before the guard captain rushed back and said with a smile, "Young Master Ji, Lord Divine General invites you in." He made a please gesture to Ji Tianxing and led Ji Tianxing through the main door and into the divine general's estate. Not long after, Ji Tianxing arrived at the divine general's estate's discussion hall and strode into the main hall. In the spacious and dignified main hall, the atmosphere was extremely heavy and solemn. On both sides of the main hall stood 20 soldiers in silver armor. These were the commanders in charge of the 1,000-strong army and possessed strength at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. In the middle of the main hall stood 3 generals in golden armor, all of whom were at the Sky Origin stage. And on the main seat of the main hall sat a middle-aged man in a purple robe and a dark red cloak. This person was tall and sturdy with a dignified appearance. His eyes were bright and full of expression and flickered with a frightening dignified light. His entire body had an iron-blooded domineering aura that came from being on the battlefield for a long time. He was precisely the renowned Eastern Forest Divine General, Xiao Han. When Ji Tianxing walked into the main hall, Xiao Han, the 3 generals, and the 20 commanders all looked towards him in unison. Everyone revealed scrutinizing and sizing up gazes as they carefully observed him. Ji Tianxing walked to the middle of the hall and stood still under everyone's gaze. His bearing was extraordinary as he solemnly bowed to Xiao Han. "Heavenly Stellar Region Lord, Ji Tianxing, greets Lord Eastern Forest Divine General." Xiao Han's gaze was calm as he gazed at him. He lightly nodded and said in a solemn tone, "Young Master Ji, please dispense with the formalities. I've long heard of young Master Ji's great name, and today I'm fated to meet you. Young Master Ji is indeed a dragon amongst men, valiant and mighty. Lord Divine General is too kind." Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and bowed. After exchanging a few words of greeting, the 2 sides began to discuss business. Xiao Han's tone was solemn as he said, "Young Master Ji, a guard just reported that young Master Ji has come to visit this seat. He said that young Master Ji wishes to accompany this seat to the ancient Jade Bay to fight the sea demons. Is that correct?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said seriously, "That's right. I heard that the Guyu Bay has not been peaceful recently. Some evil sea monsters have been killing our people and fishermen. I'm the same as Lord Divine General. We're both officials appointed by the Imperial Court. Even though our positions are different, we are all loyal to the Imperial Court. We have to plead for the people and ensure their safety. Now that I've come to the East Sea, I can't just stand by and watch. I'll do my best to help the immortal general eradicate the sea monsters." His words could be said to be righteous and impassioned, causing the blood of all the officers present to boil and fill their hearts with admiration. Xiao Han also nodded slightly, revealing an expression of deep sympathy. Then he said in a solemn tone, "That's right. Young Master Ji's words are exactly what I'm thinking. On behalf of the millions of people in the East Sea, I thank young Master Ji for your help." However, although Xiao Han said those words on the surface, he had other thoughts in his mind. He quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Tianxing and asked, "Young Master Ji, although this is the first time I've met you and I don't know much about you, I don't believe that you would come to the East Sea for no reason. You wouldn't come to the East Sea for no reason, and you wouldn't come to visit me for no reason. You've come to find me today and are willing to help me eradicate the sea monsters. There must be something you need my help with, right? Let's not beat around the bush. Young Master Ji, what's your purpose? Why don't you tell me directly?" Ji Tianxing's expression did not change. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Han through his spiritual sense. "Lord Divine General, you're indeed wise and far-sighted. That's right, I do have something I need your help with. I want to go to the East Sea's 10,000 Dragons strange realm and enter the Imperial Court of the Water Race. Please help me, Lord Divine General." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice. "The 10,000 Dragons strange realm is a forbidden area for the water race. Only the emissary sent by the Imperial Court or myself can enter. Young Master G, if you want to enter the 10,000 Dragons strange realm, you can only ask me for help. But I want to know, why do you want to go to the Imperial Court of the Water Race? Ji Tianxing replied in a serious tone, I have something very important to do. I have to go to the Imperial Court of the Water Race to find out more information. Xiao Han nodded and did not ask any more questions. He looked at Ji Tianxing with sharp eyes and transmitted his voice to him in a playful tone. I can enter the 10,000 Dragons strange realm and bring you to the Imperial Court of the Water Race. But I have no relationship with you. Why should I help you? Ji Tianxing replied expressionlessly, That's right. So, I have to help you eradicate the sea monsters and solve your biggest headache. Then, you have to help me enter the 10,000 Dragons strange realm. That's easy for you to say. That sea monster has reached the soul refining stage. Even I can't do anything about it. Xiao Han obviously did not believe him. He sneered, What makes you think that you can help me get rid of that sea monster? Where does your confidence come from? Ji Tianxing was not angry. He smiled confidently and said, Divine General, before I came to visit you, I have already asked around. I know how strong that sea monster is. I know that sea monster has the strength of a soul refining stage cultivator, but I still dare to help you. Naturally, I have the corresponding confidence. Also, after I help you eradicate the sea monster, you have to bring me to the Imperial Court of the Water Race. If we can't deal with that sea monster, you can pretend that I didn't say anything and you don't have to help me. What do you think, Divine General? Xiao Han looked at him silently. After a moment of consideration, he said in a low voice, All right. Since young Master Ji is so confident, I will agree. If you can really help me get rid of that sea monster, not only will I bring you to the Imperial Court of the Water Race, I will also do my best to help you fulfill your wish. It's a deal. Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. Xiao Han waved his dark red cloak and stood up. He said with a serious face, All right, then it's a deal. Young Master Ji, please follow me to the harbor. We will immediately depart for Ancient Jade Bay. On the way to the bay, I will tell you the situation of Ancient Jade Island. Ji Tianxing also knew that time was of the essence. He nodded and agreed. Let's go. Xiao Han waved his hand and led Ji Tianxing, the 3 generals, and the 20 commanders out of the meeting hall. They quickly walked out of the Divine General's estate and rushed to the harbor outside the city. When they arrived at the harbor, Ji Tianxing saw 20 warships lined up on the blue sea. Each warship was 100 meters long and made of pitch-black fine iron. It looked like a ferocious giant black shark, looking extremely valiant. Flags fluttered in the wind on the warships. Hundreds of elite soldiers in black armor stood solemnly. On both sides of the warships, powerful defensive formations were set up. Huge ballistas and spears were set up. 20 warships, 2,000 elite warriors, all of them were brimming with killing intent, their morale high. Chapter 982. Among the 20 warships, the most majestic one was Divine General Dong Lin's warship. Ji Tianxing followed Divine General Xiao Han, flew over the harbor and landed on the deck of the warship. The 3 generals and 20 commanders also boarded their own warships, commanding their soldiers to prepare for battle. Following Xiao Han's order, the fleet of warships raised their anchors and left the harbor, sailing towards the ancient Jade Bay in the south. Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han stood on the deck of the warship, facing the wind and gazing at the sea in front of them. The blue sea was extremely vast, as if it had no end. Layer after layer of white waves came roaring along with the strong wind, slapping the warships and their sails. Xiao Han explained in a low voice, Within 100,000 miles around Blackstone City, there are over 100 cities and a few huge bays. Although the ancient Jade Bay is not the largest, it is the most fertile, producing all kinds of jade and icicle pearls. Spiritual stones, spiritual jades, and icicle pearls are all valuable cultivation resources, and they are the main source of income for the fishermen and common people. Ever since I've been guarding Blackstone City, the ancient Jade Bay has been peaceful for over 160 years. No aquatic creatures have ever come to disturb us. I don't know where that sea monster came from, but it has taken over the entire ancient Jade Bay, turning the sea area within a few thousand miles into its private territory. That sea monster is as huge as a mountain, and its magic power is very strong. It has thousands of sea monsters under its command, all of which can overturn rivers and seas. In the past month, that sea monster has destroyed at least thousands of fishing boats and slaughtered tens of thousands of fishermen. It has also created a few tsunamis, hundreds of meters high waves rushing to the shore, destroying all the villages and towns within 100 miles. Ji Tianxing listened in silence. After listening, he asked with a serious expression, "Sir Divine General, can you tell me more about ancient Jade Island? How do you plan to eliminate that sea monster? Are you going to send warships and the army to besiege it, or are you going to land on the island and kill it?" Xiao Han frowned and said with a serious face, "That island is 100 miles wide, deep in the bay. There used to be over a dozen fishing villages on the island. However, the sea demons occupied the island and killed all the people on the island. It also crazily plundered the ancient Jade Bay's jade, pearls, and other resources and hoarded them on the island. It had set up a strange defensive formation on the island. It looked like it was going to stay on the island and turn it into its kingdom. Now, the island was shrouded in thick fog for dozens of miles, and the warships could not get close. The fog was highly toxic. Commanders and soldiers below Sky Origin Stage would die soon once they touched the poisonous fog. Moreover, in the deep sea around the island, there are reefs and whirlpools everywhere. There are also many sea beasts guarding the island." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "Since that's the case, the battleships and army won't be able to reach the island. We can only rely on our experts to reach the island and kill the ocean devils." "That's right." Xiao Han nodded in agreement and said, "No matter how ferocious those sea beasts are, as long as the sea demon dies, they will flee in disarray. Young Master Ji, my plan is to have 20 commanders lead the fleet and surround the island to defend against the attacks of the sea beasts. I will go to the island myself, bring you and the 3 generals, and kill the ocean devils directly." Ji Tianxing thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, we will follow your plan." Xiao Han nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "There are reefs and whirlpools in front of us. That is the defense line deliberately made by the ocean devils. I'm going to command the fleet now. You can go and prepare. When we reach the island, you will follow me to the island." After that, Xiao Han turned around and left the deck to give the order to command the fleet. Ji Tianxing stood on the deck and looked at the sea in front of him. As expected, he saw many huge whirlpools. There were at least 40 whirlpools in the sea within dozens of miles. The smallest whirlpool was as big as a house, while the largest whirlpool was hundreds of meters wide. It could easily swallow several battleships. Even the sea near the whirlpools had huge waves that were dozens of meters high, bursting with a strong suction force. He used his spiritual sense to explore the sea and saw that there were many reefs hidden under the sea. They were as sharp as thorns and blades. These 20 battleships would hit the reefs if they were not careful. If they were lucky, they would be stuck. If they were lucky, they would crash into the bottom of the ship and sink on the spot. He frowned and murmured with a serious expression, "The ocean devils set up a defense line here and made the island impregnable. It is obvious that they want to stay here and not leave." It seemed that the sea monster was very cunning. It was no wonder that Xiao Han had already attacked it twice, but it had ended in failure. "No, I have to think of another way to kill the ocean devil in one go." He frowned and thought for a while. He vaguely had an idea and a plan. He turned around and left the deck, entering a secret room in the cabin. He sent his spiritual sense into the broken sword and extended it to the peaceful Earth City in the sword's small world. He directly communicated with the Golden Mountain King. "Golden Mountain King, I need your help with something." In the peaceful Earth City, the Golden Mountain King was dealing with government affairs in the palace. Suddenly, he heard Ji Tianxing's voice. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Young Master Ji, what are your orders?" Ji Tianxing did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "I want to attack an island and kill an ocean devil that has harmed the people. This ocean devil has occupied the island. Not only did it set up an inescapable net, it also stored an incomparably rich amount of jade, pearls, and mineral resources on the island. In a moment, Divine General Dong Lin and I will attack the island. You will lead the experts of the Earth Spirit race and sneak into the island." He told the Golden Mountain King his idea and plan. After hearing it, the Golden Mountain King thought carefully for a moment and agreed. "All right. For us Earth Spirits, this is a piece of cake. Young Master Ji, don't worry. That ocean devil will die without a doubt. The treasures and resources it has stored on the island will all be ours." After receiving the Golden Mountain King's confirmation, Ji Tianxing was relieved. He smiled and said, "All right, then immediately gather the men and prepare." After saying that, he withdrew his spiritual sense and entered the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to check on Ji Ku's condition. Ji Ku had been injured and poisoned in the Rainbow Forest. After his treatment, Ji Ku had recuperated for half a month. His injuries and strength had completely recovered. In the 2 months since he had rushed from the great swamp of the southern wasteland to the eastern sea, Ji Ku had been cultivating in seclusion in the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Now, her strength had increased again. She had reached the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Moreover, she had cultivated the secret arts that the Heavenly Net Monster Emperor had taught her. She had already mastered 2 of her ultimate moves. Her battle prowess had increased by several times. When she learned that Ji Tianxing was going to attack the ancient Jade Island and kill the Ocean Devil, she immediately volunteered to join the operation. Chapter 983. Under Xiao Han's command, the 20 battleships passed through the defense line without any mishap. They crossed the submerged reefs and whirlpools in the sea. The fleet continued to travel for 300 miles and arrived at the sea near the ancient Jade Island. Although this place was still 200 miles away from the ancient Jade Island, Ji Tianxing flew high in the sky and looked at the sea in front of him. He could already see the end of the sea. There was a large expanse of gray fog. Ji Ku flew next to him and also looked around. She said with a heart full of joy, "This is the endless Eastern Sea. Indeed, the sky is high and the sea is vast and boundless." It was a pity that such a beautiful bay had been taken over by the abominable sea demons. How charming would it be if this bay was as peaceful as it was in the past? Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a determined tone, "Don't worry, Cuckoo. Today, we will kill the sea demons and sea beasts and return peace to the ancient Jade Bay." As soon as his voice dropped, the soldiers on one of the battleships below cried out in surprise. "Stay alert. Sea beasts are attacking. The sea beasts are coming. Everyone be careful. Prepare to attack." Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku immediately looked down at the sea when they heard the cries of surprise. They saw that a few incomparably huge black shadows had appeared under the azure sea. Each of the black shadows had a radius of 10 meters and was half the size of the battleships. They cruised rapidly on the sea surface and approached the battleships. Although they could not see the appearance of those sea beasts clearly through the water, those black shadows were huge. However, judging from the huge shadows, those sea beasts were all very large. They looked like crocodiles that had been magnified 10 times. Indeed, the soldiers on the battleships were the elite soldiers under the command of the Divine General. Although they were shocked and alert, they did not panic. Soon, they formed a formation and activated the ballista and long spear array on both sides of the ship. Assault crossbow fire. One of the commanders waved his hand and gave the order with a booming voice. Instantly, the dozen of giant steel ballista on the ship shot out 5-meter-long, arm-thick steel bolts. Dozens of steel bolts pierced through the sky and emitted a cold light. Bang, 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 they blasted into the sea surface. Each crossbow bolt contained an incomparably powerful force, enough to destroy a house and pulverize a millstone. Apart from Sky Origin stage cultivators, no one could withstand such a heavy ballista. Even Yuan Dan stage cultivators would be injured by the bolts. Peng peng peng. Dozens of crossbow bolts flew into the sea and fiercely hit the huge shadow, causing a series of dull and loud noises. However, the huge shadow was only thwarted. After pausing for a moment, it rushed towards the warship even more crazily. Shwa! The huge black shadow quickly floated to the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves that were 10 feet high, and crashed into one of the warships. Even though the commander of the warship sensed that something was wrong and tried his best to turn and evade the attack, he was still unable to do so. However, the speed of the warship was too slow. How could it avoid the attacks of the sea beasts? Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the giant sea beast crashed into the warship, creating huge waves. The sea beast was blasted out of the sea surface and flew into the sky with blood gushing out of its head. It then fell towards the sea surface thousands of meters away. At that moment, Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku clearly saw that it was a Dragon King crocodile that was more than 40 meters long. It was completely black. The Dragon King crocodile had a trace of the flood dragon's bloodline. It was extremely strong and had a strong defense. Its huge head looked like a flood dragon's head, and there was a horn on its forehead that looked like a rhinoceros horn. Although the Blackfin warship was made of steel, it was more than 100 meters long and weighed more than 200,000 pounds. However, the Dragon King crocodile still made a huge dent in the warship. The Dragon King crocodile's horn also tore a huge hole in the hull of the warship. The warship shook violently and fell to the surface of the sea, scattering countless pieces of steel. The Dragon King crocodile's horn was also broken. It was bleeding profusely and there were a few broken bones in its head. Ji Tianxing took the opportunity to attack. He waved his hand and released a golden sword light towards the Dragon King crocodile. Bang! The golden sword light that was more than 30 meters long hit the Dragon King crocodile and smashed its head into pieces. It exploded into a pile of meat paste and fell into the sea. At this moment, the entire warship was tilting and was about to fall into the sea. The bottom of the left side of the warship was out of the water. The right side of the warship was already flooded with seawater. Xiao Han and a few other generals were commanding the other warships to attack the other dozen sea beasts. They wanted to help this warship, but they couldn't leave for the time being. The soldiers on the warship were anxious and terrified. They quickly activated the array to slow down the speed of the warship's capsizing. However, they could only stall for time. They still couldn't prevent the warship from capsizing and sinking. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing attacked decisively. Blackwater rope. He shouted and waved his palms to form a mysterious seal. He used all his strength to perform the secret technique. As he waved his palms, black water vapor flew out from the sea within a 10-mile radius. It quickly condensed into a huge water column in the sky in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-long black water rope as thick as a water tank was formed. Ji Tianxing waved his hands and controlled the huge black water rope to entangle the body of the warship. He exerted his strength and used the black water rope to pull the tilting warship. He slowly pulled it back to the right position. Bang! The warship landed steadily on the sea with a muffled sound. The 100 elite soldiers on the warship looked up at Ji Tianxing in disbelief. Their eyes were full of shock. A moment later, when they came back to their senses, they all revealed smiles of having survived a calamity and let out excited cheers. This is amazing! Who is this young powerhouse? How could he have such incredible skills? Oh my God, he pulled the warship back to the right position. Our warship weighs more than 100,000 kilograms. I've heard that this young master is the divine general's distinguished guest. He is Ji Tianxing, the son of the sovereign. When they heard the name Ji Tianxing, the soldiers on the warship were stunned. Then they cheered even more excitedly. What? He is Ji Tianxing? The legendary #1 genius of the human race, the son of the sovereign, the Tianshan region lord, Ji Tianxing? This is incredible. I've only heard of his legendary deeds and fame. I never thought that I would be able to see him with my own eyes. Ha! Young Master Ji saved us personally. We are the luckiest. Damn it, I can die without regrets at sea today to see young Master Ji's glory with my own eyes. Yes. From today onwards, we are also people who have fought alongside young Master Ji. The cheers of countless soldiers spread far and wide across the sea. When the soldiers on the other warships heard the news, they were also very excited. Unfortunately, they were busy defending against the attacks of the sea beasts. Otherwise, they would also be cheering excitedly. Chapter 984. Xiao Han stared at Ji Tianxing, who was not far away, and praised him. As expected of the #1 prodigy in our clan. No wonder he's so confident and dares to help me conquer the sea demons. The other 3 generals were around the 5th or 6th level of the heavenly origin stage. After witnessing Ji Tianxing's powerful strength, the 3 of them were shocked and impressed. They were even more confident in this battle. However, now was not the time to talk. Xiao Han and the 3 generals took a deep look at Ji Tianxing, and then went back to killing the sea beasts. On the 20 battleships, 2,000 elite soldiers worked together to defend against the sea beasts' attacks. Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku also made their moves and killed the sea beasts one after another. The sea beasts were huge and had the strength of the 7th or 8th level of the origin core stage. They were like the overlords of the sea. The commoners and fishermen could not do anything to these sea beasts. Even the people and the ships were destroyed by the sea beasts. However, Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku were heavenly origin stage powerhouses. They easily killed the sea beasts. This battle lasted for half an hour before it ended. A total of over 30 sea beasts were killed, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that were scattered in the sea. The sea surface within a radius of 10 miles was dyed red. 2 of the battleships were severely damaged. They temporarily stopped on the sea as the craftsmen tried their best to repair them. The other few battleships were lightly damaged. It did not affect the battle. Out of the 2,000 elite soldiers, only a dozen of them were killed and a few dozen were injured. This little loss was not a big deal. Xiao Han ordered the fleet to continue advancing toward the ancient Jade Island. However, the 30 sea beasts were only the scouts of the ancient Jade Island. The commotion caused by the battle had already alerted the ancient Jade Island. Ji Tianxing flew in the sky and could clearly see the movements on the island. The sky was filled with thick fog that was rolling and spreading. Under the sea in all directions, densely packed huge black shadows appeared. They were rushing toward the fleet at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Xiao Han decisively gave the order, ordering the warships to get into a conical formation and jointly activate the defensive formation. Soon, the 20 battleships stopped on the sea and formed a battle formation. They formed a defensive formation with a radius of 10 miles to defend against the sea beasts' attacks. After a while, hundreds of sea beasts charged toward the fleet from all directions. They were not afraid of death. The 2,000 elite soldiers fired their crossbows and spears to attack the sea beasts under the sea. Xiao Han, Ji Tianxing, Ji Ku, the 3 generals, and the 20 commanders attacked the sea beasts. Xiao Han's strength was at the 5th level of the soul cultivation stage. He stood proudly in the sky, his scarlet cape fluttering in the wind. His entire body was bursting with a powerful battle intent and killing intent. Heavenly star explosion. He swung his palms and formed a mysterious hand seal. He manipulated his spiritual energy and unleashed a secret technique. Suddenly, dozens of basin-sized silver light balls flew out from his palms and blasted at the black shadows under the sea. Each silver ball of light contained a violent and terrifying power that could easily destroy a mountain. Those sea beasts were swimming rapidly under the sea and charging toward the battleships with all their might. Bam, 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 bam. The silver light balls hit them one after another and a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. At that moment, the silver light balls exploded one after another. They lit up with dazzling silver light that was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Dozens of deep pits were formed on the surface of the sea. Huge waves that were hundreds of meters high splashed up. Dozens of sea beasts were instantly blasted into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky and sprinkled on the sea. Xiao Han killed dozens of sea beasts in one move. Such terrifying strength and means made countless soldiers cheer excitedly. However, the number of sea beasts was too great. More and more sea beasts rushed over from all directions, vowing to destroy the battleship fleet. Most of the sea beasts were hiding under the sea. However, there were also many fan-like manta ray kings that leaped out of the sea and charged from the sky. The soldiers fought bravely while bathed in blood. They fought on the surface of the sea and their battle cries shook the sky. Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku were not to be outdone. They also used their secret techniques to attack the sea beasts. Shatter the mountains and rivers. Ji Tianxing's figure flashed like lightning. He released thousands of golden sword lights that shrouded the sea within a radius of 5 miles. There were more than 20 sea beasts in this area that were charging toward the fleet with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of golden sword lights exploded at the same time and shredded more than 20 sea beasts into pieces. A huge whirlpool also appeared on the surface of the sea. The dark red blood spread out along with the waves and soon dyed the surface of the sea red. In the sky above the sea 10 miles away from Ji Tianqing, Ji Ku was also fighting bravely. She held a silver sword and a red sword in each hand and stood majestically in the sky. She swung her swords and released silver sword lights that covered the sky and earth, sprinkling down on the sea below. Flying stars and setting moon. Hundreds of sharp and domineering silver sword lights fell like stars and blasted a few sea beasts under the sea. Those dragon monarch crocodiles and manta ray kings were instantly shredded into pieces by the sword lights. Moonblade Sky Strike. Ji Ku's body surged with dazzling silver light. She swung her dual swords again and slashed out dozens of willow leaf-like moonblades towards the 4 sea beasts. Bam, bam, bam. The 4 sea beasts were shredded into pieces and sank into the sea after being hit by the moonblades. Ji Tianqing witnessed this scene with his own eyes and instantly revealed a gratified smile. He knew that the silver and red swords were soul-level magic treasures that the Heavenly Net Demon Emperor had chosen for Ji Ku. They were called the Crimson Moon Swords. The 2 sword techniques that Ji Ku used were also secret swordsmanship techniques that the Heavenly Net Demon Emperor had imparted to Ji Ku. That was why they were so powerful when Ji Ku had mastered them. It was not difficult to see that Ji Ku had indeed been working hard for the past year. Her strength had increased very quickly. This battle continued for a full hour, and it still did not end. The soldiers had continuously killed more than 500 sea beasts. Their blood dyed the sea red for dozens of miles. The formation of the warship fleet was still firm and the defensive formation was still indestructible. However, the number of sea beasts did not decrease but increased. More and more sea beasts rushed over from all directions and besieged the warship fleet. The blood that filled the sea did not make them afraid. Instead, it aroused their ferocity and made them fearless as they madly charged forward. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. Then, he transmitted his voice to Ji Tianqing, "Young Master Ji, we can't waste any more time. There are at least thousands of sea beasts in ancient Jade Bay. We can't kill them all no matter what. The 3 generals and the warship fleet will stay here and resist the attack of the sea beasts. You will go to the island with me. We will kill the sea beasts as soon as possible and end the battle quickly." Obviously, Xiao Han had changed the battle plan at the last minute. Originally, he wanted to bring Ji Tianqing and the 3 generals to the island to join forces against the sea beasts. Now that the situation was critical, the 3 generals had to stay in the fleet. Otherwise, the fleet would be destroyed by the sea beasts sooner or later. Chapter 985. Xiao Han ordered the 3 generals to stay on the battleships and defend against the attacks of the sea beasts. Ji Tianqing also flew to Ji Ku's side and said, "Ku, I will go to the island with General Dong Lin to kill the sea beasts. Stay with the fleet and help the 3 generals to defend against the sea beasts. Be careful." Ji Ku understood that the sea beasts occupying the island had reached the soul-tempering realm. Even if she was worried about Ji Tianqing's safety, she could not go to the island with him. Not only would she not be able to help him, she might even drag him down. Therefore, she suppressed her worries and nodded solemnly. "Brother Tianqing, don't worry. I will wait here for your triumphant return. No matter what, you must protect yourself. Nothing must happen to you. Okay, wait for me. I will be back soon." Ji Tianqing nodded and turned to fly to Xiao Han. He and Xiao Han flew across the sky, crossed the blue sea, and went straight to the ancient Jade Island. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 of them turned into dazzling flowing lights and flew at an extremely fast speed. After 10 breaths, they had flown almost 100 miles and arrived at the edge of the ancient Jade Island. In front of them was an area covered by a thick fog that covered a radius of 300 miles. In the center of the fog was the ancient Jade Island, but it was covered by the fog and could not be seen at all. When Ji Tianqing and Xiao Han arrived at the edge of the fog, A large number of black shadows had gathered under the sea. They were all kinds of sea beasts. These sea beasts were all in the origin core realm. They could only stir up trouble in the sea and could not fly in the sky. Even if they looked up at Ji Tianqing and Xiao Han and swam angrily and anxiously, they could only spit out water pillars and huge waves to annoy the two of them. Xiao Han glanced at the sea beasts and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He waved his palms and released an invisible spiritual energy that covered a radius of 10 miles. Explode! He shouted and detonated his spiritual energy. Instantly, a silent spiritual energy fluctuation exploded within a radius of 10 miles and created huge waves. Hundreds of ferocious sea beasts had their souls shattered by him. After their bodies shook, they all sank to the bottom of the sea. Those sea beasts looked unharmed on the surface, but in reality, their souls had been shattered, and they were completely dead. There's no time to lose, let's go. Xiao Han effortlessly killed many sea beasts and flew into the thick fog with Ji Tianqing, flying towards the ancient Jade Island. The two of them flew in the thick fog, unable to see their surroundings clearly. They were also being corroded by the poison. However, Xiao Han's strength was high, and he had divine soul power protecting his body. The poison was unable to touch him at all. Ji Tianqing possessed the heaven-mending orb, which was equivalent to having an impenetrable physique. He could also ignore the corrosion of poison. The two of them passed through the thick fog at lightning speed and soon arrived above ancient Jade Island. The island was shrouded in poisonous fog, but the island itself was clear. There was no poisonous fog, only a defensive formation protecting it. Swish swish. The two of them landed on the west side of the island and landed on a huge reef by the sea. There was no beach on the west side of the island, only pitch black and rugged reefs. They had been washed by the waves for countless years and looked mottled with vicissitudes. Not far from the shore was a dense forest, full of towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall. Xiao Han pointed at the forest and said with a serious face, "Young Master Ji, that forest is the edge of the island's defensive formation. If we want to enter the island, we must break that formation. The last 2 times I came to attack the sea demons, it took the initiative to fight me on the sea surface. Although I'm stronger than it and defeated it twice, it escaped back to the island, and I couldn't do anything to it." Ji Tianqing understood what he meant and said with a serious face, "If that's the case, then let's work together to break the island's defensive formation and kill it on the island." "Young Master Ji, that's a soul-level formation, you?" Xiao Han turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Ji Tianqing showed a confident smile and nodded. "Lord Divine General, maybe you don't know, but I'm a Grandmaster Array Master. As long as Lord Divine General helps me, we can definitely break the formation." After saying that, he flew to the forest and landed on the edge of the forest. He released his spirit sense to explore the forest, but it was immediately blocked by an invisible wall. The invisible wall was the island's defensive formation. Ji Tianqing used his pure heart Dharma eye and immediately saw a half-foot thick ocean blue light wall standing in the forest. The ocean blue light wall was very huge, like a curtain that covered the sky and covered the island with a radius of 100 miles. Even a soul-refining cultivator like Xiao Han couldn't break the island's defensive formation by force. Xiao Han knew the island's defensive formation's power, so when he saw Ji Tianqing carefully observing the formation, he silently stood beside him and waited expectantly. After about a quarter of an hour, Ji Tianqing finally understood the structure of the formation. He pondered for a long time before he thought of a way to break the formation. He said to Xiao Han, "Lord Divine General, I've seen through this island's defensive formation and found a way to break it. However, I need your help. In a while, I'll take the main Xian position, and you'll attack the Kuan position. Advance 7 times, retreat 3 times, and turn 3 times, the Sun position. Your magic power must be majestic, and you can't be too impatient." Xiao Han was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. He revealed a surprised expression. "Young Master Ji, can you really break this island's defensive formation? This is a high-grade soul rank Grand Array. Only a Formation Dao Grandmaster, a powerhouse around the 7th level of the soul refinement realm, can crack it." Ji Tianqing didn't explain much and only nodded to him. He waved his hand and released a majestic amount of true essence into the island's defensive formation. Xiao Han saw that he began to break the formation, so he stopped thinking about it. He suppressed his shock and surprise and waved his hand to release a vast amount of magic power to help Ji Tianxing break the formation. Ji Tianxing's method of breaking the formation was very skillful. He waved his hand as fast as lightning and formed the formation seals, dazzling the eyes of others. No matter how shocked Xiao Han was, he had no choice but to believe him. He followed his instructions and meticulously broke the formation. Soon, half an hour passed. With Xiao Han's help, Ji Tianxing successfully broke the island's defensive formation and tore a gap in the azure sky. Although the gap was only the size of a palm and could only last for 10 breaths of time, it would automatically repair itself. But this was already a miracle, and it made Xiao Han happy and shocked. This is great. We've finally broken the island's defensive formation, and there's hope to kill the sea monsters. Young Master Ji, this seat joining forces with you to fight the sea monsters is definitely the wisest decision. Ji Tianxing revealed a smile and extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Lord Divine General, now is not the time to talk about this. It won't be too late to sit down and talk after we kill the sea monsters. The sea monsters must have received the news and made preparations. We have to hurry, so you go first. Xiao Han didn't waste any more time. His body turned into a stream of light, passed through the gap, and entered the formation. Chapter 986. 2. With a flash of golden light, Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han flew through the blue sky and landed on the island. The two of them stood by the edge of the forest. Not far away from them was an empty land. In the open space with a radius of 10 miles, there were some broken walls and ancient trees scattered here and there, leaving behind many brick and stone ruins. There were many holes and cracks on the ground, leaving traces of a great fire. Xiao Han said with a dark face, "There used to be a fishing village there. It was the largest fishing village on the ancient Jade Island, with over 4,000 people living there. 1 month ago, the sea monster led an army of sea beasts into the ancient Jade Bay and occupied the island. All the villages on the island were destroyed. Tens of thousands of fishermen were killed by the sea monster." Ji Tianxing looked at the ruins on the empty land, imagining the scene when the fishing village was destroyed. His face turned dark, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, a few streams of flowing light flew over from the sky and landed on the empty land. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 6 streams of flowing light landed on the empty land, standing 1,000 meters away from the two of them, staring at them with murderous intent. The 6 of them were aquatic creatures in different shapes. Some were dark and tall like water monsters, some were thin and short like shrimps, and some had fish heads and human bodies, with fish scales all over their bodies. The 6 aquatic creatures were all at the 4th or 5th level of Sky Origin stage. They were as powerful as the generals under Xiao Han's command. They were all holding strange-shaped weapons, shouting with murderous intent, "Human bastards, how dare you break into the ancient Jade Water Nation? You are courting death. How dare you offend the great Ink King? You will die. Hee, I'm going to tear the two of you into pieces and swallow you piece by piece into my stomach. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving alive." The 6 aquatic creatures were showing off their power, looking cruel and bloodthirsty. Ji Tianxing frowned in confusion and turned to look at Xiao Han. "Ancient Jade Water Nation? My immortal general, what is going on?" Xiao Han said expressionlessly, "That sea demon is a grand ink octopus. It calls itself the Grand Ink King. It wants to occupy the entire ancient Jade Gulf and establish the ancient Jade Water Nation. These aquatic creatures are all water generals under its command. They are in charge of the army of sea beasts, and they are also the culprits behind the massacre of hundreds of thousands of fishermen and civilians." "I see." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said with a cold smile, "This is the territory of the human race. A mere soul refinement stage sea monster wants to take over this place, establish a kingdom, and proclaim itself as its king? What wishful thinking." The 6 water generals were immediately enraged. They glared at him fiercely and scolded, "Bastard, who are you? How dare you mock our king?" The Eastern Sea is the territory of our water race. When did it become the territory of your human race? You are the evil invaders. Brat, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Right now, I'm going to break all the bones in your body and crush you into meat paste. While yelling and cursing, the 6 water warriors wielded their weapons and rushed towards Ji Tianxing with a strong killing intent. Pumph! You're digging your own grave. Ji Tianxing snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he made his move. Metal slash. He waved his palms and released a giant golden sword that was 100 meters long. It slashed towards the 2 water generals. Bang! The 2 ferocious water generals had no time to dodge. They were killed on the spot by the huge golden sword and split into 2 halves. A 1,000-meter-long gully was cut into the ground of the ruins. The cracks were densely packed, and dust flew up into the air. The 4 surviving water generals were also knocked back by the violent shockwave. They looked at Ji Tianxing in horror. They could not believe that Ji Tianxing's strength was so terrifying that he could kill 2 water generals with a single slash. This was simply too terrifying. The 4 water generals were stunned on the spot. Their hearts were filled with fear and despair. They immediately turned and ran. At this moment, Xiao Han also made his move like lightning. He waved his palms and released 4 streams of green light that condensed into a giant blade. It fell from the sky and slashed towards the 4 water generals. The 4 water generals were scared out of their wits. They did not even dare to say a word and desperately scattered to avoid the attack. However, the 4 giant blades of green light locked onto the souls of the 4 water generals. No matter where they ran, they could not escape from the giant blades of green light. Bang 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 bang. In a series of muffled sounds, the 4 water generals were slashed by the giant blades of green light. They were smashed into pieces on the spot. Pieces of flesh and blood flew all over the sky. The empty space that was already in a mess had a few more huge holes added to it, turning it into a complete ruin. Xiao Han's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. He released his divine soul power to search for other sea beasts or water generals nearby. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Tianxing quietly took out the broken sword and stabbed it into the ground. With a thought, he opened the small sword world of the broken sword. The broken sword released a white light that penetrated deep into the underground rock layer and condensed into a light door. Golden Mountain King, I've already reached the island. You can set off now. He used his spiritual sense to speak to the Golden Mountain King in the sword world. In Peaceful Land City, the Golden Mountain King had already gathered 800 elite warriors and was ready to set off. As Ji Tianxing's voice sounded, a giant light door appeared in Peaceful Land City. The Golden Mountain King and the many warriors were in high spirits. They immediately stepped through the giant light door and left the sword world. The next moment, they all entered the depths of the island and passed through the rock layer, diving toward the center of the island. The Golden Mountain King and the 800 warriors of the Earth Spirit race passed through the depths of the earth like a gust of wind. However, Xiao Han was a soul refinement realm expert. His divine soul covered a radius of 10 miles. Of course, he could sense the movements underground. He turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing and asked with a puzzled expression, "Young Master Ji, what are you doing?" Ji Tianxing held the black, cold, broken sword and said calmly, "I've sent 800 elven warriors to assist us in battle and give the sea demons a surprise." Xiao Han frowned slightly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was very surprised. He didn't expect Ji Tianxing to have formed his own force, and it was the mysterious elves. This was too unbelievable. He had only interacted with Ji Tianxing for a few hours. He didn't know much about Ji Tianxing, but he was already shocked time and time again. He couldn't imagine how many more times he would be shocked if he spent a few more days with Ji Tianxing. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the center of the island. The roar was like that of an ancient beast, filled with extreme anger and killing intent. Xiao Han's expression changed. He said in a serious tone, "It's that sea demon, the Ink King. It has already appeared. We have to kill it immediately. Otherwise, it might escape." With that, Xiao Han flew toward the center of the island. Chapter 987. Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han flew across the sky and quickly arrived at the center of the island. There was a wide open space in the middle of the island, where several huge palaces were built. The palaces did not look luxurious. Their style was rough and weird, which was obviously the style of the Water Tribe. Around the palaces, there were hundreds of Water Tribe guards, all of whom had the strength of the Origin Core realm. These people were all transformed from sea beasts. Some looked like prawn demons, some looked like apes, some looked like mermen, some looked like turtle demons, and some looked like jellyfish. They were all wearing different kinds of armor, holding spears and weapons in their hands, trying to look mighty and dignified. But unfortunately, they were all different in size, and their postures were very awkward, which only made them look funny. Above the palaces, there were 9 Water Tribe experts. The leader was a burly man in a golden robe, his whole body as black as ink. Although he looked like a human, his skin was full of holes and small suction cups. He had a wide flat mouth, no nose, and 3 pairs of green eyes. His head was bald and full of sarcomas, which looked very hideous and disgusting. He had the strength of the 4th LV of the soul refining realm, and his whole body was bursting with anger and murderous intent. He was the sea demon, the giant octopus who called himself the King of Ink. Behind him in the sky, there were 8 Water Tribe experts, all of whom had the strength of the Sky Origin realm. They were the water generals under the King of Ink. The 8 water generals stood in a row, holding swords and weapons. They glared at Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han, their whole body bursting with strong murderous intent. The King of Ink glared at Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing and roared angrily, "Bastard! Divine General Dong Lin, you bastard, how dare you break into my kingdom? Since you are here today, don't think you can get out alive. I will kill you and cut you into pieces." Xiao Han stared at the King of Ink expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "You bastard, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? You don't know that you are about to die. This ancient Jade Island was originally the territory of my clan's people. They had lived and worked here peacefully for countless years. It's you. It was you, you damned beast, who destroyed all the fishing villages and killed all the fishermen. You and those sea beasts under your command created monstrous waves and tsunamis, destroying the villages and towns within 200 miles of the coast. You've killed tens of thousands of my people and made hundreds of thousands of them homeless. You deserve to die." Xiao Han's voice was as loud as a bell. His tone was dignified and contained a biting cold killing intent. Not to be outdone, Taimo King roared at the top of his voice, "Those lowly insects of the human race deserve to die. The East Sea is the territory of our water race. The land is the territory of you humans." Not only did those lowly commoners fish and prawns in the sea, they also stole this king's resources like jade and pearls. They even dared to occupy this island. They deserve to die. Xiao Han furrowed his brows as a cold light flickered in his eyes. With a dignified voice, he angrily shouted, "Have you lost your mind? This is the territory of the human race. Only the deep sea area is the territory of the water race. This is the rule set by the imperial court of the 2 races. How dare you mess it up?" Taimo King grinned coldly and said, "I don't care about the rules of the imperial court. The ancient Jade Bay is mine. This ancient Jade Island is mine, too. My words are the rules." Xiao Han was so angry that his whole body was surging with killing intent. He shouted in a deep voice, "Good. I won't waste my breath on you. I'll kill you now. Then, I'll take your body to the imperial court of the water race to ask for your punishment. I'd like to see who ordered you, evil creature, to be so audacious as to harm the people of our human race." As his voice trailed off, a towering white light gushed out from Xiao Han's body. It turned into a divine soul light shield that covered half of the island. Behind him, 5 huge divine soul dharma eyes appeared in the sky. "Heavenly Wind Territory, form." As Xiao Han shouted angrily, the 5 divine soul dharma eyes burst out with endless divine soul power and formed the entire Heavenly Wind Territory. The area within a radius of 50 miles was sealed. Even an ant could not escape. Taimo King's expression changed drastically. He shouted furiously, "Go! Kill them for me." These two damned human worms, how dare they offend this king? Chop them up and feed them to the fish. The 8 water generals screamed and rushed toward Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing. Several mermen and fish demons were so excited that they were drooling. Xiao Han's expression changed. He shouted angrily and raised his palms to shoot out 4 white divine soul light beams toward the 4 water generals who were in the front. You're courting death. Ji Tianxing also attacked immediately. He released 4 golden sword lights and slashed toward the other 4 water generals. The attacks from the 2 of them were about to hit the 8 water generals. At the critical moment, Taimo King raised his hands and released over a dozen dark tentacles to slap the white divine soul light beams from Xiao Han. Bang 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 bang. With a series of muffled sounds, the 4 white divine soul light beams were smashed into pieces by the tentacles. The 4 water generals were not hurt at all. They kept rushing toward Xiao Han and besieging him. Meanwhile, Ji Tianxing's 4 sword gleams hit the other 4 water generals. With a series of muffled bangs, the 4 water generals were knocked flying backward by the golden sword beams. 2 of the water generals were only at Sky Origin Stage Level 5. They were instantly killed by the sword lights. Their bodies were smashed into pieces. The other 2 water generals were lucky enough to survive. However, they were severely wounded by the sword lights. There were bowl-sized bloody holes on their bodies. Taimo King was stunned. He opened his green eyes wide and stared at Ji Tianxing. You actually killed this king's valiant general in seconds? Taimo King only paid attention to Xiao Han. He regarded Xiao Han as a strong opponent. He saw that Ji Tianxing was only at Sky Origin Stage, so he didn't take Ji Tianxing seriously. In his opinion, the 4 water generals should be able to kill Ji Tianxing easily. Ji Tianxing should be killed. However, he didn't expect the result to be like this. When Taimo King came to himself, he was furious. He abandoned Xiao Han and rushed to Ji Tianxing with murderous intent. You little bastard! I will kill you first. With a furious roar, black light flashed all over its body, and it revealed its true body with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Taimo King turned into a giant black octopus that was over 100 meters tall. This octopus great demon had an extremely terrifying body. Its body was like a black hill, with hundreds of black thorny tentacles growing out of its body. Each tentacle was over 1,000 meters long. They were as flexible as whips. There were thorns and suckers on them. They could even spray black venom. He rushed to Ji Tianxing in an instant. He reached out dozens of tentacles and slapped down on Ji Tianxing. Chapter 988. Dozens of 1,000-meter-long tentacles were about to drown Ji Tianxing. At this critical moment, Xiao Han was shocked and angry. He rushed over to help Su Mo anxiously. In his opinion, Ji Tianxing was only at LV9 of the Sky Origin Realm, while Taimo Lord was at LV4 of the Soul Cultivation Realm. No matter what, Ji Tianxing was no match for Taimo Lord. He would be killed immediately. However, Ji Tianxing was not an ordinary person. He was the Region Lord and the Imperial Prince of the Monarch Mansion. This time, Ji Tianxing was going to the East Sea with him. If anything happened to him, he would not be able to explain it to the Imperial Court and the Monarch Mansion. However, Taimo Lord was too fast. Before Xiao Han could save him, Ji Tianxing had already been slapped by dozens of thick and sturdy tentacles. Boom, boom, boom. In the deafening noise, dozens of huge tentacles burst out with destructive power and smashed Ji Tianxing to the ground from the sky. A 1,000-meter-wide crater was created on the ground. The crater was full of cracks. Even a few palaces not far away were shaken to the point of shaking. Huge cracks appeared on the palaces, and they were torn apart. Oh no! Xiao Han's expression changed. He knew something bad was going to happen. His figure flashed as he rushed over. He formed a secret seal with his palms and manipulated the power of his spiritual domain. He condensed 5 giant white light blades that could split heaven and earth and slashed them down from the sky. 5 heavens dragon-slaying sword. The 500-meter-long blades of white light were as fast as lightning, and they slashed at Taimo Monarch's tentacles with unstoppable power. Bang, bang, bang. Taimo Lord did not have time to withdraw his tentacles. He was hit by the 5 giant white light blades. More than 30 tentacles were cut off. Black blood splashed all over the sky. The black blood was highly toxic, and it rained down on the ground like a heavy downpour, immediately corroding the earth and riddling it with holes. Taiamo King screamed in pain and hurriedly retreated. The 30 tentacles were still curling up and jumping after they fell to the ground. They tried to run back to Taiamo Lord's body and tried to recover. But how could Xiao Han let it have its way? Slash! He waved his hand and unleashed an overwhelming amount of divine soul white light, which turned into dozens of giant white light swords and slashed at the tentacles. Suddenly, more than 30 broken tentacles were cut into pieces by the white sword light and could no longer be restored. Taiamo King was extremely furious. He roared crazily and waved hundreds of tentacles, releasing black venom that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It sprayed toward Xiao Han like a torrential flood. However, Xiao Han relied on his spiritual energy to protect his body as well as the protection of his soul-grade magic treasure to ignore the poison that filled the sky. He hurriedly flew into the deep pit that was 1,000 meters wide, anxiously searching for Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing, you mustn't die. Even if I only have half my life left, it's still good. He prayed silently in his heart. His spiritual sense covered a radius of 10 miles, and even probed into the rock layer at the bottom of the crater. However, the deep pit was empty. Except for gravel and mud, there was no sign of Ji Tianxing. Not even a piece of his robe could be found. Seeing this, Xiao Han's heart was burning with anxiety. He murmured to himself, "Damn it! Could it be that he was smashed into pieces by Taiamo King? Not even a piece of him is left?" At this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar in the sky not far away. Sword of Judgment. Xiao Han turned his head subconsciously and saw Ji Tianxing appear behind Taiamo King, unharmed, in the sky 8 miles away. His whole body was surging with sacred golden light. He released a giant golden sword and slashed it toward Taiamo King from the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Han was stunned and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He could not believe that Ji Tianxing was not killed after being hit by the tentacles of Taiamo King. Not only was he not killed, he was even able to continue attacking. This was a miracle. Taiamo King was also dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment. When he came to himself, it was too late for him to dodge the attack of the Sword of Judgment. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the 100-meter-long Sword of Judgment slammed into its body, bursting out with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Instantly, the Sword of Judgment blasted a huge bloody hole in the mountain-sized body of the Taiamo Lord, causing black blood to spurt out. More than 10 thick tentacles were also cut off by the Sword of Judgment. Taiamo King was seriously injured. He was sent flying backward by the Sword of Judgment and crashed heavily on the ground 10 miles away. With a loud rumble, a huge crater was smashed into the ground. Its hundreds of tentacles smashed into the ground, creating numerous cracks. Swish! With a flash of golden light, the Sword of Judgment flew back to Ji Tianxing. It turned into a golden sword core and went back into Ji Tianxing's chest. Lying in the deep pit, Taiamo King twitched and roared in pain. He struggled for a while before he could get up. His injuries were too serious. His strength was weakening rapidly. He looked miserable. More importantly, its dark green eyes were fixed on Ji Tianxing, revealing an incomparably shocked expression. "How could this be? I don't believe it. You are only at the Tianyuan realm. How could you injure me?" Xiao Han was also stunned. He looked up at Ji Tianxing in the sky and murmured, "No wonder he is the famous sovereign's son. He is the #1 genius who has created countless miracles. No wonder he is so confident. He dares to boast to me that he can kill the sea monsters. He is only at the half-step soul-tempering realm. His combat strength is so terrifying. If he enters the soul-tempering realm, his combat strength will be on par with mine. He's truly a peerless genius that's hard to come by, a monster." At this moment, the 6 water generals under Taiamo King's command were scared out of their wits when they saw Taiamo King was seriously injured. They knew how powerful Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han were. They were so scared that they ran away immediately. Ji Tianxing wanted to kill them. How could he let them run away? Today, none of you can run away. You will all die. You will be buried with the dead people of the human race. With a murderous roar, he chased after the few water generals at the speed of light. Metal slash. Red dragon flash. Scorching sun flame. He released a giant golden sword that was 100 meters long and killed 2 water generals in an instant. Then, he released a giant flaming sword that was 100 meters long. It hit a water general like a red flaming dragon and turned it into ashes. In the end, he caught up with the 3 water generals who were fleeing in panic. He used scorching sunfire and released 9 fireballs that blotted out the sky. It was as if a scorching sun had fallen from the sky. Following a series of earth-shattering explosions, the 3 water generals were blasted into smithereens by the huge fireballs. Everything within a 10-mile radius was turned into a boundless sea of fire. Several deep craters were formed on the ground. It was a charred ruin. Tiamo King's palace was razed to the ground by the 9 sun-like fireballs. It was a charred ruin. Chapter 989. Both the Tiamo Lord and Xiao Han were stunned by the earth-shattering scene. 6 Sky Origin Realm Water Generals, more than 100 Origin Core Realm Water Tribe Guards, and a few palaces of the Tiamo Lord had been destroyed by Ji Tianxing in the blink of an eye. The area within a 20-mile radius had been turned into scorched earth and ashes were floating in the sky. Xiao Han asked himself. Even if he had done it himself, he would not have been able to do it. Ji Tianxing had done it with the strength of a half-step to soul-tempering realm. A miracle. Unbelievable. No wonder the Emperor thinks so highly of him. Today is an eye-opener for me. In time, he will become a top soul-tempering realm cultivator. He might even reach the primordial soul realm and become the 2nd supreme master of our tribe. Xiao Han looked at Ji Tianxing with a complicated expression and sighed in his heart. That was his evaluation of Ji Tianxing. It was the first time in his life that he had given such a high evaluation of a junior. Not long ago, he had been proud of his status as a divine general. Even if Ji Tianxing was the heavenly stellar region lord, a genius, he was still a junior in his eyes. He had to respect him. But now, Xiao Han's view of Ji Tianxing had changed completely. In his heart, Ji Tianxing already had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with him and talk as equals. In another 7 to 8 years, Ji Tianxing's strength would surpass his. At this thought, 4 words appeared in Xiao Han's heart. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, the Grand Ink Monarch released a black venom that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, spraying it towards Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing. The 2 of them quickly used a secret technique to form a true core shield and a soul-level magical treasure to block the venom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Tiamo Lord shrank his body and turned into a ball of black light. With a whoosh, he burrowed into the ground and escaped to the sea. It was already heavily injured, and all of its water generals had died. Right now, it was a general without an army. It wasn't a match for Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han. If it didn't escape now, only death would await it. However, half of the island was sealed off by Xiao Han's divine soul domain. It was impossible to escape from the sky. It could only burrow into the ground and desperately flee to the sea. As long as it could escape back to the sea, it would be able to get rid of Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han. After all, it was the water race's great demon king. It could unleash 120% of its strength in the East Sea. Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han had just blocked the overwhelming poison when they realized that the Tiamo Lord had disappeared. Damn it, I actually let it escape. Ji Tianxing's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It escaped into the ground. Let's chase it. We can't let it escape back into the sea. Xiao Han's complexion was cold as he shouted in a low voice. He was about to use a secret technique to escape into the ground. Ji Tianxing sneered and said confidently, "There's no need to chase it. It can't escape. I've already made arrangements." What arrangements? Xiao Han frowned and looked at Su Ke in confusion. Ji Tianxing smiled but didn't answer. He didn't explain. The next moment, a huge rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. Then, the whole island shook violently. A huge gully appeared on the ground. Boom! Dust and sand flew up into the air. A huge ball of black light flew out from the depths of the ground, bringing up a cloud of dust and gravel as it flew into the sky. Xiao Han looked up and saw that the black light was the Taimo Lord. Moreover, the Taimo Lord's injuries were even worse. Hundreds of its tentacles had been cut off, and there were 2 bloody wounds on its body. It looked even more miserable. Obviously, it didn't fly up into the sky by itself. It was beaten up into the sky. Then, a 3-foot-tall dwarf flew out from the huge hole in the ground. The dwarf was thick and sturdy, as thick as a rock, and carried a dark golden sledgehammer on his shoulder. He was the Golden Mountain King of the Earth Spirit Clan. After the Golden Mountain King came out of the ground, he flew to Ji Tianxing and said with a grin, "Young Master Ji, I didn't let you down. I stopped it." Then, he looked up at the Taimo Lord in the sky and sneered, "Damn sea monster, the earth is my territory. How dare you try to escape from the ground? My hammer won't let you." Seeing this, Xiao Han was shocked again. He looked at the miserable Taimo Lord and then at the Golden Mountain King. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the spirit Ji Tianxing talked about? It has the strength of a soul refining stage cultivator. Oh my god! A dignified soul refinement realm powerhouse is actually serving Ji Tianxing?" At this moment, Xiao Han was not only shocked, but also jealous of Ji Tianxing. He was also a powerful cultivator in the spirit refining realm and a peerless divine general. But even so, there weren't any soul refinement realm experts willing to serve him and risk their lives for him. After all, every single expert at the soul refinement realm was extraordinary and stood above the world. It was absolutely impossible for them to submit to others. Even if he was a divine general of the imperial court, he was not qualified. And yet, Ji Tianxing did it. I've only known Ji Tianxing for half a day, and I've been shocked countless times by him. I wonder how many trump cards he hasn't used yet. Xiao Han sighed in his heart. His mood was very complicated. At this moment, the seriously injured Taimo Lord turned around and flew into the distant sky, desperately fleeing to the seaside. It was completely scared out of its wits. Xiao Han and the Golden Mountain King were both soul refining stage cultivators. Although Ji Tianxing was not in the soul refining stage, his combat strength was no weaker than a soul refining stage cultivator. It was as if 3 soul refining stage cultivators were attacking him at the same time. How could he resist? Swoosh! The Taimo Lord turned into a black streak of light and rushed to the sea. Although there was a light wall in front of him, he wanted to break through it at all costs and escape to the sea. Ji Tianxing had been watching him. When he saw him turn around and run, he immediately chased after him. "You still want to run away? You're too naive." He sneered coldly. Stepping on the golden sword heart, he flew on his sword and chased after Taimo King. He caught up with the Taimo Lord in just 2 breaths. "Sword, come." He stretched out his right hand and a black light flashed in his palm. An ancient and mysterious broken sword appeared. Although the divine sword of burial of heaven was broken, it still exuded a cold aura of death and contained a destructive power. Slash! Ji Tianxing shouted angrily. He held the broken sword in his right hand and slashed at the Taimo Lord. Swoosh! At that moment, endless cold black light burst out from the broken sword and condensed into a giant sword of black light that was 300 meters long. The Taimo Lord was terrified. He tried his best to activate his dermic powers and condense them into a shield to protect himself. However, the destructive giant sword of black light hit him instantly. There was a loud explosion that shook the 9 heavens. Boom! In just a moment, the Taimo Lord's protective dermic powers were shattered. Chapter 990. Even though Ji Tianxing had used up 50% of his true origin to execute the attack, it was still not enough. However, the power of the sword was far beyond his imagination. Lord Taimo, who was at the 4th level of the soul refining stage, was cut into pieces by Jian Wushuang. His body turned into pieces of flesh and venom. Even Xiao Han, who was at the 5th level of the soul refining stage, could not do that. The power of the magical sword could destroy the heaven and earth. After cutting Lord Taimo's body into pieces, the 300-meter-long black sword did not reduce its power at all. Instead, it hit the ground hard. Boom! A loud noise that shook the sky burst out. A 30-mile-long gully was created on the ground. It was like a natural chasm. The entire island was shaking violently. Huge waves that were hundreds of meters high rose up in the sea. This sword strike had almost split half of the island apart. Xiao Han was dumbfounded. He stared at the gully with his mouth agape. His heart was beating fast. There was only one thought in his mind. This guy. Is he really only at the sky origin stage? He killed Lord Tiamo and almost split half the island. Even if I try my best, I may not be able to do that. Xiao Han was shocked again and again. His heart and nerves were almost numb. Now that things had come to this, even if Ji Tianxing were to do something that would shock the world and create an unprecedented miracle, he would no longer be surprised. Because he had realized that Ji Tianxing himself was a miracle. Any kind of miracle could happen to this guy. He definitely couldn't be viewed as a normal person. He was an evildoer that only appeared once in 1,000 years. At this moment, pieces of flesh and tentacles fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Among them was a fist-sized ice blue crystal, which fell to the ground with a loud thud and created a huge crater on the ground. Although the crystal was not big, it was crystal clear and looked like a piece of blue crystal. However, it was emitting an extremely cold air. It weighed over 50,000 kilograms, which was extremely shocking. What is this? Ji Tianxing frowned in confusion. His figure flashed and flew into the deep pit, reaching out to pick up the ice blue crystal. When he held the ice blue crystal in his hand, he felt a bone-piercing cold, as if his palm was being pricked by hundreds of needles. He subconsciously wanted to pick up the ice blue crystal, but the crystal did not move. The incomparably heavy force caused his wrist to produce a crack sound, and the joints of his 5 fingers also made crackling sounds. Strange, why is this crystal so heavy? Ji Tianxing's complexion changed, and he shook his somewhat sore palm, and urged his true essence to pick up the ice blue crystal. He held the ice blue crystal with both hands, turning it over and over to examine it. At this moment, the weak voice of the burial of heaven sounded in his mind. Tianxing, congratulations. You've achieved half of your goal. Ji Tianxing was stunned, and asked in confusion, Burial of heaven, what do you mean? The burial of heaven said in a low voice, this mysterious crystal is actually a type of metal. It is the illusory feather ice gold that I asked you to find. What? This is the illusory feather ice gold? Ji Tianxing's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he was very excited. No wonder this crystal is so strange. It is as heavy as the star divine gold. However, the illusory feather ice gold is a priceless treasure, and it is kept by the imperial court of the Sea Tribe. Why is it here? I just killed the physical body of the Tiamo Lord, and this illusory feather ice gold fell from his body. The burial of heaven did not reply. Apparently, he did not know the reason. At the same time, a dazzling white ball of light flew out from the pieces of flesh on the ground, as fast as lightning, and flew toward the seaside. Ji Tianxing was immediately alerted. He turned around and saw clearly that the dazzling white ball of light was the divine soul of the Tiamo Lord. A powerhouse at the soul-tempering stage, even if his physical body was destroyed, would not be considered dead as long as his divine soul was not destroyed. If the divine soul of the Tiamo Lord escaped, he would be able to rebuild his physical body after 100 years of recuperation and return to his peak. At that time, the Tiamo Lord would definitely seek revenge. He would come back and slaughter the people in the coastal cities. We can't let his divine soul escape. Ji Tianxing's eyes were cold as he shouted anxiously. As a powerhouse at the soul-tempering stage, Xiao Han knew that the Tiamo Lord would not die even if his physical body was destroyed. He had been prepared for this. He immediately went after the Tiamo Lord and used the power of his spiritual territory to suppress the divine soul of the Tiamo Lord. Swoosh! Invisible divine soul power came from all directions and gathered into an invisible giant hand, which grasped the divine soul of Lord Tiamo. The dazzling white ball of divine soul stopped in midair and struggled desperately, but it could not escape. After Xiao Han went after the Tiamo Lord, he immediately took out a dark green spiritual jade gourd. This spiritual jade gourd was one of his magic treasures and had many incredible uses. He used a secret technique to activate the power of the spiritual jade gourd and sucked the divine soul of the Taimo Lord into the gourd. The divine soul of the Taimo Lord struggled desperately and roared angrily, but it was useless. It was suppressed in the spiritual jade gourd and could only wait for death. At this point, the battle was finally over and the island returned to peace. Xiao Han put away the spiritual jade gourd and flew to Ji Tianxing's side. He smiled with relief and said, "Young Master Ji, we have finally taken care of this sea demon. It's all thanks to your help that I was able to capture it and resolve the crisis in the ancient Jade Bay. You saved millions of people in the coastal cities. You have made the greatest contribution in this operation. When I return to the Divine General's mansion, I will report this to the Emperor and ask him to reward you handsomely." Ji Tianxing put away the broken sword and Huan Yu Bingjin. He waved at Xiao Han and said with a smile, "Divine General, the reward is not important. I helped you get rid of the sea demon, but I have never thought of asking the Emperor for a reward." Xiao Han quickly nodded and laughed heartily. Of course, I understand. Young Master Ji, don't worry. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. I still have to clean up the mess. When this matter is completely settled, I will personally accompany you to the Imperial Court of the Water Race. Since I have captured the divine soul of the Taimo Lord, I will also go to the Imperial Court of the Water Race to ask for an explanation. I will seek justice for the people." Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement. "That's good. Then we shall not delay this any longer. Divine General, please go and deal with the aftermath." Xiao Han nodded and cupped his hands. "Young Master Ji, the sea demon army is still attacking the fleet. I will take my leave first." Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. He quickly left the island and rushed towards the fleet. Ji Tianxing stayed on the island and was not in a hurry to leave. This was because the Golden Mountain King and the 800 warriors of the Earth Spirit clan were excavating the Taimo Lord's treasury in the depths of the earth. The Taimo Lord had occupied the ancient Jade Gulf for a month. Not only did he send out the sea demon army to loot the spiritual jades and pearls in the Gulf, he also slaughtered tens of thousands of people. Chapter 991. After Xiao Han left the island, Ji Tianxing stayed on the island and waited patiently. About half an hour later, a few cracks appeared on the ground of the ruins, and more than a dozen huge gaps appeared. Then the Golden Mountain King led the 800 warriors of the Earth Spirit clan and rushed out of those gaps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just 100 breaths, the Golden Mountain King and the 800 warriors gathered around Ji Tianxing and surrounded him with excitement. Everyone was filled with joy and excitement. They were discussing the conclusion and even cheering. Seeing their reactions, Ji Tianxing guessed that they must have reaped a bountiful harvest. The Golden Mountain King came to him with a flushed face. He handed over a space ring and reported, "Young Master Ji, we followed your instructions and found the treasury of the sea monster underground. You didn't see it, but the treasury was full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Spiritual jades and pearls were piled up like mountains. I have never seen so many treasures in my life. Precious jades of different attributes were piled up into 8 small mountains. Colorful spiritual pearls were piled up into 9 small mountains. Gold, silver, jewelry, and ores were piled up into 2 mountains, almost taking up half of the treasury. Time was of the essence, so I didn't have time to count the treasures. I put all the treasures into this space ring. Now I'll give you all the treasures. You can deal with them." Ji Tianxing reached out and took the interspatial ring. His spiritual sense invaded the ring to check, and he was immediately stunned. There were more than a dozen small mountains in the space ring, all of which were colorful jades and pearls. There were also a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry that Taimo King had plundered from the human race. The ores were dug out from the seabed by the sea monster army. The colorful jades were all natural jades that contained rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They could be turned into various kinds of spiritual jades after a little polishing. Those colorful pearls also contained rich 5 elemental energy and spiritual chi. They were all valuable treasures. An ordinary pearl was worth 50 spiritual stones, and a high-grade pearl was worth several hundred spiritual stones. Ji Tianxing checked all the treasures with his soul consciousness, but he couldn't estimate their value. He estimated that the value of those jades, pearls, and ores was at least 100 million spirit stones. Such a terrifying amount of wealth was equivalent to 20% of an ancient family's wealth. With these resources and wealth, he would definitely be able to create a top force that was second only to the ancient families. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited, and his blood boiled. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had so much wealth and resources. After a while, he calmed down and said to the Jinshan King, "Jinshan King, thank you for your hard work in this operation. It's not good to stay here for long. You guys go back to the Sword World first. I have to rush back to Blackrock City as soon as possible. Once I'm done with the inventory, I'll distribute the resources." After saying that, he took out the broken sword and cast a spell to open the world within the sword. Shwa! Blazing white light gushed out from the broken sword and condensed into a huge door of light. The Golden Mountain King led the 800 warriors into the light gate and returned to the peaceful soil city in the Sword World. After waiting for everyone to enter the Sword World, Ji Tianxing put away the broken sword and the interspatial ring and turned to leave the island. He flew into the sky and rushed toward the warship fleet at lightning speed to meet up with Ji Ku. On the way, he was filled with relief and joy. He thought to himself, "I helped Xiao Han kill the sea monsters this time because I wanted to make a deal with him and let him help me enter the imperial court of the water tribe. I didn't expect that not only did I help him capture the sea monsters and do him a favor, but I also unexpectedly received a piece of illusory feather ice gold and hundreds of millions of resources and treasures from the sea monsters. As the old saying goes, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It was a wise decision to help Xiao Han eliminate the sea monsters." 15 minutes later, Ji Tianxing returned to the sea where the warship fleet was. The battle had already ended. The sea monster army had suffered heavy casualties. Hundreds of them were killed, and they had already fled. The sea within 100 miles was dyed red with the blood of the sea monsters. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The warship fleet had also paid a heavy price. More than a dozen warships were heavily damaged, and 2 warships were sunk by the sea monsters. Of the 2,000 elite soldiers, more than 200 died in battle, and more than 800 were injured. Xiao Han was cleaning up the mess. He was busy repairing the warships and comforting the injured soldiers with 3 generals and 20 commanders. Ji Ku was safe and sound, but her heart was always tense. She was worried about Ji Tianxing. After the two of them met up, she was finally able to put down the rock in her heart, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. "Big brother Tianxing, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She looked at Ji Tianxing with a face full of concern and asked. Ji Tianxing shook his head and smiled. "That sea monster can't do anything to me. Also, the divine general was there. It will definitely die." Ji Ku asked, "Have you killed that sea monster? I could hear it from afar just now. You guys were fighting on the island, and the sound could be heard from 100 miles away." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "I killed the sea monster's body with my sword. The divine general has already captured its soul. 2 days later, when this matter is settled, the divine general will take us to the imperial court of the water tribe." "Yes, that's great." Ji Ku smiled and nodded. She said excitedly, "Big brother Tianxing, you have made a great contribution this time. The imperial court will definitely reward you. Also, you have resolved the crisis of the ancient Jade Bay. The people of the coastal cities will also be grateful to you." The two of them chatted for a while and then returned to Xiao Han's warship to rest. 2 hours later, Xiao Han cleaned up the mess and repaired the warship fleet. He sent 3 generals with 3 warships and 300 elite soldiers to guard the ancient Jade Island. He then led the remaining warships and soldiers back to the Black Rock City. An hour later, the warship fleet returned to the harbor of the Black Rock City in triumph. The warships and soldiers stayed in the harbor to wait for orders. Xiao Han brought Ji Tianxing, Ji Ku and many commanders back to the divine general's estate. After returning, Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku stayed in the estate temporarily. Ji Ku meditated in the room to recover his strength. Ji Tianxing also needed to recover his strength and check the wealth in the interspatial ring. Xiao Han didn't have time to rest at all. He continued to deal with the aftermath and restore peace to the ancient Jade Bay as soon as possible. First, he sent people to put up notices in the coastal cities to let the people know that the sea demons had been killed, and the sea beast army had been defeated and fled. Peace had been restored in the ancient Jade Bay. The people and fishermen would soon be able to return to the bay to continue fishing and collecting pearls. Of course, he had clearly mentioned Ji Tianxing's name in the announcement, saying that it was only with Ji Tianxing's help that he had been able to successfully eliminate the sea demons. When the people of the coastal cities saw the contents of the notice, they were all overjoyed and ran to spread the news. Millions of commoners and fishermen were deeply grateful to Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing, praising them greatly. Ji Tianxing's name was also widely known among the people. He had become a hero that everyone knew. In the past, he was a famous emperor's son. Many young martial artists in the coastal cities were familiar with his deeds and worshipped him very much. But to the people, Ji Tianxing was far away in the middle ground. He was a legendary figure that they couldn't reach. But now, it was different. Ji Tianxing had come to the Eastern Sea and solved the problem in the hearts of the people. Chapter 992. In just 2 days, Ji Tianxing's name had spread to every city along the sea. On the streets and alleys, all the clans and families were talking about how he had helped Divine General Dong Lin eliminate the sea demons. Some of the martial practitioners who worshipped him and knew of his identity and deeds were even more excited to tell others about his legendary deeds. In short, he had become the topic of discussion for countless people. His position in the hearts of the people was second only to Divine General Dong Lin. During these 2 days, he had been meditating and cultivating in the Divine General's estate. After his true essence and strength had recovered to their peak, he was busy counting the resources and wealth in his spatial ring. It took him an entire day to finish counting all the resources. Countless jade stones, ores, spirit energy pearls, gold, silver, and other treasures added up to more than 100 million spirit stones. It actually reached 200 million. If Ji Tianxing sold all these resources and exchanged them for the spirit stones and pills he needed, it would be enough for him to cultivate for at least 100 years. However, he would not do so. He took out all the spirit energy pearls and put them into his spatial ring. As for the jade stones, he only kept half of them. The other half of the jade stones and ores, as well as the gold, silver, and treasures, he left them all in his spatial ring and returned them to Golden Mountain King. The Jinshan King followed his orders and placed the piles of jade, ores, and gold, silver, and jewels into the ground around Peaceful Soil City. A small portion of the ores and jade stones could support the people of the Earth Spirit race for a dozen or so years. Most of the resources would be turned into or veins and reserves under the nurturing of the Earth Spirit race's craftsmen. These or veins and reserves would produce new ores and jade stones as time passed. They would be able to support the people of the Earth Spirit race for a long time. This way, the people of the Earth Spirit race would not have to worry about a lack of resources for many years to come. Previously, when Golden Mountain King led the people of the Earth Spirit race to live in the Sword World, countless people were filled with fear and anxiety. They were not afraid of an unfamiliar environment. They were just worried about their future. If they did not have enough land and/or veins, it would be very difficult for them to reproduce. Now, Ji Tianxing had given them more than 100 million spirit stones worth of ores and resources and solved their worries. The Golden Mountain King and all of the Earth Spirit people were overjoyed. Their hearts were filled with excitement and expectation. They were very grateful to Ji Tianxing. From now on, they would be able to live peacefully in the Sword World and be even more loyal to Ji Tianxing. After distributing the ores, Ji Tianxing began to read books in the Divine General's estate to learn more about the Eastern Sea Water Tribe. There were millions of books in the library of the Divine General's estate. Among them, there were tens of thousands of books about the East Sea Water Clan. Ji Tianxing stayed in Tibet for a night and used his spiritual senses to read tens of thousands of books. He had a clearer understanding of the East Sea Water Clan and the Water Clan Imperial Court. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, he had just left Tibet when he bumped into Xiao Han. Xiao Hanxing hurriedly walked in front of him and said with a smile, "Young Master Ji, this seat was looking for you. I heard from the guards that you were hiding, so I hurried over." Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and asked, "Sir Divine General, why are you looking for me?" Xiao Han pointed at Tibet and said with a serious face, "Young Master Ji, let's go in and talk." Ji Tianxing nodded and followed him into Tibet. The two entered a secret room and Xiao Han said with a serious face, "Young Master Ji, this seat interrogated the Taimo king for 2 days and used all kinds of methods to get some information out of him." Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "What information did Sir Divine General get?" Xiao Han said in a low voice, "This seat originally thought that the sea monster was an expert from the Water Clan Imperial Court and that it took over the ancient Jade Bay under the orders of the Water Clan Imperial Court. This seat also wanted to take the sea monster's divine soul to the Water Clan Imperial Court to denounce them. I didn't expect that it really was from the Water Clan Imperial Court and was once a guard commander of the Imperial Court. However, it stole a priceless treasure from the Imperial Court of the Water Race and escaped with it. In order to avoid being hunted down by the Water Clan Imperial Court, it escaped to the ancient Jade Bay and gathered a large number of sea monsters and abandoned Water Clan people to take over the ancient Jade Bay and turn it into its own kingdom." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing had a bad premonition. He frowned and asked, "Sir Divine General, what was the priceless treasure that the Taimo king stole?" Xiao Han looked at him deeply and said, "According to the Taimo king himself, it was a priceless treasure called the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold. It could be used to forge primordial spirit-grade divine weapons. The Taimo king swallowed the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold and absorbed its power. That was how he became so strong and had the guts to take over the ancient Jade Bay and declare himself the king. When you killed the Taimo king's body with your sword, I saw with my own eyes that a fist-sized ice blue crystal fell from his body. If I'm not wrong, that ice blue crystal should be the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold." Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. He asked, "Sir Divine General, you mean, you want me to hand over the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold and return it to the Water Clan Imperial Court?" Xiao Han didn't say anything and stared at him expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? The Taimo king stole the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold and took over the ancient Jade Bay. He slaughtered our people. We killed him together and the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold is our spoils of war. Why should we return it to the Water Clan Imperial Court? Young Master Ji, you are the main contributor in this operation. You deserve the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold. I just want to verify this with you. Also, I want to remind you that it is a priceless treasure. You must make good use of it." Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. "So that's how it is. Then I'll thank you, Lord Divine General." "You are too kind." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Young Master Ji, you should rest in the mansion for 2 more days. This seat still has some affairs to deal with. After 2 days, this seat will take care of everything and accompany you to the Water Clan Imperial Court." The matter was settled. The two of them bowed to each other and left Tibet one after the other. Xiao Han continued to deal with the affairs while Ji Tianxing returned to his room to cultivate. He worked hard to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. It had been a long time since he reached the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. His strength was increasing day by day. He was very close to the half-step soul refining stage. In a month at most, he would be stuck in the soul refining stage. It would be very difficult for him to improve his strength. His goal now was to reach the limit of Sky Origin stage and touch the threshold of the soul refining stage. After that, he had to find a way to get the Boundless Stone and use it with the Dreamy Feather Ice Gold to repair the broken sword. Chapter 993. 2 days passed quickly. Xiao Han took care of the aftermath and restored peace and stability to the ancient Jade Bay. On the morning of the 3rd day, he took Ji Tianxing and left the Divine General's mansion, flying towards the endless Eastern Sea. The two traveled together, flying over the surface of the sea at lightning speed towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. Ji did not travel with Ji Tianxing. She entered the sword world of the Broken Sword and played around in the peaceful Earth City. To her, the sword world, the peaceful Earth City, and the thousands of Earth's spirit race citizens were all unfamiliar and novel. She played around in the sword world for a few days before settling down in the peaceful Earth City to cultivate in seclusion. Unknowingly, 10 days passed by quickly. Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han traveled continuously for 10 days, flying for 300,000 miles before finally arriving at the depths of the Eastern Sea. During the journey, Ji Tianxing also experienced the beauty and vastness of the Eastern Sea. Below was the boundless azure sea, and above was the azure sky. The world was vast and boundless. Occasionally, flocks of seabirds would fly across the sky, leisurely spreading their wings and letting out crisp and distant cries. On the surface of the vast azure sea, giant whales and sharks that were dozens of meters long and even hundreds of meters long would jump out of the water, creating huge waves that were 30 meters tall. There were also many strange creatures of the water race that played on the surface of the sea, creating layers of ripples. In the vast sea, there were a few islands scattered around. Most of those islands were occupied by the water race, and there were many villages and houses built there. Ji Tianxing saw the scenery of the Eastern Sea and also experienced the culture of the water race. He also had some expectations for the imperial court of the water race, which he had never been to before. On the evening of the 11th day, Xiao Han stopped flying. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the surface of the sea, causing the surface of the sea to sparkle with a faint golden color. "Young Master Ji, we're here." Xiao Han stood in the sky and looked down at the surface of the sea as he spoke to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing looked around and frowned in confusion. He asked, "Sir Divine General, have we arrived at the 10,000 Dragons' strange realm? There is nothing but the sea within a radius of several thousand miles. There is not even a single island. How can you be sure that this is the place?" Xiao Han smiled as he explained, "The Eastern Ocean is vast, and there's nothing to refer to. So it's indeed difficult to determine the location. However, the 10,000 Dragons' strange realm was huge. It was almost like an underwater world. I've been to the imperial court of the water race more than 10 times. I just need to remember the approximate location and distance, and it's not hard to find the entrance to the 10,000 Dragons' strange realm." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "I see." Xiao Han gestured for him to leave. "Let's go." After saying that, he descended from the sky into the sea. His figure turned into a blue light and dived into the depths of the sea. Ji Tianxing followed closely behind him. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of aqua blue light as he shuttled through the seawater at an extremely fast speed. Most of the cultivators who had reached the sky origin stage could use the power of the 5 elements to fly and walk on fire. The seawater in this area was very deep. Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing had dived nearly 10,000 meters into the sea, but they still hadn't reached the bottom. The bottom of the sea was pitch black and the seawater was bone-chillingly cold. The pressure was extremely high. If it was a normal sky origin stage cultivator, it would be difficult for them to move at a depth of 10,000 meters. However, Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing were very powerful. They weren't hindered by this, but their speed was slightly slower. After a while, the two of them had dived about 20,000 meters and finally reached the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was pitch black and hard. There were reefs everywhere, coral reefs, and all kinds of seaweeds. There were also many strange-looking fish and aquatic creatures swimming around. Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing's bodies were surging with true origin light. In the pitch-black sea, they were like 2 huge balls of light. Countless fish, sea snakes, jellyfish, and special aquatic creatures were attracted by their light and swam towards them. After a short while, the two of them were surrounded by a huge school of fish and aquatic creatures. However, these fish and aquatic creatures were very weak. They couldn't threaten the two of them at all. Xiao Han stood on a pitch-black rock and looked at the school of fish around him expressionlessly. Suddenly, he saw a giant crab the size of a house in the crowded school of fish. It was an origin core stage aquatic creature. Therefore, he waved his hand and threw out an icy blue giant palm, capturing the giant crab. The giant crab was caught in the giant palm. It was struggling in fear and roaring angrily. Xiao Han used the power of his divine soul to suppress the crab's soul and make it quiet down. Then, he asked in a serious tone, "Where is the entrance to the 10,000 Dragons' strange realm? Bring me there." He was speaking in the language of the aquatic creatures. Of course, the giant crab could understand him. It quickly answered, "Senior, please spare my life. The nearest entrance is 300 miles to the southeast." Xiao Han nodded and loosened his grip on the ice-blue giant palm, releasing it. The giant crab was relieved. It quickly escaped from the school of fish and swam away without looking back. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness. "Let's go." Xiao Han waved his hand and brought Ji Tianxing out of the school of fish and swam towards the southeast. The two of them swam under the sea for about 100 breaths of time and arrived at the location the giant crab mentioned. It was a trench that was 100 miles long and 10 miles wide. This huge trench looked like it was split open by a peerless warrior, but it also looked like it was man-made. "It's here." Xiao Han revealed a gratified smile and pointed at the trench. On both sides of the trench were straight cliffs made of pitch-black reefs. The two of them entered the trench and dived to the bottom of the trench. They landed on a cluster of rocks. The surroundings were pitch-black and quiet. There were many pearls and gemstones on the cliffs not far in front of them. These pearls and gemstones formed a picture of a gate. Obviously, the glowing picture of the gate was a powerful formation. There were no guards on both sides of the gate, but no aquatic creatures dared to come close. This trench was a forbidden area for the aquatic creatures. Xiao Han brought Ji Tianxing to the front of the cliffs. He took out his identity token and pressed it on the gate. The dark gold token lit up with a dazzling golden light and released a powerful force into the gate. Suddenly, the pearls and gemstones on the cliffs released a dazzling icy blue light and formed an icy blue gate. Swoosh! The gate opened. There was a blurry white light behind the gate. Xiao Han brought Ji Tianxing into the gate. The two of them were immediately swallowed by the white light. Swoosh! A white light flashed, and the two figures disappeared. The door of the array formation closed, and soon dissipated. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han entered the legendary underwater world, the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm. Chapter 994. Before entering the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm, Ji Tianxing had been imagining what this mysterious underwater world would look like. Now, he had finally entered the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm and seen this legendary underwater world with his own eyes. The scene in front of him was extremely beautiful and mysterious. It was completely beyond his imagination. He stepped on the ground. It was firm, as if he was stepping on land. However, when he looked down, the ground was not land. It was a flat blue ice surface. It was as if he was stepping on a mirror. Through the almost transparent ice surface, he could clearly see the situation in the depths of the sea. There were densely packed coral reefs, dark green or dark green aquatic plants, colorful shells, sea snakes, and marine fish. Thousands of marine fish swam in schools. They swam slowly under the ice blue surface. They were relaxed and calm. He looked up into the distance and saw a flat road ahead. All he could see was the ice blue surface. 100 miles away, there was a huge and magnificent waterfall. It poured down from the sky and landed on the ice blue surface. It formed a lake in a low-lying area. The waterfall was 100 miles tall and dozens of miles wide. It was definitely the biggest and most magnificent waterfall Ji Tianxing had ever seen in his life. Moreover, the waterfall falling from the sky was not only spectacular, but also magical. I didn't expect the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm to be such a mysterious place. This place is so beautiful that it doesn't belong to the mortal world. It's like a world of legends. Ji Tianxing was surprised and shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao Han had been here more than 10 times. He was already used to it. When he saw Ji Tianxing's reaction, he felt the same. He smiled and said, "Young Master Ji, are you shocked? When I first came to the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm, I was even more shocked than you. However, this is nothing. Look at the sky again." Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw a round moon hanging in the blue sky. The huge moon emitted a bright silver light, illuminating the entire 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm. However, Xiao Han told him that it was not a real moon. It was built by the Imperial Court of the Aquatics using billions of pearls and an ancient secret technique. In the 10,000 dragons' wondrous realm, neither the sun nor the moon could be seen. Only the bright moon, that never set, illuminated the entire world. Other than Mingyu, Ji Tianxing saw another scene that shocked him even more. High up in the sky, there were numerous gigantic whales and fishes slowly flying through the clouds. Oh my God! We were so far away from the sky, and the giant whales and fish we saw were as huge as palaces. If we get closer, won't those whales and fish be as long as 10 miles, and as huge as a mountain range? Ji Tianxing's eyes were fixed on the enormous whales and fishes, which looked mighty and intimidating. He exclaimed again. Xiao Han nodded and said in a solemn tone, "That's right, that's the largest water tribe in the East Sea. Each one of them is as long as 20 miles, like a moving mountain range. I once asked the water race's imperial emperor. Those giant whales and fish are actually dragon whales and dragon fish. According to the legends, they were born before the ancient times and were the protectors of the endless Eastern Sea." Dragon whales and dragon fish? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and stared at those giant figures in the sky. He felt even more surprised. He had read a lot of books and knew many ancient legends and stories. Of course, he had heard of the legends of dragon whales and dragon fish. However, he never thought that the legendary dragon whales and dragon fish actually existed, and he had seen them with his own eyes. At this moment, Xiao Han pointed to the blue sky and explained to him, "The sky we saw in the 10,000 dragons' wondrous realm was not the sky, it was still the East Sea. The 10,000 dragons' wondrous realm is a barrier located deep inside the East Sea. It's like a small world. In layman's terms, the 10,000 dragons' wondrous realm is like a transparent water ball in the middle of the East Sea. When we stay inside this giant water ball, under our feet is the bottom of the sea, and above our heads is still the sea." Ji Tianxing had already guessed this point. After hearing Xiao Han's explanation, instantly he realized. He suddenly remembered that when he was deep inside the buried Star Sea, he had seen a similar scene when he entered the ancient desolation ruins through the open heaven door. He could not help but think that the broken world was similar to the 10,000 dragons' wondrous realm. Could there be a connection between the two? However, before he could think and analyze, a group of golden-armored guards rushed over from the ice field in front of him. Xiao Han interrupted his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Ji, the Imperial Court of the Water Race has sensed the aura of my token and sent the palace guards to welcome you. Later, you will follow me to the Imperial Court to meet the Imperial Emperor of the Water Race. No matter what your goal or plan is, don't say it first. After I interrogate you, it will be easier for you to negotiate with the Imperial Court of the Water Race. Anyway, this is your first time in the Imperial Court of the Water Race. We will act according to the circumstances." Ji Tianxing knew that Xiao Han was helping him, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, Divine General." After a while, more than 30 golden-armored palace guards arrived in front of the two of them. This group of palace guards were all elites of the water race, and they all looked different. There were shrimp soldiers, crab generals, octopuses, jellyfish, and so on. However, they looked solemn and dignified, wearing golden armor and holding golden halberds. They looked very majestic. A middle-aged man who looked very similar to a human walked out of the group, except that he had a fish mouth and fish scales. He walked in front of Xiao Han and bowed respectfully. He said in the human language, "Greetings, Divine General Dong Lin. I am Yu San, the commander of the palace guards. I have sensed the aura of the Divine General just now, so I have brought the palace guards to welcome you." As the commander of the palace guards, Yu San had the power of the spirit refining realm. He was one of the trusted subordinates of the Imperial Emperor of the Water Race. He had interacted with Xiao Han many times, so they were not unfamiliar with each other. Xiao Han returned the greeting and said with a serious face, "Commander Yu, I am here today because I have a very important matter to discuss with the Imperial Emperor of the Water Race. Please lead the way and report this matter to the Imperial Emperor. I have to explain it to the Imperial Emperor face to face." Yu San was stunned and said with a serious face, "All these years, if there is nothing important, Divine General, you will not come to the Imperial Court of the Water Race. When I heard that you are here, I guessed that something must have happened. I just don't know if Immortal General can tell me what's so serious? Xiao Han said expressionlessly, "This matter is very important, and it concerns the peace between the two races. I cannot reveal it for now. I have to meet the Imperial Emperor of the Water Race personally to discuss it." Yusan was in a dilemma and hesitated. The Imperial Emperor of the Water Race was very busy, and he had to cultivate in seclusion. He had been very busy for the past 2 months. Yusan originally planned to stop Xiao Han and find a water race prince or minister to send Xiao Han back. However, he did not expect Xiao Han to be so determined and the matter to be so serious. Chapter 995. Yusan led more than 30 palace guards to escort Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing to the imperial court of the water race. They flew across the sky at lightning speed, crossing over the icy blue ground and countless lakes and rivers. They crossed over the towns where the water race gathered. Those towns were built on the icy blue ground and were surrounded by seawater. There were rivers and lakes everywhere in the cities. All the houses and buildings were made of water walls that were condensed into crystals. They looked crystal clear and looked like crystal palaces. It was very dreamy. After flying for about 1,000 miles, they arrived in front of a huge and majestic palace. This palace was 100 miles wide and was made up of more than 100 palaces. They were crystal clear and emitted an icy blue color. The palace was surrounded by a vast ocean. There were rows of trees wrapped in silver growing in the water. The trunks, branches, and leaves of these trees were all silver in color. They bore numerous golden fruits that flickered with specks of golden light. There were more than 100 guards in golden armor on both sides of the palace door. They looked mighty and dignified. The 100-meter-tall palace door was also made of ice crystals mixed with silver star sand. It was sturdy and looked gorgeous. This was the imperial court of the water race, the Golden Dragon Palace. Yusan led Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han through the door and into the main hall of the Golden Dragon Palace. There were ice crystal floors in the main hall. There were 8 ice crystal dragon pillars on both sides of the hall, supporting the dome of the palace. In the north, there was a throne that was studded with gems and pearls. It was very majestic. That was the throne of the Water Race Emperor, the Golden Dragon Emperor. Today was not the day for a meeting. The main hall was empty. There were only a dozen palace guards standing in the corners of the hall. Yusan asked Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han to wait in the main hall. He went to report to the Golden Dragon Emperor. Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han stood in the main hall. They waited patiently for about 15 minutes before Yusan returned to the main hall. There were 2 Dragon Tribe martial artists who entered the main hall with Yusan. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man who was over 10 feet tall, with a burly figure and a domineering aura. He wore a golden robe with a phoenix dragon pattern and a luxurious 9-star crown. His square face was upright and dignified. His eyes were deep and vast. There was a golden dragon horn on his forehead. He was the emperor of the water race, the famous Golden Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Tribe martial artist behind the Golden Dragon Emperor was a young man. He was also tall and muscular. He wore a purple robe. His face was resolute and his aura fierce. There was a golden dragon horn on his forehead. His skin was covered in dark golden dragon scales. He had reached the half-step soul refinement realm. He was not far from reaching the soul refinement realm. When Ji Tianxing saw his face clearly, he was stunned, and the look in his eyes changed slightly. The Golden Dragon Emperor. The Emperor of the Water Race. Ji Tianxing knew that Tai Yi was the crown prince of the imperial court of the water race, the eldest son of the Golden Dragon Emperor. But he did not expect that Tai Yi was not in the monarch palace, but had returned to the imperial court of the water race, and coincidentally met him. When he looked at Tai Yi also saw him. He also frowned and showed a surprised expression. The Golden Dragon Emperor strode over to the throne with his head held high and sat down on it. Tai Yi stood on the right side of the throne expressionlessly. Yusan stood on the left side of the Golden Dragon Emperor. Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing immediately put aside their distracting thoughts and looked at the Golden Dragon Emperor with solemn expressions. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Golden Dragon Emperor's expression remained calm as he appraised the two of them with a sharp gaze. He nodded slightly and said, "Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ji Tianxing and Xiao Han thanked him in unison. The Golden Dragon Emperor looked at Ji Tianxing and asked Xiao Han, "Divine General Donglin, you've been to the imperial court more than 10 times. I know very well that you're here for nothing good. However, you actually brought a junior with you when you came to the imperial court this time. Who is he? Why did you bring him here personally?" Xiao Han cupped his hands and was about to introduce Ji Tianxing to the Golden Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Tai Yi, who was standing beside the Golden Dragon Emperor, revealed a playful smile and said, "Father, I know this man. He's no stranger to me." The Golden Dragon Emperor turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. "Tai Yi, you know him? Then tell me, who is he?" The smile on Tai Yi's face became even more playful. He looked straight at Ji Tianxing and said calmly, "This child's name is Ji Tianxing. He joined the Emperor's palace last year. In the past year, he has made a name for himself in Zhongzhou. He defeated the Duanmu clan and was made the Tianshan region lord by the imperial court. Later, he married Cloud Spirit Palace." Realization dawned on the Golden Dragon Emperor after Tai's introduction. He stared at Ji Tianxing with sparkling eyes. "Oh, I've heard that the human race has a genius of the ages. So it's you. Ha, I didn't expect the #1 genius of the human race to come to the imperial court to see me. Interesting." The Golden Dragon Emperor had heard of Ji Tianxing's reputation but didn't take it to heart. To a primordial soul sovereign like him, no matter how monstrous a genius was, he was still a junior. He could crush him with a finger. After all, a primordial soul sovereign was already at the top of the continent and could look down on all living things. At this moment, Xiao Han cupped his hands towards the Golden Dragon Emperor and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, Ji Tianxing has come to see you for another matter. However, let's not talk about this for now. Now, I have something important to report to you, Your Majesty. It concerns the peace between the two races." The Golden Dragon Emperor wasn't interested in Ji Tianxing's purpose. He stared at Xiao Han and said, "All right, I was just about to ask you something. Tell me the truth." Xiao Han's expression was serious. Just over a month ago, a sea demon broke into ancient Jade Bay and took over ancient Jade Island. It destroyed dozens of villages and thousands of fishing boats. 80,000 of our people died and more than 100,000 lost their homes. In the end, Ji Tianxing helped me get rid of the sea demon and defeated the sea beast army. Finally, the crisis of ancient Jade Bay was resolved. After the incident, I found out that the sea demon was a grand ink octopus. It was the commander of the guards of the imperial court. May I ask Your Majesty, how do you explain this matter?" Xiao Han took out a jade slip from his spatial ring and handed it to Yu San, who handed it to the Golden Dragon Emperor. The jade slip recorded all the deaths of the human race, the destroyed fishing boats, and the various losses suffered by the human race. Hearing this, the Golden Dragon Emperor and Tai Yi looked at each other. Their expressions became serious. The Golden Dragon Emperor took the jade slip from Yu San's hand. After he read the contents of the jade slip with his soul, his expression became even uglier. He clenched his fists and his eyes burned with anger. His body emitted a cold, murderous intent. Chapter 996. The Golden Dragon Emperor was extremely shrewd and had always been as calm as a mountain. It was rare for him to get angry like this. Part of the reason why he was so angry was because he did it deliberately for Xiao Han to see. It was because it represented his attitude towards this matter. Although the Water Clan dominated the endless Eastern Sea, they had never interacted with the other clans on the mainland since ancient times. They had always looked on coldly from the sidelines. Even the Demon Clan that wreaked havoc in the world would not become enemies with the Water Clan and had never invaded the Eastern Sea. However, as the territories of the Water Clan and the Human Clan were connected, there were too many interactions between the two clans. Regardless of how arrogant and cold-blooded the Water Clan were, they would not become enemies with the Human Clan. After all, the Human Clan had already become the overlord of the mainland and had countless elite warriors protecting them. The two clans had already drawn a clear boundary between their territories and set up a peaceful and friendly agreement to not invade each other. For thousands of years, the occasional conflicts and grudges between the two clans would be resolved quickly. The way to resolve the grudges and appease the conflicts was to cede territory and pay compensation to keep the peace. For example, the ancient Jade Gulf was indeed the territory of the Water Clan during the ancient times. However, 2,000 years ago, the elite warriors of the Water Clan had invaded the territory of the Human Clan and massacred countless people. In order to not start a war with the Human Clan and appease the anger of the Imperial Court, the Water Clan ceded the ancient Jade Gulf to the Human Clan. In the recent thousands of years, similar incidents often occurred. As time passed, most of the rich and fertile bays along the coast were given to the Human Clan as compensation. During the ancient times, the territory between the two clans was separated by the coastline. Currently, the territory boundary had become the sea within 10,000 miles of the coast. The shallow sea area was the territory of the Human Clan, and only the deep sea area was the territory of the Water Clan. The last time there was a conflict between the two clans was 80 years ago. After 80 years of peace, the Taimo king had invaded the ancient Jade Gulf and massacred the people of the Human Clan. Since Divine General Dong Lin had come to denounce him, the Golden Dragon Emperor must think of a way to settle this matter since he could not fall out with the Imperial Court. The way to resolve the conflict was to cede territory and pay compensation. How could he not be angry? After a moment, he gradually calmed down and explained to Divine General Dong Lin, "Divine General Dong Lin, please tell the Imperial Emperor of the Human Clan on my behalf that it was indeed the negligence of the Water Clan. It was this emperor's lax supervision that led to this tragedy. This emperor deeply apologizes for this. That grand ink octopus is indeed the guard commander of our clan's imperial court. It has been loyal to its duty for decades. However, it used its status and power to allow its relatives to bully the other aquatic creatures. The imperial court punished its relatives according to the law, and I also punished it heavily, causing it to harbor hatred in its heart. It planned for 2 years, stole a secret treasure of our race, betrayed the imperial court, and escaped from the 10,000 Dragons' strange realm." The Golden Dragon Emperor explained the whole story to Xiao Han. In fact, Xiao Han had interrogated Taimo Wang and already knew the truth. After the Golden Dragon Emperor finished his explanation, he turned to Xiao Han and asked, "Divine General Dong Lin, the imperial court failed to capture Taimo King in time, which led to this disaster. Since you've already killed it and resolved the ancient Jade Bay's crisis, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. In order to express my apology, I am willing to offer enough sincerity to compensate the human imperial court and give an explanation to those innocent people who died in vain. As for the specific compensation, this emperor will discuss it with you later. What do you think?" Seeing the Golden Dragon Emperor's attitude, Xiao Han's goal was achieved. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. This seat will definitely pass on your message to the Emperor." The Golden Dragon Emperor nodded slightly and said, "This matter is settled. This Emperor will give you and the human Imperial Court a satisfactory explanation. Now, please return the secret treasure to this Emperor, Divine General Dong Lin. That treasure originally belonged to our Imperial Court." Xiao Han frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, please forgive this seat's stupidity, but this seat does not understand what treasure you are talking about. What is it?" The Golden Dragon Emperor also frowned and looked at him sternly. He explained, "It's a piece of illusory feather ice gold, a priceless treasure. It's a fist-sized ice blue crystal." Xiao Han shook his head and said naturally, "My apologies, Your Majesty. This seat and Ji Tianxing risked our lives to fight the great Ink King for a long time before we killed its body. The battle was intense and we did not see any illusory feather ice gold, nor do we recognize it." The Golden Dragon Emperor looked at him sharply and asked, "Divine General Dong Lin, is this true?" "Absolutely." Xiao Han replied with a solemn expression as he looked directly into the eyes of the Golden Dragon Emperor without the slightest hint of guilt or evasion. Ji Tianxing looked on silently from the side. He was grateful to Xiao Han for helping him hide the truth, but he also admired Xiao Han's acting skills. The Golden Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, since you did not find the illusory feather ice gold, this matter is over. This emperor only has one request, and that is to ask Divine General Dong Lin to return the soul of the great Ink King. It has committed such a crime, and this emperor must punish it according to the laws of the water race as a warning to others. Of course. This seat came to see you this time to hand it over to you. Xiao Han nodded and took out the spirit jade gourd from his space ring and handed it to Yusan. Yusan took the spirit jade gourd and respectfully handed it to the Golden Dragon Emperor. After the Golden Dragon Emperor accepted the spirit jade gourd, he looked at Xiao Han and Ji Tianxing and said, Xiao Han, we've finished talking about official matters. Now it's time to talk about private matters. Ji Tianxing, why have you come with Divine General Dong Lin to see this emperor? Before Ji Tianxing could answer, Xiao Han sent him a secret message and said, Young Master Ji, if you have any requests or motives, please tell the Golden Dragon Emperor. The Great Ink King's rebellion has caused the imperial court of the water race to be in the wrong. The Golden Dragon Emperor will not dare to refuse you, especially since this seat has not discussed the matter of compensation with him. He will not dare to offend you, lest this seat takes advantage of him. Thank you for your help, Divine General. I will remember this. Ji Tianxing transmitted his thanks to Xiao Han. Then he saluted the Golden Dragon Emperor and said, Your Majesty, I came to the Imperial Court of the Water Race to ask for your help. I want to ask for information. The Golden Dragon Emperor thought that Ji Tianxing would take this opportunity to extort money. Hearing that he was only here to ask for information, he relaxed and smiled. What information? As long as this emperor knows, I will. However, before he could finish speaking, Tai smiled and said, Father, you are the emperor of our race. You have many things to attend to every day. Right now, you should be discussing important matters with Divine General Dong Lin. Young Master Ji and I are both imperial princes. We have known each other for a long time and are not strangers. If he wants information, I will answer it for him. The Golden Dragon Emperor immediately agreed. He smiled and said, Tai Yi is right. Then I will let you entertain Ji Tianxing. The two of you can talk. Chapter 997. The Golden Dragon Emperor's status and seniority were high, and he felt guilty because of Tai Mo Wang's rebellion. If Ji Tianxing had asked him for information, he wouldn't have been able to refuse. But Tai had other plans. He'd asked him to entertain Ji Tianxing, which solved the Golden Dragon Emperor's dilemma. Moreover, he and Ji Tianxing were both imperial princes of the imperial residence. They were no strangers, so it was reasonable for him to answer Ji Tianxing's questions. The Golden Dragon Emperor agreed without hesitation, so Xiao Han couldn't say anything. Thus, the Golden Dragon Emperor led Xiao Han out of the meeting hall and into a secret room to discuss compensation. Only Ji Tianxing and Tai were left in the hall. The room immediately quieted down. Tai looked at Ji Tianxing expressionlessly. Ji Tianxing, I didn't think we'd meet again. Ji Tianxing replied indifferently, That's right. I'm surprised as well. His relationship with Tai couldn't be considered friendly, but it wasn't to the point of falling out. Ji Tianxing didn't have any feelings for him, but he seemed to be dissatisfied with Ji Tianxing. Do you want to talk in this hall? Or do you want to come to my chambers? Tai asked calmly, raising an eyebrow. Ji Tianxing shook his head. No need. Let's talk here. That's fine too. Tai nodded and asked with a faint smile, Then tell me, what do you want to know? Ji Tianxing didn't beat around the bush with him and asked directly, Have you heard of the Boundless Stone? Boundless Stone? What's that? Is it a gem material? Tai frowned. His face was full of confusion as he asked. Seeing his reaction, Ji Tianxing rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly, Since you've never heard of it, then pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he turned around to leave the hall. Tai hurriedly shouted, Ji Tianxing, please wait. Ji Tianxing stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong? What else do you want? Tai smiled and said slowly, You and I are both princes, and we are from the same sect. You have come all the way to the Eastern Sea, so of course I have to treat you well. If I let you leave like this, wouldn't others laugh at me for not knowing etiquette? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Tai waved his wide sleeves and said with a smile, Since you're here, why don't you stay for a few days? Although I can't remember any information about the Boundless Stone for the time being. However, this June will help you investigate clearly. Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had no choice, as the boundless stone was too important to him. Even if he didn't have a good relationship with Tai, as long as Tai was willing to help him investigate, he would wait patiently. Young Master Ji, please follow this June. Tai extended his hand and made a please gesture. He led him out of the hall and into the depths of the imperial court. Half an hour later, the two passed through layers of corridors and several ice crystal palaces. They entered an elegant courtyard surrounded by clear water. Young Master Ji, this is the Jade Wave courtyard. You can stay here for the next few days. Tai walked into the Jade Wave courtyard and introduced him. This June has arranged more than 20 guards and maids for you. Those maids are all beautiful mermaids of the mermaid race. If you're lonely, you can enjoy them to your heart's content. Then he clapped his hands. The few doors around the courtyard were opened, and immediately, 12 beautiful mermaids walked out of them. These mermaids all had human bodies, but below their waists was a fishtail with red scales. They had golden hair and azure eyes. Their skin was as soft as milk and as smooth as jade. All of them were pure and beautiful. The 12 mermaids stood in the courtyard and bowed respectfully to Tai. Greetings, Your Highness. Tai pointed at Ji Tianxing and ordered expressionlessly, this is this June's friend, Imperial Prince Ji Tianxing. You must serve him well, no matter what request he has. Before he could finish, Ji Tianxing frowned and waved his hand. Tai, there's no need. Tell them to leave. Tai frowned and asked with a faint smile, what's wrong? Young Master Ji is not satisfied? Do you think these mermaids are not beautiful enough? This June knows very well that the rich and powerful families of Central State are all obsessed with mermaids. Many people would spend all their wealth just to get close to them. Ji Tianxing frowned again and said with a serious expression, Tai, are you insulting me? You know I'm married. Yun Yao is my wife. Tai saw that he was angry and showed signs of flaring up, so he quickly apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, young Master Ji. Please don't be angry. This June didn't mean to offend you. Since you don't like them, this June will tell them to leave. With that, he waved his hand and ordered the 12 mermaids to leave. Then, he took out a treasure box from his space ring and handed it to Ji Tianxing. Young Master Ji, today is your first time in our imperial court. This June should give you a gift as a souvenir. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was about to wave his hand to reject the gift, he added, Young Master Ji, don't reject it yet. This is the aquatics etiquette. The gift isn't too expensive, so please accept it. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought to himself, Tai has always been dissatisfied with me. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic? Not only is he giving me beauties, but he also wants to give me a gift? As he thought, he took the treasure box. When he opened it, he saw that there were 2 gemstones the size of dates. One was an ice blue gemstone. It was the precious ice heart jade pill. The other was a dark gold gemstone. It was the priceless gold essence pearl. These 2 gemstones could be used to forge soul-grade magic treasures. They were worth at least 2 million spirit stones. It was definitely a great fortune. Any other soul refinement realm cultivator would be tempted by it. However, Ji Tianxing closed the treasure box and returned it to Tai. Tai, you have the water tribe's rules. I also have the human tribe's principles. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. I will not accept your gift for no reason. Please take it back. Also, I don't mind telling you that I only want the boundless stone. I don't care about any other treasures. Tai was stunned for a moment. Then, he silently took back the treasure box and put it into his space ring. He stared at Ji Tianxing. A strange look flashed through his eyes. He asked in a low voice, Young Master Ji, can you tell this June, what do you want the boundless stone for? Ji Tianxing said calmly, to save someone. Tai did not think much of it. He subconsciously shook his head and said, that's impossible. How can the boundless stone have such an effect? Chapter 998. Tai, haven't you heard of the boundless stone? How can you be so sure that it can't save lives? Ji Tianxing looked at Tai with a playful smile and asked in a cold tone. Tai knew that he had misspoken, so he coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. His gaze was somewhat evasive. I was just guessing. The boundless stone sounds like a gem, not a medicinal ingredient. How can it save lives? Ji Tianxing waved his hand and sneered. Enough, Tai. You don't have to put on an act with me. I'm not interested in wasting my time with you. Tell me, where can I find the boundless stone? Does the Imperial Treasury have it? If so, let's make a deal. Tai shook his head and explained, Young Master Ji, the boundless stone is a top-tier material even rarer than illusory feather ice gold. It can be used to refine divine artifacts. If it's illusory feather ice gold, the Imperial Treasury has a few pieces. But the boundless stone is too rare. It's a rare treasure that can't be found or sought. I'm sorry, but the Imperial Treasury doesn't have it either. Ji Tianxing frowned at his explanation. His gaze turned grave, and his heart filled with disappointment. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. I'll leave with the Divine General after he finishes his discussion with His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Tai frowned and thought for a moment, then said seriously, Then stay here for now. Divine General Donglin and Imperial Father are discussing important matters. They won't be able to reach a conclusion in a day. I'll help you think of a way to find the boundless stone. With that, Tai bid farewell and left. Ji Tianxing stayed in the Jade Wave courtyard alone, living in a luxurious and spacious room. He sat on a bed carved from ice and looked down at the ground. He could see countless oddly shaped fish and coral reefs in the dim light of the ocean floor. He looked up at the sky and saw layers of white clouds in the azure blue sky. There were also a few mountain-sized dragon whales and leviathans slowly flying across the sky. Such a dreamy and illusory world in the water was truly like a fairy tale world, mesmerizing and intoxicating. But he was worried about the boundless stone. He couldn't feel happy about it. A day passed quickly. Ji Tianxing meditated in his room for an entire day. His mental state and power were restored to their peak. He no longer used pills and spirit stones to recover his true essence. Instead, he tried to absorb the energy from the spiritual chi pearl. The result was beyond his expectations. A white pearl the size of a date pit contained several times more spiritual energy than a spirit stone, and it was even purer. The next morning, he ended his meditation. After asking the guards of the water tribe, he learned that Xiao Han was still in a meeting with the Golden Dragon Emperor and had yet to decide on how to compensate him. Not long after, Tai Yi arrived at Jade Wave Courtyard, looking for him with a smile. When the two of them met in the living room, Tai Yi said impatiently, Ji Tianxing, I have already asked around about the boundless stone for you. Although we don't have it in our Imperial Court's treasury, in the past 1,000 years, our race's experts have found 3 pieces of boundless stone. I have a map here that records the location of the boundless stone. Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing's flame of hope, which was about to be extinguished, was immediately rekindled. He looked at Tai Yi with shining eyes and asked hopefully, Where can I find it? Where's the map? Can you show it to me? Tai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at him expressionlessly. His gaze was a little strange. Ji Tianxing was stunned. He quickly said, Tai Yi, the boundless stone is very important to me. As long as you tell me where it is, I will remember your favor and give you a satisfactory price. Tai Yi shook his head and said playfully, Ji Tianxing, you don't understand me at all. I don't need your favor, and I don't care what price you offer. I don't care about your meager wealth. Ji Tianxing saw the change in Tai Yi's attitude. He frowned and asked in a low voice, Then what do you want? Tai Yi grinned and said with a cold sneer, It's very simple. You just need to fight with me. If you can beat me, I will give you the map and the clue. If you can't beat me, you have to accept your loss and be my guard for a year. Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing immediately sneered, You've finally revealed your foxtail? Is this what you want? Tai Yi didn't deny it. He said expressionlessly, In the past year, your name has shaken the world. You are known as the first genius of the human race, especially after you were taken in as a disciple by God Master Heiyu. You have become the noblest first prince in the imperial palace. However, this monarch will let you know that this monarch is fully deserving of the title of first prince in the monarch mansion. You have reached the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight with me. Ji Tianxing understood what he was thinking. His smile became even more playful as he said in a mocking tone, "Hee hee, you're jealous because I stole your limelight, so you want to use this opportunity to fight with me to clear your name?" Tai didn't deny it. He felt awkward and embarrassed. He said seriously, "So what? Cultivators in the world work hard to cultivate for fame and fortune, don't they? I don't do it for profit. I do it for fame. I defeat my opponent with strength. I challenge you fair and square. Is that wrong?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. At least you said it fair and square. You didn't use dirty tricks to get what you want. Since you are jealous of my fame and fortune, it has become a sore point in your heart. I will do as you wish. I will fight with you. Remember what you said just now. You have to accept your loss." The cultivation of martial arts was to be free and unhindered, to do as one pleased. Especially for martial arts geniuses. Once there was a knot in one's heart that could not be untied, it would become a shackle that would affect one's cultivation. In the past year, Tai had witnessed Ji Tianxing's rapid rise in the imperial palace. His strength was on par with Tai's, and his fame had overshadowed Tai's. A knot had formed in Tai's heart. He couldn't get rid of it. He had been holding it in and couldn't concentrate. Because of this, he had been stuck in the half-step soul-refining stage for a long time. He knew that Ji Tianxing was looking for the boundless stone. He wanted to use this opportunity to force Ji Tianxing to fight with him. No matter if he won or lost, at least he would be able to resolve this knot in his heart. This would be of great benefit to his martial arts cultivation. Now that Ji Tianxing had accepted his challenge, he heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of smiles. He shouted excitedly, "Good. Ji Tianxing, you are really straightforward. I thank you for your help." Chapter 999. Tai Yi had been waiting for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait any longer. As soon as Ji Tianxing agreed, he immediately wanted to drag Ji Tianxing to the martial arts field to fight. "Ji Tianxing, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the martial arts field to see who's better." As he spoke, Tai Yi walked to the door of the courtyard. Ji Tianxing didn't move. He looked at him with a faint smile and asked in a playful tone, "Tai Yi, there are too many people in the martial arts field. Are you sure you want to fight there? Let me give you a piece of advice. Let's find a remote place with no one around. No matter who wins or loses, only you and I will know. This is better for both of us." Tai Yi suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. He grinned coldly and said, "What? We haven't even started fighting and you're already afraid? How, when we fight in the martial arts field, only the people of the water race and the imperial guards will be watching. They don't even know you. Even if you lose, there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, I'm the #1 genius of the water race. In their eyes, I'm the #1 genius of the continent. It's normal for you to lose to me." Seeing his reaction, Ji Tianxing's smile became more playful. "Tai Yi, you're too confident. I hope you can still be so confident in the martial arts field later." Tai Yi understood the meaning in his words, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, his arrogance was stimulated. He smiled more confidently and said, "Ji Tianxing, it's useless for you to say anything now. No matter how much nonsense you say, you can't hide your fear and cowardice. Since you've already agreed, fight with me fair and square. Don't be a coward and delay. You'll only make me look down on you." His confidence and arrogance made Ji Tianxing completely speechless. Ji Tianxing didn't want to waste any more time. He smiled coldly and said, "All right, since you insist on fighting in the martial arts field, I'll do as you wish. Let's go." Tai Yi waved his sleeve and stepped out of Jade Wave Courtyard with anticipation. He rushed to the martial arts field. Ji Tianxing followed behind him, leaving the Jade Wave Courtyard and rushing to the martial arts practice field. The training field was located in the depths of the imperial court. It was a square with a radius of 1,000 meters, surrounded by ice crystal palaces. It was filled with officials and relatives of the imperial court, as well as many guards. This square was like an arena, and it had long been set up with an extremely powerful defensive formation. Even if a soul refinement realm cultivator were to fight in the arena, they wouldn't be able to destroy the formation, let alone endanger the surrounding palaces. When Tai rushed to the training field, the square was surrounded by thousands of Water Clan experts and guards, as well as many relatives of the imperial court. There were 2 Sky Origin Stage Water Tribe guards fighting fiercely on the stage. The 2 of them used all their strength and displayed their strengths. They unleashed a dazzling array of ultimate moves, causing the thousands of people to cheer and cheer. Ji Tianxing observed for a while and realized that this was a hobby of the Water Tribe warriors. No matter how strong or weak they were, they all liked to fight in the arena. As for the Water Tribe warriors who were watching the show, some of them even started betting to attract people to place their bets. After a while, the 2 Water Tribe guards finished fighting, and the winner was decided. The winner was so excited that he roared at the top of his lungs, causing countless people to applaud and cheer. The Water Tribe warriors who won the bet were also overjoyed as they discussed enthusiastically. The losers left the arena with gloomy expressions. The cultivators who lost their bets were all discussing with regret. At this moment, Tai Yi's figure flashed and flew onto the arena. As soon as he appeared, the entire training field immediately quieted down. Thousands of people looked at him in unison and knelt down to salute him. "Greetings, Your Highness." Tai raised his hand and motioned for everyone to rise. He announced with a dignified expression, "Today, our imperial court welcomes an important human guest. He is the imperial prince like me, known as the #1 genius of the human race, Ji Tianxing. You may not know that Ji Tianxing is only 19 years old, but he is already a peerless genius who has created countless miracles. In the Central Plains, Ji Tianxing's reputation has already surpassed mine, and he is even more dazzling than me." After that, he pointed at Ji Tianxing, who was at the edge of the training field. Instantly, over 1,000 people turned their heads to look at him in unison, revealing an extremely interested expression. Everyone was looking at him curiously, whispering to each other. "Ji Tianxing? I seem to have heard of this name before. The #1 genius of the human race? Did he give himself that title? Look at his skinny and short appearance. He doesn't look majestic at all. Compared to His Highness, he is so far behind. Yes, humans look so ugly and weak, just like monkeys. Humans don't have beautiful scales or domineering antennae. They don't even have a tail to show off their strength. They are so ugly. Why did His Highness bring him to the training field? Could it be that His Highness wants to have a martial arts competition with him?" Just as everyone was talking, Tai said loudly, "In order to show the hospitality of our race, and to let Ji Tianxing experience the customs of our race, I have made an agreement with him. Today, we will have a duel in the arena. If I lose, I'll give him a map and clues to the treasure. If I win, he'll be my bodyguard for a year. Please be our witness." As his voice spread out, the thousands of warriors of the Water Tribe suddenly showed an incredulous expression and cheered excitedly. That's great. I was right. His Highness is going to have a martial arts competition with Ji Tianxing. This is going to be a good show. The #1 genius of the human race versus the #1 genius of the continent. Exciting. Although the duel hasn't started yet, the result is already obvious. That Ji Tianxing will definitely be the bodyguard of His Highness. If you ask me, it would be his honor to be the bodyguard of His Highness. This is a once-in-a-decade great show. Let's get everyone to come and watch. We can't miss it. Yes. Let's get everyone to come and watch. Let's see how the so-called #1 genius of the human race is going to be trampled by His Highness." After the Water Tribe warriors around the square discussed excitedly for a while, they sent out messages one after another, calling their friends to come and watch the show. Although most of them were speaking the language of the Sea Tribe, which Ji Tianxing couldn't understand at all. But judging from their reactions and expressions, Ji Tianxing could guess what they were talking about. He suddenly frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sneered in his heart. Tai, I have already given you a chance to choose. I didn't expect that not only did you not cherish it, but you also insisted on having a duel in the arena. You even pointed out my identity so that more people would come and watch the duel. Do you want more people to see you defeat me, so that you can spread your name? Chapter 1000. In a short span of 100 breaths, More than 2,000 warriors of the water race had gathered around the arena. These people were the guards, maids, and dependents of the imperial court of the water race. They had all heard the news and came to watch the show. Everyone looked excitedly at Tai Yi in the arena. They discussed him passionately and cheered excitedly from time to time. In recent years, Tai Yi had spent most of his time in the imperial residence of the Central Plains. He rarely returned to the imperial court of the water race. Everyone had not seen him fight for many years. That was why they were so excited and expectant. Tai Yi also enjoyed the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. He enjoyed the feeling of being admired by everyone. His blood was ignited. He exuded a confident and domineering fighting spirit. He looked at Ji Tianxing with shining eyes and shouted with dignity, "Ji Tianxing, come and fight with me." Ji Tianxing looked at him calmly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he slowly walked towards the arena. He was neither angry nor excited. He was as calm as usual. Even his steps were unusually steady. The 3,000 warriors of the water race were even more disappointed when they saw him like this. They discussed and mocked him. However, Ji Tianxing turned a blind eye to those water tribe warriors. He stepped onto the arena and stood 100 meters away from Tai Yi. Tai Yi twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles. His dragon scales and the dragon horns on his forehead all glowed with golden light. His fighting spirit was boiling. He asked Ji Tianxing in a loud voice, "Ji Tianxing, I have waited for this day for a long time. Today, I can finally get my wish and resolve the knot in my heart. Why do you look so calm and unperturbed? Did you already know the result? That you will lose without a doubt? Is that why you are so listless?" Ji Tianxing looked at him and said calmly, "Only by challenging someone stronger can my blood and fighting spirit be aroused, just like you are now. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. The result is already decided. What is there to be excited about?" His voice was not loud, but it contained great confidence and certainty. It spread clearly to the entire arena. All of a sudden, Tai Yi froze and furrowed his brows. More than 3,000 warriors of the water tribe around the arena were also in an uproar, shouting and laughing. Is this kid crazy? How dare he be so arrogant? Too arrogant. Who did he think he was? How dare you look down on His Highness? His Highness Tai Yi is not only the #1 genius of the water tribe, but also the #1 genius of the continent. He is invincible among his peers. Everyone just wait for a good show. This kid has already angered His Highness Tai Yi. He will be beaten into a salted fish later. Your Highness Tai Yi, quickly defeat him and trample on him. Let him see the power of our water tribe. Many cultivators were stirred up, raising their arms and cheering loudly. Tai Yi had also accumulated his will to fight, and his aura had reached its peak. With a serious face, he shouted, "Ji Tianxing, cut the crap. Only the results will prove who is the #1 emperor's son and who is the true #1 genius." As soon as he finished speaking, golden light surged between his palms, and a blue halberd appeared. This was a high-grade soul-level Dharma treasure called the 9 Songs Halberd. It was a Dharma treasure that the Golden Dragon Emperor had spent 3 years refining for him. The mysterious and ancient halberd shone with a blue light, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. It contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Tai Yi put his left hand behind his back and held the 9 Songs Halberd in his right hand. He pointed proudly at Ji Tianxing and shouted, "Ji Tianxing, you are a guest from afar. Please make the first move." Ji Tianxing did not bother with pleasantries. He immediately activated his mighty true core, and his will to fight surged. He knew very well that Tai Yi was a half-step soul cultivation realm genius and a member of the powerful Golden Dragon tribe. His combat strength was no weaker than a LV2 soul cultivation realm cultivator. Therefore, he would not let his guard down, and there was no need for him to use ordinary moves to test the waters. He used his most powerful move as soon as he attacked. Sky-burning palm. He slowly raised his left arm and poured out endless crimson fire, making his arm and palm as red as magma. With a low shout, endless crimson fire surged out of his left palm, condensing into a giant palm as large as a palace that covered the sky and slammed toward Tai Yi. In that instant, the enormous flaming palm that blotted out the sky enveloped the entire arena. The arena within 1,000 meters was covered by the giant palm, turning into a boundless sea of fire. More than 3,000 warriors of the water tribe who were surrounding the arena suddenly showed a horrified look. They were so scared that they retreated in a hurry. The arena was protected by a soul-level array, so the shockwaves of the battle would not spread outside the arena. However, many water tribe martial artists hated fire and feared the power of fire. How could they not be afraid when they saw the fire and the giant palm that covered the sky? Of the 5 elements, water countered fire. However, when the power of fire was strong enough, it could counter water. When the flaming palm slammed down, Tai Yi's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with intense shock and fear. Damn it! Ji Tianxing has just reached the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. How can he be so powerful? He is no weaker than me. As the thought flashed through his mind, he waved the 9 songs war halberd without hesitation. The blue light covered the sky and condensed into a giant ice shield. At the critical moment, he only had time to condense a shield to block the giant palm. Boom! The next moment, the giant palm slammed into the ice shield, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The arena within a radius of 1,000 meters shook 3 times. The giant palm and the ice shield shattered at the same time, exploding into pieces that covered the sky and splashed everywhere. The ice crystal pieces evaporated and disappeared. The endless crimson fire raged for a long time before gradually dissipating. When the arena was clear again, people could see the situation clearly. They saw Tai Yi standing at the edge of the arena with his hair disheveled. His body was a little bent, holding the 9 songs war halberd with both hands. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he had been pushed back hundreds of meters by the sky-burning palm, and he had suffered internal injuries. Instantly, the entire arena was in an uproar. More than 3,000 warriors of the water tribe widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Prince Tai Yi, the #1 genius of the land of Hanyang, had been injured by Ji Tianxing. They had expected Ji Tianxing to be easily defeated by Tai Yi and trampled on. However, the result was the complete opposite. How could the water tribe martial artists, who had always admired Tai Yi, accept this? A moment later, when more than 3,000 people came back to their senses, they let out angry roars and roars in unison, cheering for Tai Yi. Prince Tai Yi, fight back. Defeat him. Don't lose to the human. Show him the power of the #1 genius. Chapter 1001. Even though Tai Yi had lost and was injured by Ji Tianxing, he was still spitting blood. However, the more than 3,000 Water Clan warriors had unparalleled respect and worship for Tai Yi. They couldn't accept the fact that Tai Yi was inferior to Ji Tianxing. They all believed that Tai Yi had gone easy on Ji Tianxing, which led to this result. However, only Tai Yi himself knew that he had underestimated Ji Tianxing. When the burning sky palm came, he had already used all his strength to block it, but he was still injured. This could only mean that the burning sky palm was too powerful. Ji Tianxing's strength had exceeded his expectations. He slowly raised his head and looked at Ji Tianxing. He said in a low voice, "Ji Tianxing, good job. I thought I valued you enough, but I still underestimated you. However, I won't hold back. Today, I will defeat you in front of everyone and prove to the world that I am the #1 prince, the #1 genius of the continent." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Yi held the 9 songs battle halberd with both hands. Golden light surged from his body as he unleashed his strongest strength and used an earth-shattering ultimate move. Wild dragon roars to the 9 heavens. Tai Yi flew into the sky, holding the 9 songs battle halberd with both hands. In an instant, 9 golden dragon shadows descended from the sky and blasted towards Ji Tianxing. The 9 golden dragons were solid and lifelike, as if they were real divine dragons. They were hundreds of meters long, and their bodies were strong and vigorous. With the power to destroy everything, they instantly drowned Ji Tianxing's figure. The arena within 1,000 meters was instantly enveloped by the 9 golden dragons. Ji Tianxing had nowhere to hide. He could only take them head-on. At this critical moment, he didn't hesitate to unleash all his strength. He activated the Kenshin battle robe and turned it into a pair of golden wings that instantly closed. Wings of the Golden Rock. The wide and slender golden wings were like the wings of the Golden Rock. They instantly closed together and protected him tightly. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 golden dragons swooped down from the sky and blasted him fiercely. They drowned his figure and exploded with a loud noise that reverberated through the 9 heavens. The entire martial arts practice field trembled again and again, as if it was about to collapse. The defensive formation protecting the martial arts practice field was also activated to its full power, turning into a dense dark blue light barrier. Fortunately, Tai's all-out attack was ultimately unable to break through the defensive formation. The more than 3,000 people around the arena were dazzled. They erupted into tsunami-like cheers for Tai. In the eyes of the crowd, Tai would definitely be able to defeat Ji Tianxing in one move after using such a world-shaking ultimate technique. However, when the 9 golden dragon silhouettes dissipated and the arena regained its clarity, everyone was dumbfounded. The ground of the arena was filled with cracks and 9 pits. On the other hand, Ji Tianxing stood unscathed on the stage. His white robe was as clean as new, and a pair of golden wings spread out from his back. He was as sacred and dignified as a god. He had actually blocked Tai's ultimate move. Not only were the 3,000 water-kind warriors stunned, but Tai also widened his eyes in shock. His jaw dropped silently. Raging Dragon Roaring in the Sky was one of his proudest ultimate moves. He would rather die than believe that Ji Tianxing could block his ultimate move and come out unscathed. This was simply a miracle. To hell with it. At this moment, the martial arts practice field with more than 3,000 people was completely silent. It was so silent that one could hear their heartbeats. Taking this opportunity, Ji Tianxing counterattacked without hesitation, using his second ultimate move. Lightning. He flew toward Tai in a flash and opened the third eye on his forehead. The azure blue lightning spiritual eye released endless lightning power. It condensed into a 100-meter-long pillar of lightning that was as thick as a water tank and shot toward Tai. This pillar of lightning was formed from the lightning power he had accumulated for 2 months. Even he himself could not accurately predict how powerful it would be. When Tai came back to his senses, the pillar of lightning had already descended from the sky and was about to strike his head. At this critical moment, he did not have time to think. He held the 9-song battle halberd above his head with both hands, dancing with golden light to protect himself. I don't believe that a soul-level superior-grade Dharma treasure can't block your lightning. Tai stood proudly in the arena, holding the halberd with both hands. He looked up at the lightning in the sky with a determined and unyielding expression. Kaboom! The pillar of lightning hit him hard, creating a loud explosion that shook the sky. Instantly, the arena was filled with endless blue lightning, turning into an endless sea of lightning. The 3,000 spectators were also dazed by the loud explosion. Their ears were ringing, and their minds were buzzing. Everyone was stunned. Their hearts tightened as they stared at the arena, praying for Tai in their hearts. Tai, please be safe. You can't lose. His Highness cannot lose. This concerns the dignity of our race and His Highness' reputation. No matter what, he cannot lose to Ji Tianxing. You must believe in His Highness. He is the #1 genius of the continent. He will not lose. After a few breaths, the answer was revealed. The lightning in the sky dissipated. Only then did everyone see that Tai had disappeared. Only Ji Tianxing was left in the arena, along with a 100-meter-long golden dragon. The dragon was vigorous and had 5 dragon claws. Its body was very strong and domineering. Without a doubt, the golden dragon was Tai's true form. He had been beaten so badly by Ji Tianxing that he had been forced to reveal his true form. This meant that Tai had been forced into a corner and had to use all his trump cards and strength. More importantly, a dozen dragon scales had fallen off, leaving a dozen wounds on his body. Each wound was as black as charcoal, and golden dragon blood kept pouring out. There was also black smoke rising from the wounds. They had been struck by lightning. His injuries had worsened, and he looked even more miserable. The hearts of the 3,000 aquatic tribe warriors clenched even tighter. The golden dragon coiled in the sky and looked down at Ji Tianxing. In a deep voice, it said, "Ji Tianxing, in 10 years, you are the first person to force me to reveal my true form. I have to admit that you are indeed the #1 genius of the human race. No wonder you are so famous that Divine Master He Yu took a fancy to you and taught you personally. Although I appreciate you and admire you, I have to admit that I admire you. For the sake of my reputation and my heart of martial arts, I must defeat you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a pair of giant dragon claws, opened his mouth, and pounced on Ji Tianxing from the sky. Golden flames ignited all over its body, and golden flames shot out of its mouth, blotting out the sky and earth. Dragon's breath of destruction. Without a doubt, the golden flames that covered the sky were the legendary dragon's breath. Dragon's breath was formed from the life essence of a dragon. It was extremely powerful and could destroy the world. However, using dragon's breath required a great price. It consumed a lot of one's vitality and blood essence. Every time it was used, the dragon's vitality would be greatly damaged, and it would take a long time to recover. Chapter 1002. When the golden flames that blotted out the sky descended from the sky, the more than 3,000 water tribe warriors around the arena were all stunned. Everyone looked at Golden Dragon Tai in shock and disbelief. Everyone knew that the apocalyptic dragon breath was Tai's final trump card. But no one could believe that Tai had been forced into such a corner by Ji Tianxing. Only now did the water tribe martial artists have to accept the truth. Prince Tai, whom they worshipped and revered, was not as good as Ji Tianxing of the human race. At the same time, 2 streaks of light flew out of the palace 1,000 meters away from the arena. They were the Golden Dragon Emperor and the Divine General of the East Woods, Xiao Han. They had been discussing compensation in a secret room. Just as the discussion was about to end, they were awakened by the sounds of fighting in the arena. Realizing that something was wrong, they rushed out of the secret room and flew toward the arena. When the 2 of them flew into the sky, they happened to see Golden Dragon Tai unleash his destructive dragon breath to kill Ji Tianxing. In that instant, Golden Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically, and a hint of concern appeared in his eyes as he yelled, "Tai! Stop!" He knew the power of the apocalyptic dragon breath. If it hit Ji Tianxing, he would die. But Ji Tianxing was the #1 genius of the human race. He was the realm lord and imperial prince that the emperor highly valued. He was the imperial court's favorite. In order to solve Tai Mo King's rebellion, the imperial court had to compensate the human race with a bay and a lot of resources. If Tai killed Ji Tianxing in front of everyone, the imperial court would be furious. The East Forest Divine General would also demand an exorbitant price. When that happened, the imperial court would have to pay more than just a bay. Even 3 or 5 bays wouldn't be enough. The Golden Dragon Emperor's angry roar shocked all the water tribe martial artists. Tai also trembled. But even if Tai wanted to stop, it was too late. The endless apocalyptic dragon breath had already drowned Ji Tianxing's figure. Even the Golden Dragon Emperor couldn't save him in time. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, the Golden Dragon Emperor's expression darkened. He was already thinking about how to appease the imperial court's anger. However, Xiao Han's reaction was calm and indifferent. He looked at the arena with a serious expression. He saw the apocalyptic dragon breath envelop Ji Tianxing with his own eyes, but he wasn't worried or angry. Instead, there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Golden Dragon Emperor was completely taken aback upon seeing this, and he thought to himself, why is Divine General Dong Lin reacting like this? Not only isn't he worried about Ji Tianxing, but he's also full of anticipation? Could it be that he didn't get along with Ji Tianxing and wanted to see Ji Tianxing killed? Or perhaps, he wants to sacrifice Ji Tianxing to increase the bargaining chip in exchange for greater benefits? At that moment, an earth-shattering apocalyptic dragon breath. The world annihilation dragon breath, which could destroy heaven and earth, engulfed the entire arena and hit Ji Tianxing fiercely. The loud noise reverberated between heaven and earth. Tai hovered in the sky. The golden light around his body dimmed. He was much weaker. It looked down at the arena below and looked at the tumbling dragon's breath of annihilation, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off its shoulders. The Sea Tribe warriors around the arena stared at the arena, waiting for the result to be announced. The Golden Dragon Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Almost everyone was sure that Ji Tianqing would die. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. There was no way he could survive. Only Xiao Han remained calm. He stared at the arena calmly. After all, he was the only one who knew Ji Tianqing's strength. After a while, the overwhelming golden flames dissipated. The arena regained its clarity. The arena floor, which was made of special materials, had been turned into ruins by the apocalyptic dragon breath. It had melted into dark red lava. Everyone stared at the arena, waiting for the final result. However, an inconceivable scene occurred. A handsome young man in a white robe was standing on the arena, unharmed. His expression did not change as he stood in midair, surrounded by several powerful treasures. Above his head was a golden seal the size of a house. It was shining with a dim golden light. On his left was a green tree with thousands of branches and leaves. On his right was an ancient bell as black as ink. These three treasures were all soul-level treasures. They surrounded him and helped him block the power of the apocalyptic dragon breath. Ji Tianqing used these three soul-level treasures to block the power of the apocalyptic dragon breath. However, the seal of mountains and rivers had consumed more than half of its power. Its light was very dim. It could be seen that Tai's apocalyptic dragon breath was almost as powerful as the attack of a fourth-stage heaven origin realm cultivator. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. More than 3,000 Sea Tribe warriors widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe it. Tai's dragon eyes widened. He roared in a hoarse voice, "How is this possible? How could you block my ultimate attack?" Even the Golden Dragon Emperor's expression changed. He was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly understood. No wonder Divine General Dong Lin was so calm and collected. Divine General Dong Lin had already predicted this result. While everyone was in a daze, Ji Tianqing waved his hand and put away the three soul-level treasures. He looked at Tai with an indifferent expression and said, "Tai, I told you long ago that the outcome is predestined." As he spoke, he took out the golden sword heart. It turned into a giant golden sword that was 100 meters long and slashed at Tai. Sword of Judgment. The indestructible giant golden sword, carrying the sharp sword intent and the power to pierce through everything, arrived in front of Tai in an instant. Tai was shocked. His pupils constricted, and he desperately retreated to dodge. However, the Sword of Judgment had locked onto his aura. He couldn't dodge no matter what. The Golden Dragon Emperor's expression also changed. He looked worried and clenched his fists. He sensed the power of the Sword of Judgment and instantly knew that Tai couldn't block it. However, this was a battle between Ji Tianqing and Tai. As the Sea Tribe's Imperial Emperor, how could he disregard his status and personally stop Ji Tianqing? Boom! With a dull thud, the Sword of Judgment hit Tai. At that moment, a loud boom shook the heavens. Dazzling golden light filled the entire arena. The arena trembled violently. The defensive formation also swayed wildly, creating layers of ripples. After a long while, the earth-shaking commotion finally stopped. The arena calmed down. The battle was over. Ji Tianqing stood proudly in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He was in high spirits. The golden dragon had disappeared. He transformed back into Tai, lying in a corner of the arena, covered in blood. The jade crown on his head was shattered. His purple robes were tattered. There were several bone-deep wounds on his body that kept bleeding. Chapter 1003. Victory had been decided. Without a doubt, Unity 1 had lost. Even though he wasn't unconscious and could still get up to fight, it was pointless. He'd been severely wounded. He was already heavily injured and his vitality was greatly damaged. He only had about 40% of his combat strength left. Ji Tianqing was completely unscathed. His breathing was steady, and his strength was still intact. Even if Unity 1 refused to admit defeat and continued to fight, he'd only be humiliating himself. How could he do that in front of the 3,000 Water Tribe cultivators, the Golden Dragon Emperor, and the divine general of Donglin. Moreover, he had no deep grudge against Ji Tianqing. This was just a sparring match. It was enough to decide the victor. After panting for a while, he slowly rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. He stared at Ji Tianqing and said in a low voice, "Ji Tianqing, you've won. I admit that you're worthy of being called the #1 genius of the human race. I'm not as good as you." He was a confident and arrogant person who didn't think much of the other race's geniuses. But now, he had to admit defeat in front of everyone, that he was inferior to Ji Tianqing. How much courage and magnanimity did this require? Everyone understood this, so after hearing Tai Yi's words, they all felt respect for him. Xiao Han nodded and murmured, as expected of the heir to the imperial court of the Water Tribe. He knows when to let go. That's why he doesn't care about the knot in his heart. I only hope that after this challenge, Unity One won't hold a grudge. Otherwise, he'd be ruining his own future. The Golden Dragon Emperor nodded, his expression grave. I've always been proud of Unity One. I've always believed him to be the #1 genius, the pride of my race. Who would have thought that Ji Tianqing would be even more monstrous? As expected of a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Unity One didn't lose unjustly. He's become much more open-minded and admitted defeat in front of everyone. Now that he is becoming more and more composed, he has the bearing of an emperor. This emperor can finally be at ease. Though Unity One had lost, the Golden Dragon Emperor wasn't angry, nor did he feel humiliated. He had seen Ji Tianqing's strength and admitted that Tai was indeed inferior to Ji Tianqing. In the past, Tai had been too sharp, too confident and arrogant. He only hoped that Tai would be able to learn a lesson from this defeat and become more courageous. In the arena, Tai was also filled with emotions. He was in low spirits as he pondered. Before the fight, Ji Tianqing had advised him not to fight in the ring, but to find a remote place with no one around. Only the two of them would know the outcome of the fight. At that time, he didn't take it to heart and even mocked Ji Tianqing. Now that he thought about it, he finally understood Ji Tianqing's good intentions and realized how ridiculous he was. If he had listened to Ji Tianqing's advice, how could he have ended up like this? How could everyone know about this? He did not blame Ji Tianqing. In fact, he was grateful to Ji Tianqing. After all, Ji Tianqing had given him a chance. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant and not recognizing Ji Tianqing's strength. After this fight, he calmed down the resentment in his heart and untied the knot in his heart. He suddenly felt as if he had put down a burden and relaxed. Phew! Tai let out a long breath and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He looked at Ji Tianqing with shining eyes and said with a sincere expression, "Ji Tianqing, thank you." Ji Tianqing looked at him calmly and nodded with a smile. He did not say anything. Tai clasped his hands in greeting and said, "What I promised you, I will definitely fulfill." After that, he turned and left the arena, returning to his palace to heal. The warriors of the Water Tribe around the arena all looked at his back in confusion and whispered to each other. No one understood. Tai had clearly lost to Ji Tianqing. Why did he thank Ji Tianqing? Perhaps only Ji Tianqing, Tai, the Golden Dragon Emperor, and Xiao Han could understand. After Tai left the arena, Ji Tianqing also left the arena under the respectful gazes of the crowd. He flew over to the Golden Dragon Emperor and Xiao Han and greeted them with a salute. "Greetings, Divine General." "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Please forgive us for what happened just now, Your Majesty Dragon Emperor." Just as he was about to explain the situation to the Golden Dragon Emperor, the Golden Dragon Emperor waved a hand and said earnestly, "Ji Tianqing, you don't need to explain yourself to me, and I won't blame you. I am Tai's father, so of course I know his personality. I can also guess the reason for your fight. You defeated him with your strength and ability. Your talent and aptitude are far superior to Tai's. You are the most monstrous genius in the last 1,000 years. Even I am amazed." The Golden Dragon Emperor had such a high opinion of Ji Tianqing that even Xiao Han was surprised. He knew very well that the Golden Dragon Emperor was a supreme expert who had made a name for himself several hundred years ago. His reputation was on par with human emperors. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Emperor was cold and aloof. He had never praised anyone other than Tai. If news of Ji Tianxing receiving such a high evaluation were to spread, it would shock the world. However, Ji Tianxing remained calm. He smiled and cupped his hands. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." The Golden Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. Tai has always been arrogant, cold, and unreasonable. He also looks down on all the geniuses in the world. However, his attitude toward you is very complicated. He clearly views you as a lifelong rival. Now that you've fought with him, you've fulfilled his wish and dampened his sharpness. Judging from his reaction, it's clear that he's sincerely convinced by you. After this lesson, I believe that he will restrain himself and his martial heart will become even more resolute. If he can calm his heart and cultivate diligently, he won't be far from breaking through to the spirit-refining realm. A genius whose path is smooth sailing cannot bear heavy responsibilities. Setbacks can make people calm, motivate, and grow. In fact, I should be thanking you. At this point, the Golden Dragon Emperor cupped his hands and bowed to Ji Tianxing. Seeing this, the more than 3,000 water tribe cultivators on the training ground were dumbfounded. Xiao Han's eyes widened as he looked at the Golden Dragon Emperor and Ji Tianxing in disbelief. The Golden Dragon Emperor, a supreme nascent divinity cultivator and the monarch of the Water Clan, was actually bowing to a human junior and thanking him? This was simply unheard of. Xiao Han was very sure that when this news spread, it would shake the world. Cultivators of all races would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. At that time, Ji Tianxing's name would spread across the world. Ji Tianxing was also surprised. He hurriedly reached out to support the Golden Dragon Emperor and dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, please don't do this. Please get up." However, the Golden Dragon Emperor insisted on bowing. How could he help him up? The Golden Dragon Emperor's tone was solemn, and his expression was sincere. "Ji Tianxing, I'm not bowing as the Water Tribe's Emperor. I'm bowing as Tai's father to thank you. I thank you for defeating Tai. I thank you for stopping his arrogance and allowing him to calm down and cultivate martial arts. I also thank you for allowing him to grow through setbacks and gradually develop the temperament of an emperor. Only then can he succeed me as the emperor. If everything went smoothly for him, his arrogance would have destroyed him. You saved him and saved the Water Tribe from losing a peerless genius and a future emperor. This emperor's bow, you are worthy of it." With that said, the Golden Dragon Emperor bowed deeply with a sincere expression on his face. The more than 3,000 Water Tribe cultivators around the training grounds saw the Golden Dragon Emperor bow, and they all knelt in unison to pay their respects to Ji Tianxing. "We thank young Master Ji." More than 3,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were like mountain torrents that reverberated endlessly in the sky. Chapter 1004. After a long while, the crowd finally dispersed. The Golden Dragon Emperor and Xiao Han returned to the secret chamber to discuss the compensation. Ji Tianxing also returned to the Jade Wave courtyard to meditate and cultivate. More than 3,000 Water Tribe warriors also left the martial arts practice field one after another, scattering in all directions. However, when the crowd left in groups of 3 to 5, they were still whispering to each other about this matter. Sigh. I didn't expect His Highness Tai to lose to Ji Tianxing. It's unbelievable. Yeah, until now, I still can't believe that it's true. Where did that Ji Tianxing come from? How could he be so strong? Didn't you hear what His Highness said? Ji Tianxing is also the Imperial Prince of the Monarch Palace, and the #1 genius of the human race. He's even more famous than His Highness in the Central Province. I thought His Highness Tai was the #1 genius. I didn't expect Ji Tianxing to be even crazier. How can there be such a terrifying genius in this world? He hasn't even reached the spirit refining stage, but he's already so strong. All in all, His Highness Tai didn't lose unjustly. Ji Tianxing is indeed strong. Even His Majesty the Dragon Emperor has to admit it. Many of the martial artists were discussing the battle between Ji Tianxing and Tai. They were both in awe and curious about Ji Tianxing, and they were all asking about his background and achievements. There were also some who were discussing the Golden Dragon Emperor's attitude and reaction. They were very confused. Ji Tianxing defeated His Highness and humiliated His Highness, But His Highness isn't angry at all. Instead, he's thanking him. What's going on? Yeah, not only did His Highness thank Ji Tianxing, but His Majesty the Dragon Emperor also thanked Ji Tianxing and bowed to him. This is simply unprecedented. Ji Tianxing defeated His Highness Tai and humiliated His Highness in public. His Highness and His Majesty the Dragon Emperor are not angry. Instead, they're thanking him. What's going on? What is the background of that Ji Tianxing? Even if he is the Emperor of the human imperial court, Dragon Emperor shouldn't be so polite to him, right? When a guard commander heard the crowd's discussion, he sighed and explained, "You guys don't understand, do?" His Highness Tai was grateful to Ji Tianxing. It must have something to do with martial arts cultivation. His Majesty Dragon Emperor was grateful to Ji Tianxing. It must be because of His Highness Tai. Think about it, His Highness Tai was not discouraged after being defeated. He was very magnanimous and calm. This was not in line with His Highness's previous personality. This means that after His Highness went through a setback, his mentality has changed. He has become calmer and more magnanimous. Only by being flexible can one become a true expert. When everyone heard his words, they suddenly came to a realization. I see. No wonder the Honorable Dragon Emperor wants to thank Ji Tianxing. It turns out that he is grateful to him for training His Highness Tai. His Majesty Dragon Emperor is the Emperor of our race. He actually disregarded his status and bowed to Ji Tianxing to thank him. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. The guard commander nodded and said with a complicated expression, "His Majesty Dragon Emperor is a supreme primordial soul stage cultivator. He sees and thinks differently from us. How can we guess his thoughts? His Majesty Dragon Emperor is far-sighted. He must have seen that Ji Tianxing's talent is extraordinary. He will definitely become an overlord in the future. That's why he is treating him like this. If he was an ordinary person, he wouldn't even be recognized by His Majesty Dragon Emperor, let alone be thanked by him." Many martial artists of the Sea tribe nodded in agreement. Everyone was amazed by Ji Tianxing's extraordinary talent and strength. At the same time, they admired the Golden Dragon Emperor's magnanimity. After the martial artists of the Sea tribe left the martial arts practice field, they began to talk about this matter to others. This matter quickly spread throughout the 10,000 Dragons strange realm and caused a great commotion. 2 days passed quickly. Xiao Han and the Golden Dragon Emperor discussed the matter of compensation. Xiao Han had to leave the East Sea and report back to the human imperial court. The Golden Dragon Emperor personally led many nobles and ministers to escort him out of the 10,000 Dragons strange realm. Ji Tianxing did not leave with him. He remained in the Jade Wave courtyard, waiting for news from Tai. After a few more days, Tai's injuries gradually recovered. Early in the morning, he personally went to the Jade Wave courtyard to find Ji Tianxing to explain the matter of the boundless stone. After the two met in the study, they exchanged some pleasantries and sat down. Tai took out a map from his spatial ring and placed it on the table in front of Ji Tianxing. He said, "Young Master Ji, I've recovered from my injuries. Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise. In this map, there are 3 locations where my race has discovered boundless stones in the past 1,000 years. According to the speculations of my race's experts, there is a certain pattern to the formation and birth of boundless stones. Moreover, they can only be born in the areas marked on the map. If you go to those areas, you have a high chance of finding boundless stones." It's that mysterious? Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow and hurriedly reached out to take the map. He opened it and saw that there were hundreds of curved lines drawn on the map, forming a strange pattern. At first glance, the map looked like a large sea, but upon closer inspection, it looked like an island. The hundreds of lines outlined the island, and the southeastern area was marked with 3 red dots. The 3 red dots were not far apart from each other, and they were located in 3 different locations. Ji Tianxing immediately understood. He pointed at the map and asked Tai, "I understand. These 3 red dots should be where the experts of the Water Tribe found boundless stones, right?" Tai nodded. "Correct." Ji Tianxing frowned and asked in confusion, "But where does this map point to? Is it a sea or an island?" Tai revealed a playful smile and said in a low voice, "Young Master Ji, have you heard of the Eastern Sea's return?" "What? The Eastern Sea's return?" Ji Tianxing was stunned, and his face was filled with disbelief. Could this map point to the Eastern Sea's return? "That's right." Tai nodded and said solemnly, "The Eastern Sea's return is the world's most mysterious forbidden land and the most dangerous place. In ancient legends, the Eastern Sea's return is the end of the sea, connecting heaven and earth, and contains the world's greatest secrets. Although it is dangerous, it is also the world's most miraculous place. Not only are there all kinds of incredible and unimaginable scenes, but there are also countless extremely precious resources and treasures that are rarely seen in the world. I have never been to the Eastern Sea's return, but I have read in ancient books that the Eastern Sea's return is endlessly mysterious. There are mountains hanging in the sky, clouds falling, seawater pouring into the sky, the sun sinking to the bottom of the sea, and the moon reflecting the day. In short, yin and yang are in chaos, and the universe is upside down." At this point, Tai's expression was solemn, and his tone was solemn. His eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. He looked at Ji Tianxing with shining eyes and said in a low voice, "But no matter what, you can only go to the Eastern Sea's return to find boundless stones." Chapter 1005. Ji Tianxing was stunned by Tai's words. "Accompany me to the Eastern Sea's returning ruins?" He frowned and stared at Tai in disbelief. He clearly remembered that Tai had only agreed to give him a map and clues if he lost. He had never agreed to accompany him to search for the boundless stone. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Tai, I'm satisfied that you can give me a map and clues about the boundless stone. As for the adventure in the Eastern Sea's returning ruins to search for the boundless stone, I can go alone. There's no need for you to accompany me." Tai was taken aback, then hurriedly explained, "Young Master Ji, you misunderstand. I'm only accompanying you to the Eastern Sea's returning ruins. I won't accompany you to search for the boundless stone. Although you've heard of the Eastern Sea's returning ruins, you definitely don't know how to get there. The Eastern Sea's returning ruins is to the northeast of the Eastern Sea, very far from my race's imperial court. It'll take at least 2 months to get there. If you go alone, you definitely won't find the entrance to the Eastern Sea's returning ruins. I can only take you there personally." "It's actually that far?" Ji Tianxing raised his brows and said seriously, "Then you can't accompany me. You'll waste 4 months on a round trip. Won't that affect your cultivation?" Tai frowned and continued to explain, "Young Master Ji, truth be told, I rushed back to the Eastern Sea from the center state on Imperial Father's orders. In recent months, there's been some trouble at the northern border of the Eastern Sea. I need to personally oversee the situation and stabilize the situation. It just so happens that I'll be heading to the northern border in a few days. I'll pass by the entrance to the Eastern Sea's returning ruins, so I'll take you with me." Ji Tianxing was enlightened and hurriedly nodded. "So that's how it is. Thank you very much." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to Tai in thanks. But inwardly, he was muttering, "Isn't the northern border of the Eastern Sea the place where the demons and the northern desert meet? Could the trouble at the northern border be related to the demons? But the demons aren't good at swimming, nor do they have any intention of conquering the Eastern Sea. They've always been at peace with the water tribe." Ji Tianxing was full of questions, so he asked Tai, "Tai, can you tell me if the matter at the northern border is related to the demons?" Ever since the Devil Emperor had returned to the northern desert, the Devil tribe had become more and more powerful. They had expanded more and more unscrupulously, invading the territories of other races. Could it be that the Fiend race has also started to make a move on the Eastern Sea? Tai neither admitted nor denied it. He said expressionlessly, "Young Master Ji, this is a matter of the water tribe. There is no need for you to worry about it. I don't know the specific situation right now, so I can't answer your question. Rest well for 2 days and make some preparations. 2 days later, we will set off for the Eastern Sea's sinkhole." Seeing his attitude, Ji Tianxing already knew what was going on, but he didn't ask too much, so he just nodded. Tai cupped his hands and was about to leave. At this moment, Ji Tianxing stretched out his hand to stop him and said seriously, Tai, I came to the imperial court of the water race this time not only to find the boundless stone, but also for another matter. It wasn't convenient for me to say it before, but now that I think about it, if I don't ask for your guidance now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Tai raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, Young Master Ji, what do you want to ask? Ji Tianxing explained, Tai, in the Eastern Sea, the millions of water tribes respect the Dragon Tribe, and the Golden Dragon Tribe is the leader of the Dragon Tribe. I want to ask, how many black dragons are there in the Dragon Tribe? Are they in the imperial court now? Tai frowned in confusion and asked, Why are you asking about this? Ji Tianxing didn't hide it from him and told him the truth. I have a companion. It's a young black dragon, but it was born in the southern continent and has never been to the Eastern Sea. It doesn't know who its parents are, nor can it find its kin or friends, so I want to help it ask around. Hearing this, Tai narrowed his eyes and said gravely, Ji Tianxing, we dragons are born noble above all other races. We dragons will never submit to others, let alone be their mounts or slaves. Originally, according to the rules of our dragon tribe, that black dragon can't follow you and must return to the Eastern Sea. However, since it's willing to follow you, and you're a genius, I won't pursue this matter. Ji Tianxing didn't answer and looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to answer. Tai was silent for a moment, then said, To tell you the truth, although the Eastern Sea has millions of water tribes, with tens of thousands of races, the dragon tribe will always be the noblest. There are very few dragons. Other than those who live in seclusion, we only have tens of thousands of flood dragons. Most of the flood dragons are water dragons, ice dragons, fire dragons, and earth dragons. There are very few black dragons, silver dragons, and azure dragons. Our golden dragon tribe is even rarer, so we're called the emperors of the water tribes. Ji Tianxing asked, I've heard about this. Are there any black dragons in the imperial court? Tai nodded. Of course there are. There aren't many black dragons, but they're very strong. I don't know how many black dragons there are outside the imperial court. You'll have to find out for yourself. There are a total of 52 black dragons in the imperial court. Most of them are nobles and guards. If you want to help that little black dragon find its relatives, I can take you to see them. If they're related by blood, they'll sense it when they get close. It'll be easy to identify them. Tai, allow me to thank you on behalf of the little black dragon. Ji Tianxing bowed to Tai with a solemn expression. There's no time to lose. Take me to see those black dragons now. Tai didn't waste any time. He turned and walked out of the study, leaving Jade Wave Courtyard. Not long after, he brought Ji Tianxing back to his palace and entered the discussion hall. He had the guards pass down the order to summon all the black dragons in the imperial court to see him. The guards passed down the order, and Ji Tianxing waited patiently in the hall. He summoned the little black dragon and told it the whole story. When the little black dragon heard the news, it was excited and grateful to Tai. About 15 minutes later, more and more black dragons arrived to meet Tai. These black dragons didn't appear in their flood dragon forms. They were all in human form, tall and powerful men or women. Some were palace guards, some were princes, ministers, and nobles, and some were generals under the imperial court. In short, each black dragon was powerful and had an extraordinary status. This was the first time the little black dragon had seen so many of its kind. It was indescribably excited. Within 2 hours, a total of 52 black dragons came to see Tai and the little black dragon one after another. However, the little black dragon didn't sense any bloodline. Chapter 1006. After the black dragons left, the hall regained its peace. Unity Supreme looked at the little black dragon and asked, What's wrong? None of these black dragons are related to you by blood? The little black dragon shook its head in disappointment, its heart heavy. Seeing this, Unity Supreme nodded and said in a low voice, Young Master Ji, it seems that this little black dragon's parents are not in the imperial court. According to what I know, there aren't many black dragons outside the imperial court. There are only a few, and they are scattered all over the world. If you insist on helping it find its family, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ji Tianxing nodded to express his understanding. He consoled the little black dragon, "Little black dragon, don't be discouraged. This is only a black dragon of the imperial court. There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's continue searching. One day, we'll find your parents and family." The little black dragon silently nodded, not saying anything. Ji Tianxing put it back into the pouch and bowed to Unity Supreme. "Unity Supreme, many thanks for your help. I'll take my leave first." Unity Supreme nodded and sent him out of the hall. The little black dragon's search for its family had come to an end for now. They could only slowly search in the future. As for whether or not it could find its family, Ji Tianxing and Unity Supreme both knew that the chances were slim. Ji Tianxing returned to the Jade Wave courtyard and entered his room. He continued to meditate and accumulate strength. In the past few days, he had obtained an abundant amount of cultivation resources. He cultivated diligently every day, and his cultivation had been rapidly rising. He was not far from the half-step soul refinement realm. In addition, he took some time to check on the situation in the Sword World. Antares City was peaceful and peaceful. The Earth Spirit commoners lived and worked in peace. They prospered and were slowly strengthening their faction. Ji Ku cultivated in the Sword World, and his strength was steadily increasing. Ji Tianxing observed for a long time and gradually realized a problem. The Sword World had mountains and rivers, a sky and earth, and abundant resources. It was very much like a small world. However, there were no birds or beasts in the Sword World, so it was lacking in vitality. As a result, he kept this matter in mind and secretly decided that he would find a chance to capture a few monsters and place them in the Sword World. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. On the morning of the third day, Ji Tianxing left the Green Wave courtyard and bid farewell to the Golden Dragon Emperor. He then followed Tai out of the imperial court of the water race. Tai was ordered to head to the northern border of the Eastern Sea. Naturally, he was accompanied and escorted by experts. The Golden Dragon Emperor had arranged for a Soul Refinement Realm Guard commander to protect and escort Tai. Coincidentally, this Soul Refinement Realm Guard commander was a black dragon called Long Yuan. After everyone left the 10,000 Dragons Strange Realm, Long Yuan revealed his true form, which was a 200-meter-long black dragon. Carrying Tai and Ji Tianxing, it sped through the waves of the East Sea, heading straight for the northeast. Along the way, Tai and Ji Tianxing stood side by side on the back of the black dragon, gazing at the vast sea before them as they whispered to each other. "Ji Tianxing, I've long heard that Yun Yao was captured by the Demon Emperor. Previously, you said that you were looking for the Boundless Stone to save someone. After that, I thought about it. You came all the way to the Eastern Sea and risked your life to find the Boundless Stone. The person you want to save must be Yun Yao, right?" Tai turned to look at Ji Tianxing and asked in a deep voice. Ji Tianxing didn't hide it from him. He nodded and said, "That's right. I must get the Boundless Stone to increase my strength. When I'm strong enough, I'll head to the northern desert to save Yun Yao." Tai frowned and said expressionlessly, "The Demon Emperor was a peerless expert 1,000 years ago. His demonic arts were superb, and he was known as the world's #1 demon. It was said that he was born from an ancient demonic seed. Even the legendary Kenshin couldn't kill him completely. He could only suppress him for 1,000 years. The Demon Emperor is so strong that even a nascent divinity realm expert might not be able to defeat him. You want to barge into the northern desert to save Yun Yao? You're walking into a trap and seeking your own death. If you die in the northern desert, it'll be a loss for the human race. I'll feel sorry for you, and I'll also lose the strongest enemy in my life. Without you as my opponent, I'll be very lonely." Tai's character was arrogant and cold, and he had almost no friends. Although he appreciated Ji Tianxing and wanted to make friends with Ji Tianxing, he was not good at talking. However, he was not good with words and would not dissuade Ji Tianxing like a friend. Ji Tianxing looked at the sea expressionlessly. His eyes were firm, and he said in a deep voice, "In your opinion, with my strength, it's impossible to save Yun Yao. What I'm doing is tantamount to suicide. Maybe you think it's stupid." "That's right." Tai nodded. Ji Tianxing smiled and said in a complicated and deep voice, "But you don't understand at all. There are many things in the world that can't be measured by right or wrong, life or death. Some things, even if you know it's wrong, you have to do it. Even if there's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to step in. Love is harmful, Tai said expressionlessly. Tai said expressionlessly, I didn't expect that a genius like you would be trapped by love and die because of love. Ji Tianxing glanced at him, frowned and said, Shut up. I haven't gone to the northern desert yet, and you're already cursing me? Tai looked at him indifferently and said in a calm voice, The ending is already decided. As long as you step into the northern desert, you won't be able to return. Ha! Ji Tianxing sneered and said in a playful tone, Then we might as well make a bet. Bet on what? Tai turned to look at him, showing a trace of interest. Ji Tianxing looked at the sea in front of him and said in a deep voice, I will definitely go to the northern desert. If I succeed in saving Yun Yao and leave the northern desert alive, you lose. You have to be my guard for a year. Tai raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, You're very vengeful. Ji Tianxing smiled and said in a playful tone, Didn't you come up with this idea? Do you dare to accept it? Why not? Tai frowned and asked in a deep voice, What if you lose? Ji Tianxing couldn't help laughing and said in a playful tone, If I lose, I won't be able to come back alive. By that time, I will be dead in the northern desert. What else do you want? Tai was silent. He stared at the sea with burning eyes. After thinking for a long time, he turned to look at Ji Tianxing. I'll make the bet with you, but I hope you can come back alive. Ji Tianxing showed a playful smile. So, you really want to be my guard? Tai glanced at him expressionlessly and didn't say a word. Ji Tianxing stopped talking about it and changed the topic. He said in a resentful tone, Actually, not only will I save Yun Yao, but I will also find a way to kill the Demon King. The Demon King has brought disaster to the human world, wantonly killing people of the human race and the demon race. I don't know how many people he has killed. No matter what, I will do whatever it takes to get rid of him. Tai squinted at him and said in an indifferent tone, How ignorant. What does the life and death of people of the human race and the demon race have to do with you? If I were you, I wouldn't care about the life and death of people, and I wouldn't provoke the Demon King. That's courting death. Instead of doing it for those irrelevant people, I'd rather pursue the peak of martial arts, improve my strength, and explore the realm above primordial divinity. Ji Tianxing shook his head gently and said in a serious tone, I'm not you. I can't be as independent as you, ignoring the life and death of others. Tai said expressionlessly, How can someone like you maintain a sincere heart of martial arts when you are entangled by all kinds of worldly affairs and bound by emotions and grudges? Ji Tianxing shook his head again and sighed in a complicated tone. A person should live with principles and emotions. He can't live only for himself, and he can't live only for martial arts. Chapter 1007. Ji Tianxing and Tai had different views and styles, so they were destined to be unable to become good friends. However, neither of them could convince the other. Neither of them would change their minds, much less force it. Thus, after the first day of conversation, the two of them stopped talking. They sat on the black dragon's back and cultivated. The black dragon commander, Long Yuan, sped across the sea without saying a word. 2 days later, the little black dragon jumped out of the 100 treasures brocade pouch and landed on its back. The little black dragon was a young black dragon. It was only at the 2nd level of the heaven origin realm. Its cultivation was shallow, and it lacked cultivation experience. The black dragon commander, Long Yuan, was an adult dragon that had lived for more than 800 years. It had the strength of the soul refinement realm, and it had abundant cultivation and combat experience. The little black dragon chatted with it for a while. After understanding this, it was very respectful and asked for guidance on various cultivation methods. The black dragon race was very few in number, so they had a deeper relationship with each other. Long Yuan heard about the little black dragon's deeds and sympathized with it. It also wanted to persuade it to return to the imperial court and live with the other black dragons. Thus, Long Yuan constantly imparted cultivation experience to the little black dragon along the way, and also taught it various combat techniques. In addition, Long Yuan also told it many stories and legends of the black dragon race. The little black dragon learned a lot and was greatly enlightened. It also gained a better understanding of the black dragon race. 10 days later, Long Yuan imparted all the experience it could teach. Thus, after thanking Long Yuan, it returned to the 100 treasures brocade pouch and entered seclusion to cultivate. The cultivation and combat experience that Long Yuan imparted to it was incomparably precious. It was enough for it to use for many years and cultivate to the soul refinement realm. It was confident that it would be twice the result with half the effort in the future, and its strength would increase even more rapidly. Unknowingly, 50 days passed. In such a long period of time, Long Yuan sped across the East Sea without encountering any danger. After all, it did not conceal its aura. Although there were all kinds of powerful monsters and sea beasts along the way, they were all afraid of its powerful dragon might. They all fled, not daring to approach. On the evening of the 51st day, Long Yuan carried Ji Tianxing and Tai across half of the East Sea and finally arrived near the sinkhole. What was strange was that Ji Tianxing only saw turbulent waves on the surface of the sea. However, the surface of the sea here was abnormally calm, like the surface of a lake with ripples, sparkling under the reflection of the setting sun. 100 miles ahead, there were two huge black shadows floating quietly on the sea surface. From a distance, Ji Tianxing could not see what the two blurry shadows were. However, he could vaguely guess that it might be two islands. The dragon abyss gradually came to a stop. The huge flood dragon body floated above the surface of the sea. Tai finished his meditation and stood up to look ahead. When he saw the two black shadows, he said to Ji Tianxing, "Mr. Ji, we have arrived." The two tall mountains ahead were the entrance to the East Sea's sinkhole. This is the end of the East Sea, and also the boundary between heaven and earth. Once you cross the entrance, you will be able to enter the East Sea's sinkhole. This monarch can only send you to this point. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again someday. With that, Tai cupped his hands at Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing cupped his hands in return and said with a solemn expression, "Tai, thank you for your help. I will remember this favor. Also, you must remember our bet. When I return from the northern desert, I will look for you." Tai only nodded and did not say anything. However, he thought to himself, if we meet again, why wait until then? However, he only thought this in his heart and did not say it out loud. He waved at Ji Tianxing and quickly left on Long Yuan. Ji Tianxing stood above the sea surface and watched Long Yuan and Tai's figures disappear into the horizon. Only then did he turn and fly toward the East Sea's sinkhole. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the East Sea's sinkhole. When he got closer, he realized that the two huge black shadows were indeed not islands, but two mountains. Two lonely black mountain peaks stood quietly on the sea surface, revealing a mottled aura of vicissitudes. The mountain peaks were 1,000 meters tall and were pitch black like reefs. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. It was cold and dead. Strangely, the two mountain peaks floated above the sea surface, supported by some unknown force. No matter how the wind and rain blew, they did not move at all. The two mountain peaks were separated by 5 kilometers, like a gate. The sea surface inside the gate was blocked by a thin layer of fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. The sea surface in that area was as calm as a mirror. Standing between the two mountain peaks, Ji Tianxing could feel a mysterious and cold aura blowing against his face. The legendary East Sea's sinkhole, here I come. He muttered in his heart. In a flash, he passed through the sea surface between the two mountain peaks and flew into the East Sea's sinkhole. He passed through the fog that covered the sky and kept entering the East Sea's sinkhole. When the evening sun shone down, it could only reflect the dense fog in the sky and not the surface of the sea. Ji Tianxing flew above the sea surface. The surroundings were dark and quiet. Not long after, he really entered the East Sea's sinkhole. On the surrounding sea surface, some scattered islands began to appear. There were also some huge reefs that poked out of the sea surface. At first glance, this sea area looked like a shallow sea area. The sea water did not seem deep. However, after Ji Tianxing used his spiritual perception to investigate, he realized that those small islands that were only 1,000 meters in circumference were actually the peaks of huge mountains. The huge mountains were almost completely submerged by the sea. Only a little of the peaks were exposed, forming the islands. And the reefs that poked out of the water were actually connected to the peaks below, extending into the depths of the sea. Ji Tianxing's spiritual perception could only detect a radius of 2,000 meters. It could not reach the bottom of the sea. And in the quiet deep sea, there were no fish or water creatures. It was like a dead sea. As he flew into the depths of the sinkhole, he took out a map from his interspatial ring. The map that Tai gave him was actually a simple one. It only drew half of the sinkhole. However, he came to the sinkhole this time to find the boundless stone, not to explore the secrets of the sinkhole. Therefore, he would not enter the depths of the sinkhole. Half a map was enough. He took the map and compared it with the surrounding situation. After flying for hundreds of miles, he finally understood the map and figured out his location. Following that, he adjusted his direction and flew straight to the southeast of the sinkhole. There were 3 red dots on the map. They represented the place where the boundless stone had appeared. It was in the southeast of the sinkhole. According to his estimation, he would have to travel continuously for about 10 days before reaching that sea area. Chapter 1008. Ji Tianxing was riding on the little black dragon as he sped across the surface of the sea. After the little black dragon had flown more than 5,000 li, more and more islands appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, Ji Tianxing could faintly smell danger, as well as the chill of death. Up ahead was a black island 1,000 meters in circumference. It silently stood on the surface of the sea, appearing completely unremarkable. This island was the same as the other islands around it. It was made of black reefs, and not a single leaf grew on it. It was pitch black like ink and exuded an icy aura. Ji Tianxing paid it no mind. The little black dragon flew across the sky, intending to cross that island. However, just as the little black dragon was flying directly above the island, a sudden change occurred. The originally motionless island trembled a few times, and then it began to shine with a cold, pitch-black light. From that pitch-black island, a massive head the size of a palace emerged. It stretched out a thick neck that was several hundred meters long and bit at the little black dragon. The flat and black head was like the head of a python. It opened its bloody maw and bit at the little black dragon's waist. At this critical moment, the little black dragon subconsciously twisted its body in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, its speed was still too slow. It barely managed to dodge the bite from the bloody mouth but was still sent flying. Boom! There was a deafening thud as the little black dragon was sent flying back, tumbling toward the surface of the sea 10 li away. Ji Tianxing had already flown into the sky, his body surging with golden light as he looked down at that massive beast with murderous intent. At this moment he finally saw clearly that it wasn't an island at all, but a black tortoise that was enormous like a mountain. The black tortoise was as black as ink. It floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea, its neck and head tucked into its shell. It looked just like a pitch-black island. In particular, its shell was 1,000 meters in circumference, and its surface was covered with many reefs. It looked mottled and weathered, no different from a real island. Most importantly, it was born with a special innate ability called turtle breath. This kind of talent allowed it to completely hide its power and life aura, just like a cold stone. Ji Tianxing stared at it coldly and muttered in a low voice, "Damn old tortoise, you're so cunning. Your disguise is so good that even I was fooled." However, he was able to discern that this black tortoise wasn't an ordinary sea beast, and it was a 10,000-year-old black tortoise that possessed a strength at the 5th level of the soul refinement stage. As everyone knows, the black tortoise likes to be quiet and doesn't like to move. It loves to sleep deeply and often sleeps for hundreds of years. When it slept, it would disguise itself as an island and float on the surface of the sea. If there was prey passing by, it would suddenly attack and often successfully capture the prey. But this time, the black tortoise's sudden attack failed. It had completely awakened. It raised its head and stared at Ji Tianxing. Its pair of dark brown eyes revealed a fierce and gloomy light. Shwa! Its aura exploded. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out 3 pitch-black pillars of water that shot towards Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing knew that these weren't ordinary pillars of water, but Xianming black water. They could instantly freeze any living being below the soul refinement stage. The 3 pillars of Xianming black water locked onto his soul and attacked from the left, center, and right, making it impossible for him to dodge. At this critical moment, he could only use the Kenshin battle robe to form a pair of wings to protect himself. Wings of the Golden Rock. In the next moment, the 3 pillars of Xianming black water struck him, creating a series of loud explosions. Bang bang bang! Ji Tianxing was submerged by the pillars of Xianming black water. He was sent flying by the terrifying impact. He was also sent flying 10 miles away, tumbling to the side of the little black dragon. The little black dragon had been injured by the black tortoise earlier. Several dozen bones in its waist had been broken, and several dozen dragon scales had fallen off. It was constantly bleeding. With its strength at the divine origin stage, it was already very lucky that it hadn't been killed by the black tortoise in one move. Old Ji, that old tortoise is too strong. What should we do? The little black dragon flew to Ji Tianxing's side and asked secretly. Ji Tianxing's face was pale. He said with a serious expression, "This is the Eastern Sea's returning ruins, the most dangerous place in the world. It's not strange to encounter any danger. This old tortoise is too strong. Its defense is invincible. We're definitely not its match. We can't tangle with it. Little black dragon, return to the brocade pouch to heal. I'll get rid of it." With that, he put the little black dragon back into the 100 treasures brocade pouch. At the same time, the black tortoise moved its 4 broad feet and flew into the sky as fast as lightning, charging towards Ji Tianxing. Shwa! In the blink of an eye, it flew 10 miles away and arrived in front of Ji Tianxing. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was already prepared. He immediately used all his strength and released a giant golden sword that could split heaven and earth, slashing at it. Golden slash. Bam! The giant sword that was 100 meters long slashed at the black tortoise's head with a loud bang. However, the giant golden sword was shattered into thousands of pieces and splashed in all directions. The black tortoise was unharmed. There wasn't even a white mark on the black shell on its head. Bam! The black tortoise swung its neck, and its head that was as huge as a palace smashed into Ji Tianxing, sending him flying. He rolled in the air for tens of rounds, then fell down to the ground 10 miles away, powerlessly. While he was still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Damn it! This black tortoise is so powerful. Ji Tianxing was enraged. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly flew away. Seeing that he was about to escape, the black tortoise immediately used its invisible soul power to form a soul territory to seal off the area. Ji Tianxing knew that something was wrong. He quickly used his sword heart, stepped on the golden sword, and flew away. Whoosh! He turned into a golden flowing light and was extremely fast. Soon he left the black tortoise far behind. The black tortoise was at LV5 of the soul refining stage and had an invincible defense. However, it was as big as a mountain and was too cumbersome. It was not good at speed. It chased after Ji Tianxing for a while, but it couldn't catch up with him. After about 15 minutes, Ji Tianxing left it 200 miles away. It had to stop chasing and give up helplessly. It flew back to the surface of the sea resentfully and retracted its head and limbs back into its shell. It floated quietly on the surface of the sea and continued to pretend to be an island. Ji Tianxing fled for 500 miles. Seeing that the black tortoise didn't chase after him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He put his sword heart back into his body and flapped his golden wings, continuing to fly southeast. After the black tortoise's sudden attack, he realized that the East Sea's returning ruins was indeed the most dangerous place in the world. Chapter 1009. Ji Tianxing flew for over 1,000 miles and left the black tortoise's territory. After making sure that the black tortoise wouldn't chase after him, he stopped to rest on an island. He was now very careful in his actions. Before entering the island, he used his spiritual sense to search it carefully. Seeing that there were no living creatures or dangers on the island, he landed on the island. He sat cross-legged on a huge reef and took out 2 spirit pills from his space ring. After consuming them, He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Night gradually fell and the sky was dark. The island was silent, cold, and deathly still. Only the sea breeze whistled past, emitting a sobbing sound that sounded like weeping. Ji Tianxing cultivated without any distractions. It took him 6 hours to refine the spirit pills. Coupled with his powerful self-healing ability, his injuries were healed by 70 to 80%. At midnight, he finally ended his cultivation. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that there were a few pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him in the pitch-black night sky. There were 4 pairs of scarlet eyes scattered in 4 directions on the island. They were quietly approaching him. He used his spiritual sense to see that they were 4 ape-like beasts that were 30 feet tall. Each of the beasts had thick and sturdy legs, long arms that hung down to their feet, and a bloody mouth full of fangs. The 4 ape-like beasts had snow-white hair all over their bodies. Their bodies contained a tyrannical aura. Ji Tianxing stared at them for a moment and recognized them. He thought to himself, although they look like white apes, they are actually sea beasts from ancient times. These are the Sea King apes. When I was in the Imperial Court of the Water Race, I read about them in a book. The Sea King apes live in the depths of the East Sea and walk on the seabed. They are very smart, cunning, and have great strength. They can easily kill huge whale sharks and sea beasts. I didn't expect that they would discover me and want to attack me while I'm cultivating. The strength of these 4 Sea King apes has reached the spirit refining realm. They are very difficult to deal with. Ji Tianxing frowned. His expression was solemn as he secretly accumulated a powerful force in his body. He pretended not to notice the arrival of the 4 Sea King apes and continued to sit upright on the reef, not moving in the slightest. The 4 Sea King apes had their eyes on him. If he were to escape now, he would definitely suffer a thunderous attack. He had to wait for the 4 Sea King apes to approach before launching a surprise attack. Only then would he be able to break through the encirclement and escape from the island. The true essence in his body surged, accumulating an incomparably powerful strength. The sword heart in his chest also began to stir. Seeing that the 4 Sea King apes were approaching silently, they were about to attack. Now! This thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind, and he decisively counterattacked. Sword of Judgment. He urged his sword heart to fly out of his body, transforming it into a giant golden sword that was over 30 meters long. It erupted with a destructive power and fiercely blasted toward the Sea King ape in the east. Swish! The giant golden sword tore through the night sky and instantly shot 1,000 meters away, arriving in front of the Sea King ape. However, Ji Tianxing still underestimated the Sea King ape's intelligence and strength. The Sea King ape had long been prepared. At the critical moment when the giant sword was about to attack, it actually waved its arms to release an endless amount of cold ice, condensing a blue ice shield in front of it. Boom! Crack! Amidst a deafening loud noise, the Sword of Judgment shattered the azure ice shield and blasted the Sea King ape away. It tumbled a dozen times in the air before falling on the island 1,000 meters away, smashing the reef on the ground into pieces. However, it only suffered a light injury. It bared its teeth and roared twice before charging over even more violently. The other 3 Sea King apes no longer concealed their aura. They burst out with lightning-like speed and instantly rushed to Ji Tianxing's side to besiege him. They raised their huge palms and unleashed an ice-blue brilliance that filled the sky, fiercely slamming down. Earth King Shield! Ji Tianxing shouted in a low voice. His body surged with a yellow light, and his figure flashed into the ground, drilling into the island. Peng peng peng! The giant palms of the 3 Sea King apes slammed into the ground. Instantly, a huge crater with a radius of 100 meters was formed on the ground. Countless reefs were turned into dust and scattered in all directions. The entire island shook violently, and huge waves that were 10 feet high were stirred up on the calm sea surface. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing dodged in time. If he was hit by the 3 Sea King apes, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. After burrowing into the ground, he ran as fast as the wind towards the seaside, wanting to escape the encirclement through the sea. However, the 3 Sea King apes had already planned this. They hurriedly brandished their giant palms and unleashed an invisible divine soul power that smashed into the ground. Swish, swish. Invisibly, an incomparably powerful spiritual energy enveloped the entire island. In the short span of a breath, the three Sea King apes had joined forces to form a spiritual domain, sealing the area within a radius of 15 kilometers. Ji Tianxing was trapped on the island, suppressed by the divine soul domain, unable to escape. Damn it! The intelligence of these Sea King apes is not inferior to that of humans. They are so cunning. He was filled with anger and anxiously thought of a way to escape the encirclement. At this moment, the tallest and mightiest of the four Sea King apes spoke in human language. It shouted in a cold and dignified tone, "Kid, this area is our territory. Since you dare to trespass here, don't even think of leaving alive. Come out and surrender obediently, and I will give you a quick death." Rolling waves of sound surged on the island, spreading to a radius of 15 kilometers. Ji Tianxing was filled with shock and disbelief. The Sea King apes that live in the bottomless abyss of the East Sea can actually speak the common human language of the continent? Immediately after, the other three Sea King apes joined forces to control the spiritual domain, releasing violent and fierce spiritual energy shockwaves that blasted towards the island. The invisible spiritual energy shockwaves were like hundreds of sharp blades that pierced through the ground and reefs without any delay, heading towards Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's soul suddenly trembled, and his body turned cold, as if he had foreseen the arrival of death. At this critical moment, he did not have time to think and hurriedly took out his Dharma treasure, the soul-reaping bell. He released an endless amount of energy and infused it into the soul-reaping bell. Swish! The soul-reaping bell suddenly expanded and turned into an ancient bell more than 5 meters tall, protecting him. The invisible spiritual energy shockwaves blasted the soul-reaping bell, causing it to tremble and buzz. Fortunately, the soul-reaping bell blocked the spiritual energy shockwaves, allowing Ji Tianxing to remain unharmed. However, this was not a long-term solution. The four Sea King apes could use their spiritual domains to continuously attack. He could not hide underground forever, and the soul-reaping bell could only withstand a few attacks before it ran out of energy. Chapter 10:10. A blazing white light barrier with a radius of 30 miles enveloped the entire island. This was the spiritual domain formed by the four Sea King apes. It had a powerful defense and tyrannical might. They stood on the island and jointly operated the spiritual domain, releasing wave after wave of spiritual shock waves that fiercely blasted into the ground. Even if Ji Tianxing hid underground and didn't come out, they could still use their spiritual energy to blast Ji Tianxing's soul to pieces. However, just as they were jointly casting the spell, the ground under their feet suddenly exploded with a bang. A cold and gloomy black light carrying an unstoppable sharp sword chi rushed out of the big hole and fiercely stabbed at one of the Sea King apes. That Sea King ape couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed by the black light sword chi. Its left leg was cut off on the spot. Blood gushed out from the wound and splattered all over the sky. Immediately after, a black ancient bell protecting Ji Tianxing flew out of the big hole. Ji Tianxing flew into the sky and stood on the soul-reaping bell while holding the pitch-black broken sword in his right hand. He looked down at the four Sea King apes from a commanding position. The injured Sea King ape furiously roared and cursed as it picked up its broken leg and circulated its spiritual energy to reattach it. The other three Sea King apes revealed shocked expressions. They controlled their spiritual domains and released powerful spiritual energy to attack Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing relied on the protection of the soul-reaping bell to ignore the spiritual shockwaves and slashed out a heaven-shaking giant sword with the broken sword in his hand. Azure Dragon's Sacred Sword. Boundless dark azure light gushed out from the broken sword and condensed into a 100-meter-long giant sword. It was like a huge azure dragon as it fiercely blasted towards the three Sea King apes. The three Sea King apes sensed the terrifying power contained in the azure dragon's sacred sword and immediately revealed frightened expressions. They retreated with extreme fear. They joined hands and used a secret technique to form a blazing white light shield to protect themselves. Kaboom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the azure dragon's sacred sword slashed onto the white light shield. Instantly, the shield was smashed into pieces, bursting into fragments that covered the sky and earth. The 3 Sea King apes were also sent flying by the Azure Dragon's sacred sword. They fell 1,000 meters away in a sorry state and smashed a few large craters on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 4 Sea King apes were injured. Although they were only slightly injured, it did not affect their fighting ability. However, to them, this was an extraordinary humiliation. It caused them to be so furious that they began to roar crazily. Ji Tianxing stood in the sky, holding the broken black sword in his hand as he looked at the 4 Sea King apes with killing intent. His body once again accumulated a large amount of energy. The strength of the 4 Sea King apes was around the 2nd or 3rd level of the soul refinement realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, Ji Tianxing would definitely be able to defeat him with the power of the divine sword. However, with 4 Sea King apes joining forces, it was impossible for him to defeat them. Moreover, he knew that the Sea King apes lived in groups, so there might be more of them nearby. If a few more Sea King apes came, even if he had the divine sword in his hand, he wouldn't be able to escape today and would definitely die. Therefore, Ji Tianxing only wanted to end this battle quickly and leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. He used all of his strength and brandished the broken sword again. He ruthlessly slashed out a huge sword light towards the 2 Sea King apes. White Tiger's Sacred Sword. The 100-meter-long sword was surrounded by blazing white flames. It condensed into the image of a white tiger. It dived down from the sky with an extremely powerful momentum. It seemed that the 2 Sea King apes were about to be hit by the White Tiger's Sacred Sword. But at this moment, an inconceivable scene appeared. The 2 Sea King apes' bodies flashed with golden light and shrunk by more than 10 times. They instantly turned into 7-foot-tall handsome youths wearing white robes. The 2 white-robed youths were handsome and tall. They were in high spirits and held black broken swords in their hands. Their figure, appearance, and aura were exactly the same as Ji Tianxing's. Not only that, the 2 of them brandished the broken sword together and slashed out dozens of huge golden swords. They actually blocked the attack of the White Tiger's Sacred Sword. Bang! 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 The White Tiger's Sacred Sword and the dozens of swords collapsed at the same time. They burst into fragments that filled the sky and created a terrifying hurricane on the island. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing was stunned on the spot. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't understand why the 2 Sea King apes had turned into him. Moreover, they were exactly the same as him. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. He turned his head and looked at the other 2 Sea King apes. The 2 Sea King apes had also turned into his appearance. Suddenly, 5 Ji Tianxings appeared on the island. He stood in the sky and looked at the 4 Ji Tianxings around him. He furrowed his brows and his eyes surged with killing intent. The 4 Ji Tianxings were all holding black broken swords. They looked at him with cold expressions or sneers. They all opened their mouths to speak. Bastard, do you know who I am? You dare to kill me? Brat, I am you and you are me. Don't tell me you want to kill yourself. I am the real one. You are the fake one. You are the evil sea beast. Kill yourself. You have nowhere to run. Today you will die. The 4 Ji Tianxing's voices were exactly the same as his. Moreover, their voices contained a soul-sucking power. Ji Tianxing's soul trembled and his consciousness became hazy. In such a strange situation, even if Ji Ku and the Golden Mountain King were present, it would be difficult for them to distinguish the real from the fake. Ji Tianxing silently activated the power of the Soul Reaping Bell to resist the invisible soul power. After a while, he gradually calmed down and sneered, "Hee hee. I didn't expect the Sea King apes to not only be cunning, but also to be able to imitate others and speak human language. This is unbelievable. No wonder you can occupy the bottomless chasm and dominate this sea region even though you are not very strong. Unfortunately, you have met me. This little trick is useless against me." The 4 Ji Tianxings sneered at the same time. They waved their broken swords and slashed out dozens of swords to besiege him. Dozens of giant swords that were more than 30 meters long slashed at him from all directions and instantly drowned his figure. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate to close his golden wings to protect himself. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled booms burst out, one after another. Ji Tianxing was sent flying back for nearly 10 miles. However, his golden wings blocked all the swords and he was unharmed. He did not counterattack. He turned around and flew toward the edge of the island. Swoosh! He turned into a golden stream of light and flew to the edge of the island in the blink of an eye. What blocked his path was a blinding white light screen that covered the sky. It was the sole territory formed by the 4 Sea King apes. He held the broken sword with both hands and did not hesitate to use all his strength to slash at the light screen. Open! Endless true essence crazily poured into the broken sword, causing the broken sword to burst out with a black light that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. With a loud bang, it slashed at the blazing white light screen. Kaboom! Chapter 10:11. Swish! When a crack appeared on the blinding white light screen, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to pass through the crack and escape from the soul domain. Once he was out of the soul domain, he felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. His speed also increased. He did not even look back as he flew forward. He streaked across the night sky and quickly escaped from the island. After 2 breaths, the crack on the blinding white light screen automatically healed. The 4 Ji Tianxing returned to their original forms. They transformed back into the Sea King apes and roared furiously as they gave chase. They immediately withdrew their soul domain. White light surged from their bodies as they streaked across the night sky like shooting stars. They chased after Ji Tianxing and flew deep into the ultimate. Their speed was extremely fast. The distance between them and Ji Tianxing was constantly closing. At most, they would be able to catch up to Ji Tianxing in 100 breaths' time. Seeing this situation, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to use the sword heart. He also used the sword kinesis flight technique to speed up his escape towards the southeast of the ultimate. Swish! His speed increased by 2 times. He quickly shook off the 4 Sea King apes. 15 minutes later, the 4 Sea King apes were 200 miles away. When they could no longer see Ji Tianxing, they had no choice but to give up the chase. They stopped in the sky unwillingly. After roaring a few times, they dived back into the deep sea. Ji Tianxing flew a few hundred miles on the sword kinesis flight before he put the sword heart back into his body. He flapped his golden wings and continued flying. In the next few days, he rushed towards the southeast of the ultimate. He was constantly approaching the area where the boundless stone appeared. During the journey, he would encounter different dangers every day. He almost lost his life a few times. Regardless of day or night, whether he was on an island or in the deep sea, danger could befall him at any time. Most of the dangers came from sea beasts and demons. These demons and sea beasts were either lurking on the island or in the deep sea. It was impossible to guard against them. They all had the strength of the soul-tempering realm. They were of different species and had different talents and techniques. Ji Tianxing had once encountered several undersea giants that were more than 100 meters tall and had been beaten up by them. In the end, he had managed to escape with a few magical treasures and divine swords. Those undersea giants not only had the strength of a soul refinement realm cultivator, but they could also fly and burrow into the ground. They could also spit out water and fire, and they could even turn invisible. They were very difficult to deal with. He had even encountered a 1,000-meter-long deep-sea serpent that looked like a flood dragon. He had fought with it for an hour, and the sea within a 1,000-mile radius had been turned upside down. That deep-sea python had the innate ability to change its color. It could turn into the color of the sea water and become one with the sea water, making it impossible for people to detect. On the island, it could turn into a black reef and conceal its whereabouts. When it flew into the sky, its skin would turn into the color of the sky, making it even harder to be discovered. Apart from the underwater giant and the deep-sea python, Ji Tianxing had also encountered millions of overlord turtles and was besieged by them for several hours. Those Tyrant King's turtles were as big as water tanks. They formed groups and shuttled back and forth between the seabed and the sky, piling up like a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth. When Ji Tianxing was besieged by the Tyrant King's turtles, he was almost torn to pieces. In addition to these violent and ferocious demon sea beasts, he had also encountered some very strange ancient beasts. He had seen a 10,000 transformations beast. It was a wash-basin-sized seven-colored beast with a very gentle temperament. This little beast had a rare innate ability. It could swallow all kinds of gems, ores, and pearls, and then excrete 10 times the amount of gems and spirit stones. Ji Tianxing saw with his own eyes that this little beast swallowed an ice crystal gem and immediately excreted 10 of the same ice crystal gems. Such a strange innate ability made him very surprised and excited. There was no doubt that whoever could have this magical 10,000 transformations beast would have immeasurable wealth and resources. After observing for a long time, he finally decided to make a move, wanting to snatch that 10,000 transformations beast. However, before he could get close to the little beast, he was surrounded by more than a dozen soul refinement realm twin-headed trolls. After being beaten up by the twin-headed trolls, he found out that the 10,000 transformations beast was kept on the island by a group of twin-headed trolls as their cash cow. More than 20 twin-headed trolls of the soul refinement realm occupied the island and were the overlords of the surrounding 10,000 miles. Ji Tianxing was besieged by many trolls and almost lost his life. He was seriously injured and escaped the island, getting rid of the trolls' pursuit. But even so, he was still thinking about that 10,000 transformations beast. He had already memorized the location of the island and decided that when he was strong enough in the future, he would come to the East Sea's returning ruins and snatch that 10,000 transformations beast. After all, that little beast was too magical and rare in the world. Its innate ability could make all the martial artists in the world go crazy. In addition to the 10,000 transformations beast, he also saw many strange ancient beasts that he had never seen or heard of before. In just 10 days, he had encountered hundreds of demon sea beasts, greatly broadening his horizons and seeing many magical scenes. Although he gained nothing and fell into countless dangerous situations, almost losing his life several times, he did not regret not coming to the returning ruins. However, he did not regret coming to the sinkhole. Those inconceivable scenes and experiences were also a huge fortune to him. Unknowingly, 10 days passed. At noon on the 11th day, he finally arrived at the southeast of the returning ruins and arrived at the target location. At this time, the sky was shrouded in mist, and the noon sun could not penetrate it. He stood in the air above a huge island and took out a map to compare the surrounding terrain to determine his position. The island under his feet was 100 miles in radius. Most of the island was pitch-black reefs. But the difference was that this island actually had forests and grasslands, dark green and lush, full of vitality. In the distant horizon, half the sky was illuminated by colorful auroras, looking very dreamy and gorgeous. Ji Tianxing observed the map for a long time before putting it away, a relieved smile on his face. The 3 red dots marked on the map are the places where the Water Tribe powerhouses found the Boundless Stone. They are distributed in 3 different places. If the 3 red dots were connected, it would be a triangular sea area, about 20,000 miles in radius. The island under my feet with forest trees is one of the 3 red dots. 800 years ago, the Grand Marshal of the Water Tribe found the Boundless Stone on this island. It seems that if I want to find the Boundless Stone, I can only start searching in this 20,000-mile sea area. He thought silently in his mind and made up his mind to confirm his next plan. He took out the black broken sword and carefully landed on the island, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The search for the Boundless Stone will start from the island under my feet. He murmured in a low voice and released his spiritual sense to cover a radius of 1,000 meters and began to search. The Boundless Stone was not an ordinary gem or jade, but a mineral material that contained a special power. Ordinary masters could not detect the power fluctuations of the Boundless Stone, even if it was placed in front of them. Chapter 10:12. On the island with a radius of 100 miles, the sea was calm and still. There was no beach on the shore, only rugged black reefs, emitting a cold and deathly aura. Only in the middle of the island was there a forest and grassland with a radius of a few dozen miles. Ji Tianxing flew in the air 100 meters above the ground, moving slowly and using his spiritual sense to search a radius of 1,000 meters. Especially in the underground rock stratum, where the Boundless Stone was most likely to be hidden, he searched very carefully. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Ji Tianxing gradually searched from the west coast of the island, entered the middle of the island, and flew above the dark green forest. Suddenly, he noticed that the sky was rapidly darkening, and a strong wind was blowing around the island. The island was vaguely shrouded by an invisible force, becoming cold and oppressive, full of the aura of death. He realized that something was wrong, and immediately looked around, holding the broken sword tightly with a vigilant face. The experience of the past 10 days made him realize that a powerful sea monster was about to appear. This island looked peaceful, but in fact, a powerful giant beast was lurking. However, after looking around, he did not see any living creatures. Only a vast black fog was spreading, gradually enveloping the entire island. He was hesitating whether to leave the island temporarily and come back to explore after figuring out the situation. At this moment, in the sky not far behind him, a cold voice suddenly came. "You? What are you looking for?" This was the voice of a middle-aged man, speaking in the human language, but his accent was somewhat awkward and strange. This person's voice was cold and deep, with a hint of killing intent in his tone. Ji Tianxing's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his head to look behind him. He saw a burly man in black armor standing in the air 100 meters away from him. The burly man was more than 3 meters tall, and although his body shape was similar to a human's, he was not human. He had 2 heads, and his long gray hair could not cover the black horns on his forehead, as well as the sarcomas on his temples and the top of his head. His pupils were dark purple, containing a cold and deathly aura. Especially the head on his right, there was a deep scar on his forehead, extending diagonally down to his chin, almost splitting his entire head in half. This terrifying scar made him look even more ferocious and cruel. When Ji Tianxing saw his appearance, he couldn't help but frown and blurt out, "Demon?" The black chi that covered the sky, the middle-aged man's burly build, and his dark purple eyes all looked very much like a demon. That was why Ji Tianxing thought so. However, when the 2-headed man heard his words, his 4 eyes flashed with a thick sense of disdain. Ignorant human reptile, how ignorant and pitiful! How can an ugly and inferior demon be mentioned in the same breath as this king? Ji Tianxing finally understood that this 2-headed man was not a demon. However, he still couldn't tell what race this person was from. Or was this guy a human or a beast? At the same time, the 2-headed man frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he asked icily, "Kid, you still haven't answered me. What are you looking for in my territory?" Ji Tianxing also frowned and thought to himself, this island is actually this guy's territory? Since he occupied this place, even if there are boundless stones, they must have been plundered by him. After all, this guy's strength reached around level 4 soul refinement realm. Occupying this island for a long time, he'll definitely discover boundless stones. Thinking up to here, Ji Tianxing had the intention of retreating. He looked at the 2-headed man expressionlessly and said in an indifferent tone, "I came to the sinkhole to explore because I accidentally barged into this place. I wanted to see if there were any treasures. Since this island is your territory, then I'll leave here and not disturb anymore." Finished talking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, that 2-headed man had a violent and bloodthirsty personality. How could he let him leave? "Halt." The 2-headed man stared at Ji Tianxing's back view and said with a cold grin, "Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Stay behind and be this king's slave." As his voice fell, the vast black gas that enveloped the entire island immediately condensed into a massive black canopy that enveloped the entire island. Only then did Ji Tianxing realize that it was not a soul domain, but a large array that the 2-headed man had set up long ago. After the pitch-black canopy formed by the soul rank array enveloped the entire island, the surroundings immediately became dark and gloomy. He charged to the edge of the island without hesitation. Holding the broken sword in his hand, he ruthlessly slashed out a shocking sword beam at the pitch-black canopy. Bam! Amidst the dull sound, the broken sword tore open a massive crack in the pitch-black canopy, but it did not completely shatter. A trapped beast's final struggle. The 2-headed man's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure flashed as he gave chase. Heaven's seizing claw. He shouted coldly and suddenly extended his wide palms, transforming them into two black dragon claws the size of a house, grabbing at Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was about to slash at the crack with his sword in an attempt to break through the pitch-black canopy and escape the island. However, the two-headed man had already reached him. Two extremely sharp dragon claws descended from the sky and were about to tear him into pieces. In desperation, he could only turn around and block the attack from the dragon claws. Vermilion Bird's sacred sword. He roared angrily as he slashed out 100-meter-long flaming sword with all his might. Soaring crimson flames surrounded the giant sword and condensed into the shadow of a vermilion bird. In an extremely violent manner, it blasted towards the two dragon claws. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the two dragon claws collided with the vermilion bird's sacred sword and simultaneously shattered into pieces. The destructive wave of flames mixed with the black light fragments spread out in all directions and swept across a radius of 30 miles. Ji Tianxing was immediately sent flying 1,000 meters away and crashed heavily into the pitch-black canopy. The two-headed man was also forced back 10 steps. He immediately frowned as his 4 eyes were filled with astonishment. I underestimated you. Interesting. A human with such combat prowess is indeed worthy of being my servant. As he spoke, the two-headed man waved his palms again and used a mysterious spell seal to condense 18 flaming swords of different colors. 9 flame god slaying sword. The two-headed man roared angrily as he slammed his palms together and controlled the 18 flaming swords to attack Ji Tianxing from all directions. The 18 flaming swords had a total of 9 different colors, representing 9 different types of flames. However, each of the swords was over 100 feet long and contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 18 flaming swords attacked at the same time as if they really had the power to slay demons and gods. In that instant, Ji Tianxing was surrounded by the 18 flaming swords and was in a dire situation with nowhere to run. The little black dragon that was cultivating in the brocade pouch had already woken up. Chapter 1013. Upon hearing the little black dragon's reminder, Ji Tianxing came to a realization. No wonder that middle-aged man had 2 heads and dragon horns on his forehead. His appearance was savage and strange, and he did not think much of the demon race. It turned out that this person was an ancient beast, the Torch Dragon. The Torch Dragon was a branch of the dragon race. Its bloodline was even more noble than the flood dragons and its talent was even greater. However, the number of torch dragons was extremely small, and they were extremely rare in the current world. Many martial experts believed that the torch dragon only existed in the ancient era and had long since gone extinct. Ji Tianxing did not know if he was lucky or unlucky to encounter a torch dragon in the sinkhole. The 18 flaming swords were already descending, about to take his life. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate to fold his golden wings to protect himself. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 flaming swords of different attributes struck him one after another, producing a series of dull booms. Instantly, the loud booms resounded throughout the island, reverberating in the sky. Ji Tianxing's figure was engulfed. A 10-kilometer-wide pit was blasted open where he had been standing, from which a flood of 7-colored flames surged. The violent flames of various attributes burned the surrounding forest and grass to black ash. The ground was also scorched. The earth-shattering power caused the entire island to shake violently, and huge waves were stirred up on the surrounding sea. The massive commotion lasted for several dozen breaths before gradually calming down. The two-headed man stood proudly in the sky, his expression as cold as ice. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked down. The black ash and dust that filled the sky dispersed, but the huge pit with a radius of 5 kilometers was empty. Ji Tianxing's figure had long since disappeared. Seeing this, the two-headed man frowned and muttered in confusion, Where did that kid go? Did this king blast him to smithereens? Just as he was filled with doubts and releasing his spiritual sense to search the area, a furious roar came from behind him. Heaven-burning palm. As this voice rang out, a huge flaming palm that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared, viciously swatting at the two-headed man with destructive power. The two-headed man's expression changed drastically. He instinctively waved his palms, forming a flaming shield around himself. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the giant flaming palm slammed into the fire shield. The fire shield instantly collapsed, bursting into fiery fragments that blotted out the sky and splashed in all directions. The burning sky palm struck the two-headed man and sent him flying 10 miles away before crashing into the ground at the edge of the crater. The ground was smashed into a large crater, and dense cracks appeared all around. Only then did Ji Tianxing's figure appear. He stood in the sky and looked down at the two-headed man. His entire body was bursting with killing intent. Although he appeared to be unscathed and unharmed by the 9-flame god-slaying sword, he was still able to see through the 9-flame god-slaying sword. However, his face was a little pale, and there were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. The light of his golden wings was also a little dim. Obviously, he had paid a huge price to block and neutralize the power of the 9-flame god-slaying sword. However, he successfully blocked the 9-flames god-slaying sword's attack and took the opportunity to counterattack. He used the burning sky palm to send the two-headed man flying. Although the two-headed man was only slightly injured, he immediately flew out of the crater. However, to him, this was an intolerable humiliation. Swoosh! He flew into the sky, his body surging with black smoke. His figure became blurry and illusory as he started to transform. In the blink of an eye, a two-headed dragon that was 1,000 meters long and as black as ink appeared in the sky. Roar! It let out a dragon's roar that resounded through the clouds. Its entire body was bursting with an intimidating aura. There was no doubt that it was the real dragon body of the torch dragon. Its eyes were burning with anger as it glared at Ji Tianxing. It said in a cold voice, "Kid, you have such great combat power with your ethereal origin stage cultivation. Your talent is really rare in the world. I'm shocked. However, I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you and devour your bloodline and soul. I'm going to take away your talent." As soon as it finished speaking, the torch dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a stream of colorful fire that covered the sky. It poured down on Ji Tianxing like a flood. The sky within a 20-mile radius was immediately covered by the colorful fire. The area turned into a world of fire. The air was burned to nothing. Even the space was distorted by the fire. Ji Tianxing's expression changed. He quickly took out the seal of mountains and rivers and entered the space of the magical treasure. Swoosh! The colorful fire covered the sky and the sun, drowning the golden seal of mountains and rivers. The golden light on the surface of the seal of mountains and rivers condensed into a golden shield. In an instant, it was burned into nothing by the colorful fire. Then, the golden light of the seal of mountains and rivers exploded. Its power was quickly drained and it was gradually burned red. Ji Tianxing knew very well that with the current power of the seal of mountains and rivers, it could only last for 10 breaths of time in the colorful fire before it was burned red. Then, the seal of mountains and rivers would be damaged and its power would decrease rapidly. It might even be burned into scrap metal. Damn it! I've underestimated the torch dragon's strength. The gap between our strength is too big. It's impossible for me to defeat it. No, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. After I find the boundless stone and strengthen the divine sword, I'll find it for revenge. Ji Tianxing immediately made up his mind to leave this island first. After he strengthened the divine sword and his strength reached the soul-tempering realm, he would come back for revenge. By then, he would kill the torch dragon and take the dragon crystal, dragon bone, dragon blood, and dragon tendons to use as top-notch refining materials. He used all his strength to control the seal of mountains and rivers. He passed through the colorful fire and flew toward the edge of the island. Swoosh! After a few breaths, he flew to the edge of the island but was blocked by the black sky. The golden light of the seal of mountains and rivers had dimmed and gradually turned dark red like lava. He quickly put away the seal of mountains and rivers. Holding the broken sword with both hands, he slashed at the black sky. Sky-splitting sword! Ji Tianxing roared angrily. He activated his lifetime's cultivation and poured all his energy, qi, and spirit into the most powerful strike. Instantly, The broken sword released a dazzling golden sword that was 100 meters long. Not only did this strike contain his most majestic true essence, his most profound attainments in the sword Tao, but it also contained his most focused spirit and soul. This was the sword of man and sword as one, the sword of heaven and sword as one. Its power was unparalleled. It was indestructible and sharp, and its sword chi spread for hundreds of miles. Bam! Amidst the deafening sound, a huge gap was opened in the black sky. The torch dragon's carefully set up island protection array, a soul-level array, was broken by Ji Tianxing's strike just like that. Sush. Chapter 10:14. Torch Dragon was the one who set up the island's protective formation, so it naturally knew how powerful it was. When it saw Ji Tianxing break the formation with a single sword and escape the island, it exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? This brat's strength is actually so formidable. It was stunned for a moment as it stared at the gap in the pitch-black sky in shock. However, it was an expert at the spirit refinement realm after all and quickly regained its senses and guessed the reason. That's not right. That lad is strong, but that mysterious broken sword in his hand is definitely not ordinary. At that thought, Torch Dragon hurriedly passed through the formation and flew out of the island, chasing after Ji Tianxing at lightning speed. To think that a heavenly essence human lad would have such a secret treasure and coincidentally meet me. Fufu, you're dead meat. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the world, I'll kill you and take your secret treasure and talent. Torch Dragon glared at Ji Tianxing coldly as it chased after him with all its might. It was a torch dragon that had lived for more than 1,000 years and knew that cultivation was not easy. It was even harder to raise one's strength quickly. Without extraordinary talent, abundant resources and powerful secret treasures, it would definitely not be able to advance to the essence spirit realm. Now that it had encountered such a rare opportunity, how could it miss it? Ji Tianxing was flapping his wings with all his might as he sped through the dark sky. The afternoon sky was filled with gray clouds and the sun could be vaguely seen. The sky looked gloomy and oppressive, just like his current mood. He had only flown for 50 kilometers when he realized that Torch Dragon was catching up to him and was getting closer. Damn Torch Dragon, how dare you try to kill me? Once I break through to the spirit refinement realm, I'll definitely skin you alive. He cursed internally and immediately summoned his sword heart. Stepping on his golden sword, he flew on sword kinesis flight. Swoosh! His speed doubled and he turned into a golden stream of light, leaving Torch Dragon far behind in the blink of an eye. As time passed, the distance between him and Torch Dragon gradually increased. However, Torch Dragon refused to give up and continued chasing after him. About 4 hours later, the curtain of night was about to descend, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Ji Tianxing had already traveled 8,000 miles at top speed, leaving Torch Dragon 300 miles behind. Both parties could no longer see each other's figures, but they continued to fly, not daring to stop. Zhu Long refused to give up no matter what and vowed to catch up with Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing also guessed that it was still chasing after him, so he didn't dare to let down his guard and ran for his life. However, he slightly adjusted his direction and flew towards the northwest. When he had flown 1,000 miles away, he had consumed more than half of his true essence and was completely exhausted. Only then did he stop running and land on an island to rest. Before landing, he had carefully searched the island and confirmed that there were no formations or hidden experts on the island. Then, he used the earth escape technique and hid in the depths of the ground. He hid and circulated his qi to regulate his breathing. He took a few elixirs and consumed more than a dozen spirit stones. After a night of cultivation, he finally recovered from his injuries and cultivation. That night, the island was dead silent and nothing unexpected happened. Torch Dragon didn't chase after him either. Clearly it had lost him. In the boundless ultimate, it would be difficult for it to catch up with Ji Tianxing once it lost its clues and direction. The next morning, Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and flew out from the depths of the ground. He stood on the island covered in black reefs and compared it with the map to determine his location. Although he was close to 10,000 miles away from the island occupied by Torch Dragon, he was still in the region where the boundless stone had appeared. Using the nameless island under his feet as a starting point, he began his search. He released his invisible spirit consciousness and enveloped a radius of 2,000 meters as he probed deep into the ground. 2 hours later, he left the island and entered the depths of the sea to continue his search. The sea was extremely deep, and he had to dive about 10,000 meters to reach the bottom of the sea. The pitch-black and cold bottom of the sea was dead silent and extremely mysterious. Not only were there unpredictable dangers, but there were also countless mineral veins and even unimaginable treasures buried within. A day passed quickly. Ji Tianxing didn't find the boundless stone, but he found a mineral vein hidden in the rock layer deep in the sea. It was a spiritual crystal vein that was 10 miles long. Not only did it contain countless spirit stones, but it also contained many precious gems. There was no doubt that this was a priceless treasure. Ji Tianxing entered the vein, took out the broken sword, and opened the door to the sword world. The Golden Mountain King and thousands of Earth spirit craftsmen rushed into the spiritual crystal vein with excitement and anticipation and began to mine without restraint. After a discussion, Ji Tianxing and the Golden Mountain King decided to dig out the entire vein and move it into the sword world. After all, this was a vein that had been growing for many years. As long as the vein wasn't destroyed and placed in the sword world, it would be able to continuously produce spirit stones and gems. After making up their minds, Ji Tianxing and the Golden Mountain King worked together to cast spells and began to excavate the entire vein. Thousands of Earth spirit craftsmen cooperated with the two of them and dug out the huge vein that was 10 miles long from the bottom of the sea. Then, Ji Tianxing activated the power of the broken sword and stored this huge and complete vein into the sword world. After doing all this, he put away the broken sword and continued to explore the bottom of the sea. The Golden Mountain King and the craftsmen of the Earth Spirit clan excitedly returned to the sword world. They carried the mountain-like mine and placed it in the middle of the mountains. With this spirit stone vein, the people of the Earth Spirit race would no longer have to worry about resources. When the people of peaceful Earth City heard the news, they were deeply grateful to Ji Tianxing. Everyone agreed that living in the peaceful, stable, and resource-rich world of the sword was much better than wandering around in the great swamp of the southern wasteland. In the following half a month, Ji Tianxing led the Golden Mountain King to search for the aura of the boundless stone. After all, as the king of the Earth Spirit race, the Golden Mountain King was best at exploring veins and ores. He knew rocks and earth better than anyone. With the help of the Golden Mountain King, Ji Tianxing searched more than 300 islands and searched the deep sea that was more than 10,000 miles wide. However, the two of them still couldn't find any trace of the boundless stone. But they found more than a dozen veins of or on the various islands and in the dark and cold depths of the sea. There were a few metal veins that were 10 miles long, a few gem mines and meteorite mines, and even a huge natural gold mine that was 50 miles long. Every time they found an ore vein, they would send out a large number of Earth Spirit warriors and craftsmen to uproot the ore vein and move it into the sword world. Especially that huge natural gold mine. To the Earth Spirit race, who were good at forging weapons and armor, it was simply a huge fortune. From now on, they could use that natural gold mine to forge more advanced and more exquisite weapons and armor. In order to move that huge natural gold mine that was 50 miles long, more than 5,000 people of the Earth Spirit race came out in full force. Everyone worked together and spent 2 days to dig out the huge natural gold mine and move it back into the sword world. Half a month later, more than a dozen ore veins of various types appeared in the sword world. The value of each ore vein was immeasurable. A dozen ore veins were enough to sustain the sword world for thousands of years without running out of resources. Even if the Earth Spirit race's population grew to 50,000, they wouldn't lack resources. Of course, these were all Ji Tianxing's wealth. Chapter 10:15. With over a dozen different types of mineral veins, Ji Tianxing would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources from now on. Not only that, but the people of the Earth Spirit race would also be able to reproduce and strengthen their tribe. These were all Ji Tianxing's wealth and power. The Earth Spirit race was extremely loyal to him. They had decided to live in the sword world forever and follow him and the divine sword forever. However, such a huge harvest made him feel gratified, but he still wasn't satisfied. He had to continue searching. He had to find the boundless stone. No matter how many resources there were, they were only wealth and external power. They could not make him stronger immediately. But the boundless stone could. He took the Jinshan King and continued to search for the aura of the boundless stone within a radius of 20,000 miles. Unknowingly, another 5 days passed. In the past 5 days, he and the Jinshan King had found another flame crystal mine. On the morning of the 6th day, he and the Golden Mountain King landed on a huge island that was several hundred miles wide. The island was very old. It was surrounded by huge black reefs that were etched by wind and waves. At the center of the island, there was a primitive forest that was several hundred miles wide. It was filled with towering ancient trees. The Golden Mountain King landed on the island with his dark golden warhammer. He touched the black reefs with his hand and came to a conclusion. Young Master Ji, this island has a history of more than 10,000 years. It was left behind from the ancient era. Moreover, the metal and rock content on this island is very high. There must be one or more mineral veins. As he spoke, the Jinshan King's eyes glowed as he looked around to investigate. To the Earth spirit race, all kinds of gems and metal veins were more tempting than beautiful women and delicious food. Ji Tianxing understood his feelings. He knew that the Golden Mountain King was eager to dig for more mineral veins. He nodded and said, "Then let's search carefully. Even if we can't find the boundless stone, it's still a good thing to dig out a few precious mineral veins. After all, the Eastern Sea's returning ruins is so dangerous. We may not have the chance to come here again. Let's take this opportunity to dig out more mineral veins and prepare for the future." The Golden Mountain King quickly nodded and rubbed his hands excitedly. He carried the dark golden warhammer and stepped onto the island. The two released their spiritual senses and divine soul power to cover an area of several thousand meters. They went deep into the ground to search. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. The two of them gradually entered the center of the island and stepped into the primitive forest. Just as the two of them were focused on searching, several angry roars of beasts came from the depths of the forest. Ong. Then, the towering ancient trees in the depths of the forest shook violently, and the earth trembled as well. There were even muffled rumbling sounds. Ji Tianxing and Jinshan Wang's faces changed. They immediately flew into the sky and looked into the depths of the forest. Based on their previous experience, they immediately realized that some huge beast in the depths of the forest must have been alarmed. As expected, after a short while, a few mountain-like figures flew out from the depths of the forest and into the sky. Swish, swish. 6 giant red beasts flapped their huge wings and flew above the island, surrounding Ji Tianxing and the Jinshan King. The 6 giant beasts looked like a combination of a dragon and a fierce tiger. They had thick bodies that were 100 meters tall and necks that were 100 meters long. They all had 2 pairs of huge wings. Their bodies were red and emitted fiery light. Their huge eyes revealed a frightening cold light. Ji Tianxing sized them up and said to the Jinshan King through voice transmission, "Jinshan King, if I'm not wrong, these 6 giant beasts are the rare ancient beasts, the red flame pterosaurs." Red flame pterosaurs? Why don't they look like dragons? The Jinshan King frowned in confusion. He held the dark golden warhammer tightly with both hands, full of vigilance and vigilance. Ji Tianxing shook his head and explained, "They are not dragons, but beasts with the blood of dragons. These 6 red flame pterosaurs are at the 3rd or 4th level of the soul refining realm. We have to be careful. If we can't defeat them, we can only act according to the situation and escape from this island. Survival is the most important thing." The Jinshan King frowned and thought for a while. He said through voice transmission, "Young Master Ji, these 6 red flame pterosaurs are most likely guarding some kind of mineral vein or treasure." After being reminded, Ji Tianxing hesitated for a while and said, "If that's the case, let's do our best. Wealth comes from danger. I'd like to see what kind of treasure is hidden on this island." Just as the two of them were discussing, the 6 irritable scarlet flame pterosaurs couldn't wait to surround and attack. They opened their mouths and spat out raging flames that covered the sky. Moreover, they flapped their huge wings crazily, creating a hurricane that increased the power of the raging flames. Ji Tianxing and the Jinshan king couldn't dodge in time and were engulfed by the raging flames. The primitive forest within a 20-mile radius was burned to ashes by the raging flames. Even the ground was scorched black. The Jinshan king had a special physique. His body had been tempered thousands of times. Even the lava couldn't melt him. He ignored the raging flames and raised his dark golden warhammer with both hands. He charged bravely towards a scarlet flame pterosaur and launched an attack. Skyquake Hammer. Ji Tianxing didn't want to be outdone. He used his golden wings to protect his body and released a metal emperor slash at one of the red flame pterosaurs. Bang bang! Two loud sounds exploded at the same time. The two red flame pterosaurs that were hit were sent flying almost at the same time. The two red flame pterosaurs flew 1,000 meters away and crashed into the ruins. They created a huge crater in the ground and raised a cloud of dust. However, they were only slightly injured. It didn't affect their fighting ability. Ji Tianxing and the Jinshan king's counterattack made them even more furious. They attacked crazily. The other four red flame pterosaurs also extended their sharp claws and opened their bloody mouths to attack the two of them. Instantly, the two of them were besieged by the 6 red flame pterosaurs. They were beaten to a pulp and could only keep dodging. After fighting for half an hour, half of the island was turned into ruins. The ground was scorched and cracked like a spider web. The earth-shattering commotion spread to a radius of several hundred miles. Both Ji Tianxing and Jinshan Wang were heavily injured. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and blood was gushing out of their wounds. They had used up a lot of their true essence. Their strength was rapidly weakening. However, the 6 red flame pterosaurs didn't end up well either. One of the red flame pterosaurs had its spine and 2 of its wings broken by the Jinshan king's dark golden warhammer. It ran away in a bloody mess. The other red flame pterosaur was also charred black by Ji Tianxing's Sunders spiritual eyes. Then he used his ultimate move, Heaven-Splitting Sword, and split the scarlet flame pterosaur in half. Chapter 1016. Although Ji Tianxing and Jinshan King had paid a heavy price to beat the 2 red flame pterosaurs and force them to flee, the remaining 4 red flame pterosaurs were only slightly injured. However, the remaining 4 red flame pterosaurs were only slightly injured, and their combat power was already very strong. The 2 of them were forced to retreat as they were surrounded by the 4 red flame pterosaurs. Ji Tianxing had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Jinshan King. Jinshan King, we can't drag this on any longer. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose. We don't know the situation on this island. We don't know how many red flame pterosaurs are hiding on this island. If 2 more come, we'll be dead. What should we do, young Master Ji? Should we try to escape? Jinshan King asked anxiously as he blocked the attacks of the 2 red flame pterosaurs. Ji Tianxing frowned as he looked at the ruins under his feet. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go underground and avoid them for now. These red flame pterosaurs are good at controlling fire. If we go underground, they might not be able to use their full strength." That makes sense. Jinshan King nodded in agreement. After the 2 of them blocked another round of attacks from the red flame pterosaurs, they dug into the ruins and went underground. The 4 red flame pterosaurs hesitated for a while before they followed them into the ground. Their bodies were covered in a layer of yellow light as they moved quickly in the depths of the ground, chasing after Ji Tianxing and Jinshan King. However, their bodies were too big, and they were not good at burrowing, so their speed was obviously a few times slower. Not long after, Ji Tianxing and Jinshan King reached the center of the island and went 5,000 meters underground. The 4 red flame pterosaurs were getting slower and slower. They were about 1,000 meters away from them, but they still could not catch up. Suddenly, Jinshan King, who was leading the way, stopped moving. He held the warhammer with both hands and stopped in front of a layer of rocks. He said excitedly, "Young Master Ji, we found it." "What did we find? The boundless stone?" Ji Tianxing, who was covered in a yellow light shield, followed closely behind him and asked in confusion. The Golden Mountain King shook his head and said excitedly, "No, it's not the boundless stone. It's the metal or vein I mentioned before." Ji Tianxing hurriedly took him through the thick rock layer and traveled 1,000 meters underground. A moment later, The two of them passed through the grayish-brown rock layer and saw a huge silver vein in front of them. The stellar stone lode, which looked like a silver mountain range and a dragon, lay quietly in the depths of the earth, surrounded by endless rocks and mud. Even though it was pitch black underground, this star-stone vein was emitting dazzling starlight. The mineral vein contained an incomparably vigorous and boundless energy, but it did not erupt. It was only hidden within the mineral vein. It was very obscure and secretive. No one would be able to detect the existence of the mineral vein unless they were near it. It's actually a star-stone mine. Ji Tianxing murmured excitedly, then continued with a deep voice. Star-stones are one of the materials used to forge and refine soul-grade magical treasures. A fist-sized star stone can be sold for a sky-high price of 2 million spirit stones. This mine is at least 10 miles long. I wonder how many star stones can be refined from it. The value of this mine is really immeasurable. The Golden Mountain King also widened his eyes in surprise and said excitedly, "Young Master Ji, we're really rich now." A single star stone vein was worth 10 ordinary veins. The value of this stellar stone mineral vein was at least several tens of billions. No matter what, even if I have to pay with my life, I will dig this mine out and move it back to peaceful Earth City. Ji Tianxing understood his feelings. Seeing such a rare star stone mine was like seeing a peerless beauty. If he could not take it for himself, it would be worse than death. Ji Tianxing waved his fist and said firmly, "All right, we'll move this star stone mine." The Golden Mountain King hesitated and asked worriedly, "But the 4 red flame pterosaurs are still chasing after us. What should we do?" As he spoke, he turned his head and looked behind him, using his divine soul power to detect the movements of the 4 red flame pterosaurs. However, when he looked, he was stunned. What's wrong with the 4 red flame pterosaurs? They're hiding in the rock layer and not chasing after us. The Golden Mountain King's voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. Ji Tianxing hurriedly released his spirit sense and passed through the 1,000-meter-thick rock layer. As expected, he saw the 4 red flame pterosaurs on the other side of the rock layer, not moving forward. They gathered together and were whispering to each other about something. Judging from their expressions and eyes, they seemed to be in awe and fear of the star veins in the rock stratum. Such a strange reaction made Ji Tianxing frown. He had a bad premonition. Golden Mountain King, those red flame pterosaurs have been on the island for a long time. They know the island better than we do. Judging from their expressions and reactions, there seems to be something wrong with this star stone mine. Perhaps there's something that they fear and respect. The Golden Mountain King also saw the clue and said with a serious face, "Yes, I have the same feeling. Young Master Ji, we'd better be careful." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "Yes, it's good for us if the 4 red flame pterosaurs don't dare to chase after us. Let's be more vigilant and explore the situation of this star stone mine first." Then, the two of them stepped on the silver star stone mine. They moved forward step by step, exploring the situation of the star stone mine. The huge vein was 5 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. It was like an ancient dragon that was sleeping deep under the ground. Their spiritual awareness and soul power enveloped the area within a radius of several thousand meters, allowing them to examine the lodes of stars and the rocks and soil in the surroundings with great clarity. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. They walked for 5 miles and came to the center of the star stone mine. During this time, they didn't find anything strange or dangerous. All of a sudden, Ji Tianxing's spiritual awareness detected a wisp of unusual energy fluctuations in the lode of stars 1,000 meters ahead of them. It was a black crystal as big as a wash basin. It was embedded in the silver star stone mine as if it had merged with the star stone mine. However, the energy fluctuation of the black crystal was obviously different from the star stones. It seemed to be out of place. How could such a strange stone be born in the star stone mine? Ji Tianxing murmured doubtfully. He slowly approached the black crystal. The Golden Mountain King also sensed the special black crystal. He secretly used a secret technique to observe and test it. Suddenly, his face changed. His eyes were filled with joy. He turned to Ji Tianxing and asked excitedly, "Young Master Ji, the energy of that black crystal is very special. It seems to be similar to the boundless stone you mentioned. Chapter 10:17. Originally, Ji Tianxing's attention was only on the star mineral vein, and he was excited and surprised. He never thought that the star mineral vein would have any connection with the boundless stone. However, when he heard the Golden Mountain King's reminder, his body shook, and he showed an expression of realization. No wonder this black crystal stone is so strange. Its energy waves are mysterious and obscure. It's completely different from the star mineral vein. He sped up and touched the black crystal stone. Soon, he reached the side of the black crystal stone. He stood in the middle of a cluster of silver star ores and stared at the black crystal in the middle of the cluster of rocks. After a moment of careful observation, he finally showed an excited expression. That's right. This is it. This is the boundless stone I've been looking for. I didn't expect it to be hiding on this mysterious island, 5,000 meters underground. If we hadn't landed on this island and been attacked by the red flame pterosaurs, we wouldn't have come so deep underground, and we wouldn't have been able to find it. After spending so many months and going through so many dangers and twists, it wasn't in vain. It was all worth it. Ji Tianxing secretly clenched his fists, murmuring excitedly. His mood was a little complicated, and he secretly sighed at the wonders of fate. The Golden Mountain King was also happy and excited for him. He nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, the heavens still care for young Master Ji. This is your destiny." Ji Tianxing squatted down, slowly reaching out to touch the diamond-shaped boundless stone. He murmured doubtfully, "On the surface, this looks like an ordinary black crystal stone. But why is it called the boundless stone? Why is there no strong spiritual energy waves, but a very obscure and mysterious aura?" The Golden Mountain King also frowned doubtfully, shaking his head. He couldn't answer this question. Then Ji Tianxing's hand touched the boundless stone. He immediately felt as if he had touched a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. An unparalleled bone-chilling coldness flowed into his body through his palm, along his arm, into his mind, and then into his soul. At that moment, he only felt that his entire palm, right arm, and even half of his body were sealed by ice. He lost consciousness like a stone statue, as if half of his body no longer belonged to him. Even his soul seemed to have been sealed and imprisoned. It was as if he was dead. He didn't have any feelings or thoughts. Fortunately, the heaven-mending orb had fused with his soul and was sleeping peacefully in his mind. When the mysterious power of the boundless stone was about to seal his soul, the heaven-mending pearl lit up with a sacred white light, emitting a gentle and warm power. Shwa! That sacred white light filled his mind, saving his soul and half of his body, dispelling the mysterious power of the boundless stone, allowing him to regain his senses and consciousness. Phew! Ji Tianxing hurriedly retracted his right hand and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as if relieved of a heavy burden. His face was full of shock. That feeling just now made him feel as if he had walked through the gates of hell, as if he had experienced death. Jinshan King noticed the change in Ji Yunshu's expression and hurriedly asked with concern, "Young Master Ji, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Ji Tianxing was silent for a moment before he calmed down. With a serious expression, he said, "What a terrifying power. No wonder it's called the boundless stone that can be used to forge divine weapons. It's too terrifying." Jinshan King was puzzled and asked in confusion, "Young Master, what's going on?" Ji Tianxing gazed at the boundless stone and told him what he had experienced and felt just now. After listening, Jinshan King was also shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. It's just a piece of, or how could it have such terrifying power and effect? I have lived for hundreds of years, and I believe that I know all kinds of ores in the earth like the back of my hand. However, I have never heard of such a magical and powerful ore. If this ore is used to forge a weapon, wouldn't it be able to seal the soul and kill the enemy's soul in a second? Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment. With a serious expression, he nodded and said, "That's right. Therefore, I want to use this boundless stone to repair the broken divine sword. As long as the broken sword is repaired, it will have the terrifying power of the boundless stone, and the power of the broken sword will increase exponentially." Jinshan King thought for a moment and said worriedly, Young master, this boundless stone is indeed powerful, but its power is so mysterious and terrifying. Who can smelt it and use it to repair the divine sword? Even if I am a grandmaster craftsman, I dare not touch this boundless stone. Ji Tianxing was also worried and hesitant. He nodded and said, "That's right, this is indeed a difficult problem. However, let's not think too much about it. Let's dig out this boundless stone first. As for how to smelt it and use it to repair the broken sword, we'll think of a way later." After saying that, he took out the broken sword and was about to dig out the boundless stone from the star or vein. The Jinshan king quickly stopped him and said with a solemn expression, "Young master, it's better to let me do the mining for you." Ji Tianxing knew that he was a top grandmaster in this field, so he nodded and agreed. Jinshan king stared at the boundless stone and observed it for a while. Then he held the dark golden warhammer with both of his hands and operated the secret art with all of his power. He didn't dig out the boundless stone directly. Instead, he used the warhammer to break the star or vein around the boundless stone. He took out a piece of or as big as a water tank from the star or vein, leaving a huge black hole in the star or vein. The huge or covered the boundless stone. Jinshan king had to break all the star or vein before he could take out the boundless stone. However, when he just picked up the ore and was about to break the edge of the ore, something strange happened. From the black hole in the star or vein, dark red blood light gushed out like fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 20 balls of dark red blood light rushed out from the black hole and screeched as they flew towards Ji Tianxing and Jinshan king. At this moment, the two of them finally saw it clearly. They were over 20 strange red birds. The strange birds looked like crows and three-legged birds. They looked very strange. They must be ancient species. Each of the blood birds was around sky origin stage LV9, very close to the soul tempering stage. They were as fast as lightning and emitted extremely dense blood light. They had the power to confuse the soul. Ji Tianxing and Jinshan king were dizzy and confused. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of muffled sounds, the two, who were caught off guard, were sent flying by a flock of blood birds. They fell miserably into the star vein. However, the sudden turn of events left the two of them a little confused. However, the two of them immediately reacted and used their secret techniques to attack the flock of blood birds. Swish, swish. Ji Tianxing released golden sword light that covered the sky and ground. He cut over 10 blood birds into pieces and scattered them in the star or vein. Jinshan king also swung his warhammer and used the white light of his divine soul to kill over 10 blood birds. The group of blood birds was finally killed. The star or vein quieted down. Ji Tianxing picked up the stone that was as big as a water tank and placed it into his interspatial ring. Then, he brought Jinshan king back to the black hole and observed it carefully. Below the water tank-sized black hole, white light was faintly surging, forming a vortex. The white light vortex emitted the power of space. It was like a portal that led to an unknown place. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing and Jinshan king looked at each other with surprise and anticipation. I didn't expect there to be a portal under the boundless stone. I wonder where this portal leads to? Young master, according to my experience, this kind of space vortex hidden deep underground is very likely to be the entrance to a secret realm. Entrance to a mystery realm. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said seriously, other than a mystery realm, it could also be an alternate space. Chapter 10:18. Ji Tianxing and Jinshan king both understood that opportunities often came with dangers. Just like just now, they were besieged by a few flaming pterosaurs not long after they landed on the island. They were severely injured and had to escape to the depths of the earth to hide. That was how they found the boundless stone by chance. Now, the space vortex in front of them could be the door to the treasure or the passage to the forbidden land of death. Both of them frowned, silently pondering and weighing the pros and cons. After a while, both of them had an answer in their hearts. They looked up at each other. Jinshan king said solemnly, "Young Master Ji, whether it is the star mineral vein or the boundless stone, they are both rare treasures. I believe that the space vortex hidden in the star mineral vein must be extraordinary and mysterious as well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It will be a pity if we don't go in and take a look." We will regret it in the future. Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "That's right. This is such a great opportunity and adventure. Ordinary people can't even dream of it. How can we miss it? No matter whether the passage is a treasure or a forbidden land, whether it is a blessing or a disaster, we have to go in and take a look to know the result." Both of them reached a consensus and prepared to enter the space vortex to explore. Of course, before that, both of them took elixirs to heal their injuries and recover to their peak condition. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. Both of them relied on their strong physiques and self-healing abilities to recover from their injuries and skills. After they were ready, Ji Tianxing held the broken sword and stepped into the space vortex formed by the white light. Swoosh! The white light flashed and swallowed his body. Clearly, he had passed through the spatial tunnel and entered another space. Jinshan King held his war hammer tightly and stepped forward cautiously. He was about to step into the space vortex. However, the space vortex formed by the white light suddenly disappeared. It disappeared? How could this be? Gold Mountain King was dumbfounded. He stared at the black hole, his eyes filled with shock and worry. How could the space vortex suddenly disappear? Could it be that only one person is allowed to enter the passage? Or perhaps, only humans were allowed to enter that place? It's over. Young Master Ji went in alone. If he encountered any danger, who would protect him? No, I have to think of a way to get in touch with young Master Ji. Otherwise, he'll definitely think that I'm a coward who doesn't dare to enter with him. The Golden Mountain King was anxious and worried. He walked around the black hole a few times with his warhammer, but he could not think of a way. The sudden disappearance of the spatial vortex completely disrupted his plan, leaving him helpless. After racking his brains for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a solution. He could only squat beside the black hole and wait patiently for Ji Tianxing to come out. He silently prayed in his heart, "Young Master Ji, oh young Master Ji, I hope that you will be blessed by the heavens. Please don't let anything bad happen to you." After saying that, he looked at the rock layer not far away. Fortunately, the 4 red flame pterosaurs guarding the rock layer were still quietly lurking underground and had no intention of attacking. The Jinshan King was slightly relieved. He raised his spirits and looked at the black hole with anticipation, waiting for Ji Tianxing to return. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, Ji Tianxing clearly felt that he had passed through a mysterious and vast spatial tunnel and entered an alternate space. When the white light in front of him dissipated, his feet finally landed on solid ground. He looked around vigilantly. He held the broken sword in his hand and covered himself with a layer of true energy shield to guard against any possible danger. However, when he looked around, he immediately let down his guard. This was an alternate dimension that was rich in spiritual chi of heaven and earth and was full of spirit. In other words, this was a paradise that was like a paradise. At this moment, he was standing at the foot of a 1,000-zhang tall mountain. Under his feet was a green grassland with colorful flowers among the fragrant grass that was half a man's height. In front of him was the 1,000-zhang tall mountain. The mountain was covered with towering ancient trees. It was a lush and verdant scene. Halfway up the mountain, there was a waterfall that was about 100 meters wide. It poured down from a height of 1,000 meters and fell into a deep pool at the foot of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, covered by white clouds and thick fog, a modeled ancient palace could be vaguely seen. Half of the palace's corner and cornice were exposed. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. The sky was blue as if it had just been washed, and a red sun hung high in the sky. Ji Tianxing did not know where he was or how vast this area was. However, he knew that this was definitely a cave abode where a powerhouse lived in seclusion. Fortunately, it was not a forbidden area where there was a high chance of survival, but a mysterious and ancient secret realm. With the broken sword in hand, he strode across the green grassland towards the tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a 5-foot-wide bluestone staircase. It followed the steep mountain up and connected to the palace at the top of the mountain. Originally, Ji Tianxing could fly into the sky and directly land on the mountain to see what was going on. However, it was his first time in this unfamiliar secret realm. Naturally, he could not do that. He could not see the whole picture of the mountain and might encounter danger. If there was a hidden powerhouse living in the ancient palace at the top of the mountain, his lack of manners would definitely offend him and cause unnecessary disputes. In a moment, he arrived at the foot of the mountain and was about to step onto the blue stone staircase. At this moment, he suddenly saw that on the ground beside the staircase, there was a gray-white stone tablet that was more than 10 feet tall. He took a closer look. On the gray-white stone tablet, there were 3 ancient and mysterious characters engraved on it. Beside the 3 big characters, there was a line of small characters. Ji Tianxing had read a lot of books, both ancient and modern. After carefully identifying it for a moment, he recognized that it was the incomparably ancient XNE ancient seal characters. The 3 big characters were Eastern Mountain residents. And the line of small characters beside it was a sentence: cultivate one's body and mind, observe the heavens and read the world, lie drunk in the clouds and smile at the world. Ji Tianxing was suddenly filled with deep veneration. He thought to himself, Eastern Mountain Residence should be the name of this cave abode. He didn't know who the owner of the Eastern Mountain Residence was, to be able to say such bold and majestic words. It seems that the owner of Eastern Mountain Residence must be a peerless powerhouse living in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not have such an arrogant aura. He sighed in his heart and was about to withdraw his gaze. However, he suddenly realized that the gray-white stone tablet was actually made of precious psychic white jade. His body shook again, and his eyes were filled with shock. He exclaimed in disbelief, "The psychic white jade is a precious material for refining weapons. A piece the size of a fist can be sold for a high price of 100,000 spiritual stones. An entire piece of psychic white jade that is 10 feet tall is a rare treasure in the world. It can be called a priceless treasure." Chapter 10:19. The rare psychic white jade was actually treated as an ordinary stone tablet and placed in the grass at the foot of the mountain. Ji Tianxing could not imagine how divine the owner of the Eastern Mountain Residence, who treated this priceless treasure like a stubborn stone, was. His heart throbbed for no reason. He desperately wanted to climb to the top of the mountain and pay a visit to the owner of the Eastern Mountain Residence, if that hidden powerhouse was still alive. However, before he stepped on the limestone steps, he first uprooted the stone tablet and put it into his space ring. This huge and complete psychic white jade could be sold for at least 100 million spiritual stones when he returned to the Central Plains. How could he miss such a treasure? After keeping the jade tablet, Ji Tianxing stepped onto the limestone steps. However, just as his feet stepped onto the steps, he felt an invisible force brewing in the blue stone steps. He immediately stopped and sensed carefully. Then he found a clue. The seemingly ordinary limestone steps are covered with mottled traces of vicissitudes. It's obvious that it's been through tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that the limestone steps could still activate the power of a formation after tens of thousands of years. It's unbelievable. Tens of thousands of years, the transformations of the sea and mulberry fields, could erase everything in the world. No matter if it was a peerless expert or a divine weapon that dazzled the world, they would all gradually wither and turn into ashes in the tens of thousands of years. Even a powerful formation was no exception. In the end, its power would be exhausted and it would gradually disappear. However, the limestone steps under Ji Tianxing's feet still activated the formation, and its power was vigorous. He had no choice but to walk carefully. His spiritual sense seeped into the limestone steps to check its mysteries. However, the formation was extraordinary. It was invisible and unfathomable. The 3,000 steps from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain had merged with the entire mountain as if it had a life of its own. Such a strange and mysterious thing shocked him, but it also made him more curious and expectant. Rustle, 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 he moved his feet and took 3 steps in a row. Finally, the limestone steps under his feet changed. 4 of the limestone steps 3 steps in front of him disappeared into thin air, and an empty space appeared. Can't we climb the mountain without the bluestone steps? Ji Tianxing curled the corners of his mouth, holding a hint of a smile. He took a few steps forward and was about to step onto the ground where the steps were missing. The seemingly ordinary ground actually released invisible spiritual energy that condensed into a dozen or so sharp blades that shot towards him like a rain of arrows. At the critical moment, his expression changed. Without hesitation, he circulated his energy and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, a formless pressure also descended from the sky. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head, causing his feet to be unable to leave the ground, let alone fly. Damn it! It's so dangerous. This seemingly ordinary limestone staircase is actually a trap path filled with murderous intent. This thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind, and he quickly summoned the soul-reaping bell, enveloping himself. Ping ping ping! More than a dozen sharp blades condensed from spiritual energy slammed into the soul-reaping bell one after another, producing a dull, loud sound. The soul-reaping bell was actually struck until it trembled continuously, emitting a series of buzzing sounds that didn't disappear for a long time. If not for the protection of the soul-reaping bell, Ji Tianxing would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. His expression instantly became solemn. His feet stopped on the limestone staircase, and he didn't dare to move anymore. This limestone staircase contains the mysteries of array formations and is filled with danger. The slightest carelessness will cost me my life. Since it's difficult to reach the peak, then I'll retreat. He turned his head and looked behind him. The few steps he walked on previously had long disappeared. Looks like there's no way back after stepping on the limestone staircase. I can only continue forward. I have to study the array formation properly. How can I safely cross the limestone staircase and reach the peak? He stood on the limestone staircase, circulating his energy and spiritual consciousness to carefully observe the staircase in front of him, the mountain terrain and terrain on his left and right, and began to ponder hard. The foot of the mountain was silent. Time passed quietly. Very quickly, for hours passed. Ji Tianxing frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he revealed a relieved smile. I understand now. The owner of this eastern mountain residence prided himself on his ability to observe the heavens and see the world. Clearly, he was a supreme expert that surpassed the soul refinement realm. He lived here in seclusion and casually set up an array formation that could merge the limestone staircase with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to operate it. Even after tens of thousands of years, as long as this mountain is not destroyed, the array formation will not wither and dissipate. If I want to break the array formation, I have to borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight with force. He thought of a way to break the array formation and immediately began to act. He circulated his energy and activated the soul-reaping bell to protect himself. He burst forth with all his strength and charged forward. Swoosh! The soul-reaping bell protected him as he charged through the empty space and rushed forward as fast as the wind towards the limestone staircase. Dozens of sharp white blades of light shot out from the grayish-brown soil and attacked him from all directions. Bam! 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 In a series of muffled sounds, the soul-reaping bell trembled and let out a dull buzzing sound. Ji Tianxing finally crossed the empty space 10 steps away with great difficulty. When he landed on the limestone staircase, his face was already pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The soul-reaping bell's power was almost exhausted. It was dim and no longer had any power. Fortunately, he successfully charged through the empty space and landed on the limestone staircase. He could successfully begin to break the array formation. Advance 4 steps, retreat 2 steps, advance 3 steps, retreat 1 step, he muttered in a low voice. He took 4 steps in a row and then retreated 2 steps. The limestone staircase was indeed safe and did not release any powerful attacks. He silently chanted the formula to break the array and borrowed the power of heaven and earth to offset the power of the array formation on the limestone staircase. He continued to climb up. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. He advanced and retreated thousands of steps. Finally, he crossed more than 1,000 steps and arrived at the waist of the mountain. During this process, he was safe and sound. The more than 1,000 limestone staircase disappeared one after another. However, when he reached the waist of the mountain, he could sense that the power of the array formation on the limestone staircase had changed. Correspondingly, his method of breaking the array formation had to change. Moreover, if he took a wrong step, he would be counterattacked by the array formation, which would be more powerful and dangerous. However, with his previous experience, Ji Tianxing was confident and found a trick to breaking the array formation. He stood on the stone staircase at the waist of the mountain and carefully observed and pondered for 2 hours before he found a way to break the array formation. For hours later, he finally crossed more than 1,000 steps and reached the peak of the mountain from the waist of the mountain. When his feet left the limestone staircase and successfully reached the peak of the mountain, he relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. He rested for a moment before stepping onto the square at the peak of the mountain. Chapter 1020. That ancient-looking palace had obviously been there for tens of thousands of years. The walls and stone surface were mottled and peeled off, and there were huge cracks. The octagonal cornice of the palace was originally exquisite and beautiful, but now it was broken, and even a few corners of the cornice were broken. Ji Tianxing probed with his spiritual consciousness and found that there was still a large array protecting the palace. Although the power of that array had been weakened to the extreme, it was still a spirit soul. However, it was a primordial soul-level formation after all. Even if it only had 10% of its power left, it was still not something that he could easily break. The gate of the palace was tightly shut, and an invisible array formation shield enveloped the entire palace. The huge square was paved with precious celestial spirit jade, and it happened to be square, like a huge chessboard. On the ground of the square, dark golden bricks were laid out in crisscrossing lines. This square with a radius of 200 meters was indeed a huge chessboard. There were more than a dozen chess pieces on the chessboard, and they were more than a dozen stone sculptures that were taller than a person. Some were carved as lions, some as tigers, and some as cheetahs, giant elephants, and flying eagles. Although each stone sculpture was lifelike, and the carvings of the beasts looked very lifelike. However, these stone sculptures had been there for too long, and they were mottled and full of cracks. There were also 2 piles of gray stone fragments on the east and west sides of the square. Ji Tianxing observed for a moment and found that they were broken pieces of many stone sculptures of beasts, and they were crushed by someone. It seems that the owner of the Eastern Mountain residence used the square as a chessboard and played chess here. He was playing the beast chess of the ancient times, and I have seen it in ancient books before. It was a kind of chess that was fierce and murderous, and it contained the Tao of heaven and earth, and the truth of martial arts. Until now, the ancient beast chess had been lost for many years, and there were very few people who still knew about it. I wonder who the owner of the Eastern Mountain residence was playing with? What was the final outcome? Ji Tianxing stood in the square, staring at the remaining dozen chess pieces on the chessboard, and couldn't understand it after observing for a long time. Helpless, he could only put down the beast chess for now and cross the square to the palace gate. The ancient bronze door had long been rusted. Even the door knocker and the carvings of the mythical beasts on the door had been corroded and damaged. He stood in front of the door and opened his pure heart Dharma eye. He used his spiritual sense to carefully observe the array and ponder how to break it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Ji Tianxing was immersed in the wonders of the primordial spirit grade array formation, racking his brains to think of a way to break it, and actually forgot about the passage of time. Very quickly, 5 days passed. It wasn't until the morning of the 6th day that he finally woke up as if from a dream and closed his eyes. Then, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were clear and firm, surging with a trace of joy. He slowly stretched out his hands, and golden light surged in his palms. He waved his palms and shot out arcs of light, which condensed into mysterious patterns and poured them into the bronze gate. After repeating this over 100 times, he was exhausted, and half of his power had been consumed. Only then did the bronze door light up with a dim golden light. After shaking a few times, it slowly opened to both sides. Great! After 10,000 years, the essence soul grade grand formation has weakened to such an extent, yet I was actually able to break it with my own hands. It's truly inconceivable. His heart was filled with excitement, and he was proud of his attainments in array formations. After the bronze door opened, he couldn't wait to step through the door and enter the palace to see what was inside. Behind the door was a vast courtyard. Originally, the courtyard should have been clean, the stone path wide, and there should have been rare spirit trees, spirit flowers, and rare herbs in the garden. However, the courtyard was now filled with dust, which had condensed into hard soil. There was only soil and floating ash left in the garden. The spirit trees and rare herbs had long turned into ashes and melted into the soil. Ji Tianxing walked through the courtyard, and as he walked towards the main hall, he pondered, this eastern mountain residence should be the cave residence of a certain powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. Now that 10,000 years have passed, even if that hidden powerhouse had the strength of a god, he should have already passed away. I only hope that this peerless powerhouse left behind some secret inheritance or rare treasures in his cave residence. Only then will my risky trip here not be in vain. After a while, he reached the entrance of the main hall and reached out to push open the heavy door. What was slightly embarrassing was that the door made of refined star iron was too heavy. When he pushed the door, he used too much strength and directly pushed the two doors to the ground, crashing into the main hall with a loud boom. The entire door frame had been destroyed. The two doors of refined star iron weighing 50,000 pounds had crushed two large holes in the floor of the main hall, and dense cracks had appeared. Refined star iron. It's also a precious material for refining soul-grade magic treasures. The owner of Eastern Mountain Residence actually used it as a door. What a waste! Ji Tianxing sighed in his heart. With a thrifty attitude, he lifted the two doors and put them into his spatial ring. Then, he carefully observed the dimly lit main hall. The spacious main hall was decorated very simply. Other than the 6 vermilion pillars that supported the dome, there were only a few stone sculptures in the main hall, and a few murals of mountains and rivers on the walls. Other than that, there wasn't even a throne in the main hall. There was only a praying mat made of heavenly fire spirit jade placed on the seat of honor in the main hall, covered by a thick layer of dust. Ji Tianxing waved his hand to sweep away the thick layer of dust. Only then did the praying mat reappear in the light of day, shining with a crimson brilliance and emitting a turbulent and violent energy. Without a doubt, this priceless praying mat had also become his. He walked around the main hall and didn't find any valuable treasures. Then he left the main hall through a side door and entered a study. This study was very spacious and bright. The decorations were simple and elegant, and the mood was lofty. Of course, after 10,000 years, no matter how elegant the study was, after being covered by a thick layer of dust, it became dull and ordinary. Moreover, the ground and walls had cracked and peeled. A few stone bookshelves were also broken. Many books that were neatly arranged on the bookshelves